So Juventus and Chelsea have both fallen to Rafa Benitez's men. Can they take that final step into immortality and beat the giants of AC Milan? Kick-off in just over 10 minutes' time. Let's get a team news reminder now from Alan Green.
We could take one of those goals again tonight, couldn't we? Right, two surprises sprung by Benitez. First of all, it's Baros, not Cisse, as the lone striker, and Kuhl plays, not Haman or Bishkan. The team, the goalkeeper is Dudek. The defenders are Finn and Carragher, Hupia and Traore. Then Gerrard and Alonso. Then Garcia, Kuhl and Risa. And finally Baros. AC Milan are as we expected, largely as expected. Dida's the goalkeeper. Defenders Cafu, Nesta, Stam and Maldini. Gattuso, Pirlo, Sedor, Kaka. And the two strikers, Crespo and Shevchenko. So Berlusconi has got his way.
Berlusconi likes two strikers in his AC Milan side, and as Alan says, two he's got tonight. Graham Taylor, might we have a different sort of game to the one perhaps we were predicting last night, because the Liverpool team's not quite the team we thought it might be?
Well, I'm still not so certain about that. I still don't think that we'll see either side going gung-ho. What I do think, it's going to be very interesting, and I shall look, and I know John will, with great interest, exactly the formation of this Liverpool side when they do. I mean, you were hearing straight away, and we've spoken about this, Baros-Kuhl 4-4-2. It's not going to be 4-4-2, because I'll tell you what, if they play an open 4-4-2, they're dead. And so it's going to be very, very interesting just to see the formation. That's the surprise. He's got something. I have great respect for Benitez, and I think he's planned and he's seen. So I'm going to be very interested to watch those opening minutes, but I don't think they'll go gung-ho.
We're going to talk to John Toshak about the referee in a couple of moments' time, because John knows all about him. It seems like everywhere you look here at the Ataturk Stadium, there's a former Liverpool European Cup winner. Here's Jonathan Ledgard.
Mark, 3 weeks ago, just before the kick-off of the second leg against Chelsea, I spoke to David Fairclough, who said, you watch Liverpool win and you listen to this atmosphere at Anfield. Now here we are, David Fairclough, we're in Istanbul. What do you make of it?
Fantastic. The support is enormous. Liverpool fans come out in force for finals. They love European finals, and I think the atmosphere will be similar to Anfield. I think they're really going to make themselves heard tonight, and they will inspire the team.
And are they going to win?
I think so. No reason to think that they can't be AC Milan. A great team, obviously, experience, matured, but Liverpool can do it. Liverpool have a lot of offensive players. They don't go along with the fact that people are saying Liverpool are a defensive team. They have great players going forward, and if they get out the blocks quick enough, then I'm sure they will ruffle the feathers of AC Milan.
One other thought, down below us there are 11 Liverpool players waiting to go out there. What's it like in that dressing room? You've been there, you know what it's like.
Oh, they can't wait to get started, I'm sure. I watched the training session yesterday, and they were full of beans and they were bouncing, and they can't wait to get out here and really get the action going. I think when they come out, they'll get such a welcome. I think they'll be inspired and lifted.
And they're going to win 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0?
It would be great to say 2-0, but I think it might take the odd goal.
David, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jonathan.
David Fairclough with Jonathan Ledgard. The good news is, from the Liverpool fans' point of view, it seems as if, peering into the darkness away to our left, that I think most of them have probably made their way into the stadium now. We're going through a rather ornate pre-match entertainment. John Toshak, Manuel Enrique Mejuto Gonzalez, the referee. You said he's from cider country.
That's right, Mejuto's from up in Asturias there, Oviedo, Gijón country. Refereed the Wales Russia match at the Millennium Stadium.
The Euro playoff game.
Yeah, on Opko, the Russian captain, spent 5 years in Asturias, Oviedo. Spent the whole game talking to each other. He recently refereed us in Vienna as well, when we were beaten 1-0 by Austria.
Decent referee?
It was better 7 years ago than he is now, I think. Good referee when he started off. Then he got into the system, the federation, goodness knows what, UEFA, you've got to do this, that and the other, and I think he lost a bit. The fourth referee's the star as well. He's the one who sent the 3 Greeks off against Sounis's Newcastle in Athens, I think it was. Olympiacos, Daudin Ibanez.
Oh yes, yeah, he's the fourth ref, absolutely.
That's right, yeah. So
well, let's hope that's the last time we mentioned the referee. The referee had a great game in the cup final. Mark Lawrence and David Fairclough said they'll be thinking of it as any other match, get on with it. That's what you intimated to us last night, your approach towards the final in Rome. Can it really be that way with 7 minutes to kick off?
I think it has to be, Mark. It's the only way, whatever you say, because your heart's racing, you know, you've got unbelievable nerves, and what you really want to hear from the manager, and as long as you've got your tactics, you know exactly what you're doing. You want him to be a calm and influence. You don't need revving up, because you'll be, as soon as you walk out, either players tonight, Milan or Liverpool, and see this absolutely unbelievable atmosphere, so and feel the atmosphere and see the crowd, you're ready for it.
was there a part of you in your final, now please say yes, because I love to think this is true, that you walk out and you think, this is what I worked really hard to do, and this is the absolute moment. Come on, Mark Lawrence.
Because you asked me to say yes, I'm saying it. Of course it is. Of course it is. And like Tosh, your very first European Cup final, I think, when you're a kid, and players from our era, when you're a kid, you wanted to score the winning goal in the FA Cup final, and then eventually when you went to a club that was in the European Cup, you wanted to play a European Cup final, and of course ostensibly you wanted to go and win it. So the answer is yes. I've just been a bit devilman.
John?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Shanks and Bob used to say to us, go out and enjoy the games, and don't wake up in the morning and wish you'd have done this or done that. Go and do it now,
Don't leave anything out there, that sort of thing.
You've got to be out there for 90 minutes, so you might as well enjoy it.
Can you enjoy it? I mean, you can't really enjoy it, can you?
Of course you can. Of course you can. Yeah, you dream about things like this, and...
Doesn't the enjoyment come afterwards, though? The satisfaction of a job well done?
Well, if you do it
you've got to concentrate too hard, too much to think about.
You've got to be ready, and you've got to go out and do it. You can't be wondering what's going to happen, waiting for things to happen. Go out and make them happen.
Mark, can you hear anything out there? Can you hear, when we were playing with Hansen, could you hear Hansen talking to you, or was it just...
We never spoke to each other. Did you not know?
No, thank goodness.
Can you hear from time to...
Actually, we didn't speak to each other very much, which is quite unusual. We just seemed to be able to know what each other was thinking and doing, etc. You only really hear things when the ball goes out of play and there's a little bit of a lull in proceedings. Otherwise, in games of this magnitude, you are just solely 100% thinking about the way you're playing, about what you have to do, and then with really, really good players, they're good enough to do that and help other people as well. And obviously you can only really help people who are alongside you, but I have to say me and Hansen very, very rarely communicated on the pitch.
But can you hear anything from the manager, or might as well he be shouting into the wind?
I'll tell you something, Poogers. If you've just played a ball to the fullback and he's got booked because it was a hospital pass, you turn the opposite way from the dugout, I'm telling you. It's suddenly, what? Yeah, right, that'll be right.
So Graham Taylor, what they're saying is, it's just a way of you letting off air for 90 minutes, isn't it?
Well, as a manager on the touchline, you're involved mentally, physically with some, in terms of getting up. I'm looking at the technical area here. It's the biggest technical area I think that I've seen. And if you're not going to stay on the edge here, you've got to be a fit manager to be in there. It must be 15 to 20 yards.
But it's not far off the size of a squash court almost, is it?
That's right. So I can see Benitez really standing at the edge. It's going to be very interesting whether the fourth official decides to be telling them to go back, because it's not a very good view for me, that being that far away from the pitch. But going back to what you said earlier, you are involved, but you're kidding yourself if you think the players can take on board what you're shouting at them. And so it's just an involvement. But they see an action by you, and they tend to know, whether you're happy or not.
There's a running track round this ground. The AC Milan fans away to our right waving flags, which makes it look like an enormous white, black and red flag that they're holding up away to our right. And the carpet, you probably noticed if you've been watching on the telly the previous rounds, it's always said the road to Istanbul. Well, of course, this one just says Istanbul, the final. And I should think the walk from the edge of the tunnel to the edge of the pitch is probably about 25 yards or so. All the photographers are there, massed either side at the head of that red carpet, waiting for the teams who are actually in the tunnel now. We've got round about 4 or 5 minutes or so to kick off. We have the Champions League anthem as well, of course. Mark, what are your thoughts? You've been with Liverpool all the time. Nothing that's going to change your mind at this late stage?
No, I was looking at Morticia walking off there from our screen, all dressed in red. Maybe that's an omen, we hope, tonight. No, I'm going to go for Liverpool. I am slightly surprised about the team selection, but maybe Rafael Benitez knows something that I certainly don't.
But he has got some flexibility within the side that he's chosen there, in terms of, as John was saying, he could change formation if he needed to.
Well, and he's done so throughout the season on a couple of occasions, even play with 3 at the back. I don't see that being the case tonight, because Pellegrino would normally be involved, and obviously he can't be. But I certainly believe he's got the flexibility. Let's hope he doesn't have to change it, unless it's in a positive way, Mark.
An enormous Liverpool flag from the goal away to our left, AC Milan flag from the goal away to our right, and now in the centre of each half, held by around about 15 or so gentlemen, all dressed in white. And the cameras are turned now on the tunnel. The flash bulbs go off, which is a sign that the players are in the tunnel, and we're just a few minutes away from the start of this Champions League final, European Cup final, whatever it is, 2005, and we can see the players now, Milan in white tonight and Liverpool in red. Here are the teams and here are the cheers that greet them. And it's interesting, John Toshak there walking past the European Cup, which reminds me of that Sir Alex Ferguson quote from the 1999 final. Don't be walking past it at the end of the match and not able to pick it up.
That's right, yeah. Fantastic scenes, and I know, Mark, we're here about the football, but we would have to say, I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed this before the game. The Turkish people have put on a fantastic show here. Looking down at the pitch now as well, I love the goals, you know, like the old Subuto goals. The black netting, Hungary, and at Wembley they used to have it. 1950, oh, Graham, remember those days? I don't remember them so well.
The 1953 black nets.
That's right, the 6-3 or whatever. It really is a fantastic, fantastic setting.
The flashbulbs go off, the smoke, a few flares from away to our left. We can hear the Champions League anthem. So the voices you'll hear tonight, the former England manager Graham Taylor, John Toshak, Mark Lawrenson, of course Alan Green. And first of all this evening, on what could be a momentous night for Liverpool, will this be their 5th European Cup triumph? It's our chief football correspondent as the smoke wafts across the Ataturk Stadium, Mike Ingham.
Well, I'm sorry to start with a negative, Mark, but those flares shouldn't be in the stadium. Anyway, let's get that out of the way. We should not be having flares in the stadium after the incidents we've had this season in the Champions League. However, good evening from me. And when you write down the two 11s on paper, it probably looks to be no contest. But then that's what you might have thought when Liverpool took on the Italian champions, Juventus, in the quarter-final. Organisation, hunger, will to win, mentality got them through, plus of course a little help from the Kop. And tonight they travelled in their thousands, one of European football's longest journeys, hoping to recreate the spirit of 77 and 78, 81 and 84, to launch a new era in the legend that is Liverpool Football Club. The Raffolution, one of the flags here, has been telling us. Standing in their way, a name synonymous with sophistication and style, Milan, personified by their great captain, the elegant Maldini. Their lineup tonight, posing for the cameras down there, all in white. Dida, Cafu, Stam, Nesta, Maldini. Pirlo, Gattuso, Seedorf, Kaká, Shevchenko and Crespo, as Maldini shakes hands with Steven Gerrard, the Spanish officials down there officiating the Liverpool lineup. Surprising, of course. No Cisse in the starting lineup, with Kuhl and Barros both beginning for Liverpool tonight. Their team: Dudek, Finnan, Carragher, Huppier, Traore, Alonso, Luis Garcia, Gerrard, Risa, Kuhl and Barros. And interestingly, in the build-up there was quite a lot of speculation that Inzaghi might be starting tonight for AC Milan. He's not even on the bench. Neither is the injured Ambrosini, the man who got the goal, of course, which brought Milan through to the final against PSV Eindhoven. Liverpool subs are Carson, Cisse, Smitsa, Haman, Yossemi, Nunez and Biscan. In the build-up to the game yesterday, Clarence Seedorf, who's won this competition with 3 different clubs, said, well, it'll start at 9:45, it'll be tough, and Milan will win. I'm not sure it is going to start at 9:45, we're after 9:45 local time, but we're about to get underway here. Liverpool against AC Milan, the final of the 2005 Champions League in Istanbul, the 50th final of the European Cup, 28 years to the very day that Liverpool first won the trophy back in 1977. In this first half, Liverpool, all in red, will play towards their fans away to our left. Seize the moment, Liverpool. For one or two of the players down there, this may not come again. Sami Huppier deeply aware of it as Liverpool begin, and will look to start well here. Traore near side the field, and that was a very shaky ball from him, straight to the Milan side. Liverpool must keep possession better than that. The ball is inside the Liverpool half, and now for the first time we see Seedorf 15 yards inside the Liverpool half. Finds the young Brazilian Kaká. Cross comes Traore, and the referee gives a free kick early on here to Milan. Mark Lawrenson.
Well, Traore's first 2 touches aren't particularly good. He gave the ball away and then he just upended Kaká as well, so I hope he gets better.
Free kick to Milan, and Pirlo, Andrea Pirlo, who takes the free kicks, of course, lining this one up down this near side. This is the Milan right. First test for Jerzy Dudek. In goes the free kick, and the shot comes in, and it's there! Milan have scored! And Maldini, the captain, is being absolutely submerged by his teammates. The goal has been timed. Well, a minute maybe only of the game, just over.
Well, mate,
what a start.
Well, we spoke about Traore, didn't we? That the ball came back from Liverpool's kick-off to him. He gave it away. Liverpool then never retrieved the ball. He ended up giving the foul away on the edge of the penalty area. Decent ball in, but very, very slack marking by Liverpool. It's a great start for Milan, but it's a poor goal to concede.
That must be one of the quickest goals in the final of the Champions League. And, well, the only thing that you can possibly say now from the occasion point of view, I mean, it's a wretched, wretched start for Liverpool, but the only thing you can say at least is the early goal might just make this an open contest. Paolo Maldini, the veteran, we've talked long and hard about him in this game, trying to win this trophy here tonight for the 5th time, his 7th final. You could have got very long odds, I'm sure, against him scoring the first goal here this evening. But already Liverpool are a goal down here in Istanbul.
Now we know what Ancelotti's on about in his press conference, saying we can score very, very early, and maybe he knew something that we certainly didn't.
Well, welcome to the 5 Live commentary. Welcome to our World Service listeners. You join us here in Istanbul for the most spectacular of starts from AC Milan. There's been so much optimism around this city on behalf of Liverpool in the build-up to this game, but of course this is an AC Milan 11 with 7 of the team who've won this tournament in Manchester only 2 years ago. All the talk about Crespo, Shevchenko and Kaká, and it's Paolo Maldini who comes up from the back to stun Jerzy Dudek following the free kick from Andrea Pirlo. And now Liverpool with Traore, and Traore goes down, doesn't win the free kick, and Kaká, who was very involved of course early on here, winning the free kick. And Liverpool need to get hold of this early on here now, having conceded so early in the game.
They do, and I think Maldini's goal was only 2nd ever in the Champions League, but what an unlikely scorer.
Well, Liverpool now trying to regroup. A goal down, and it's Milan Baros on the board. Across comes Jaap Stam, and Liverpool have got a corner. Well, that's better. A corner kick there first over on the far side, the right. Only 3.5 minutes gone in Istanbul, and the Liverpool fans, still 1 or 2 of them maybe, making their way into the stadium, will be stunned by the big scoreboard. 1-0 to AC Milan. Liverpool have a corner kick there first, and they need to compose themselves here. All the tactics set out by Rafael Benitez. They whip the corner right back, and the shot is driven in by Risa. Cleared by Milan, back to the halfway line.
It hit Stam, Mike. It was a great strike. I think it was on target.
Ball played again by Liverpool. Great header from Hupia. And Dida makes the save by the left-hand post.
Well, that's the reply you would want if you're Rafael Benitez. Obviously, disastrous and sloppy start, but at least certainly the shot that came in from Risa was goal-bound. Decent header by Hupia. Made Dida make the save.
Ball is going to trickle out of play over on the far side of the field, and it's going to be a Milan throw-in. Well, 4.5 minutes gone. I think so many people discussing the prospects here talked about a possible stalemate. 2 sides playing very deep, but AC Milan winning the free kick early on, delivered by Pirlo and turned in by Paolo Maldini, of all people, the great captain. Milan now just down this near side of the field. Gattuso's lost possession though, and Risa's got the free kick even though he had the ball. Spanish referee gives him the free kick, and he bides his time before Liverpool take it.
We haven't even had really time to see how Liverpool are set up, but it is probably as we thought, which Barros up front, Kuhl just off him, Garcia down the right, in front or alongside him Gerrard, and then on the left Risa and Alonso in front of the back 4.
On BBC World Service and 5 Live from Istanbul, the Champions League final, and AC Milan are in front already. This pedigree team, of course. Ball is with John Arne Risa, near side. Risa manages to get away from Gattuso. Here comes Risa, needs support. There are 2 or 3 Milan players around him. Cafu made the challenge, and the referee signals only a throw-in, even though Liverpool wanted more than that.
Well, they were very, very quickly into him as well, and what Gattuso did, he made Risa take him on and force a challenge then from Cafu.
Seedorf gets the better of Luis Garcia. Seedorf, who was outstanding in the matches against Manchester United. And now Maldini supporting this latest attack. Ball played into the area. I don't think we've even mentioned Shevchenko yet. Not even sure he's had a touch of the ball, but his team lead by 1-0 as Risa now tries to escape down this near side. Gattuso makes a good recovery and Cafu picks up the loose ball, and Milan, having scored the goal, have settled pretty well, imposing themselves here early on. Long ball forward by Pirlo. Shevchenko's beaten the offside truck. Cross comes Huppier. Good thing too, because Crespo was steaming into the 6-yard area.
Well, I thought he was offside, but we'll deal with that later. But for once, Shevchenko's first touch wasn't great. He was on. He was definitely on from the monitor as the ball was played. Shevchenko better first touch, could have been 2.
Well, Maldini, having scored the goal from the free kick, encouraged by that, is going into the area once more with Jaap Stam. Corner kick, headed away, not very well yet. Not yet cleared. Oh, Huppier almost scraped that one past Jerzy Dudek. Dudek makes the save. Fortunately, from his point of view, there's no real power in that slice clearance by Sami Huppier. And Liverpool still rattled as Dudek clears. And Baros now tries to win the ball down this near side, but carries it out of play. And it's going to be a throw into AC Milan. Let's get an early word from one of our 2 other guests here, Graham Taylor. Graham.
Well, I think the interesting thing is the amount of space that Maldini's getting on that left-hand side. It's not the fact that he scored, that was from a free kick. And Garcia, at times, he's being drawn in onto Seedorf, but then Maldini is just completely free for Milan to play him on and for him to continue with the attack. That's really surprised me, because we were talking earlier about what they would do when out of possession of the ball. And it's just a free pass out to Maldini all the time. He's an outlet for them whenever Milan want him.
All the preparation that would have been going on into this game, all the tactics being devised by Rafael Benitez, and yet Milan score one of the quickest goals in the European Cup final history. But now Liverpool, because Baros has been fouled, Liverpool have a free kick, and Steven Gerrard, 25 yards out, is there with Alonso alongside him. Milan have got everybody back. Gerrard takes his time. Referee's ready. Dida crouches away to our left. It's touched on to Gerrard. Gerrard lifts the ball in. It's a little too high though for Harry Kewell, and nothing comes from that. And AC Milan have a goal kick.
Yeah, just a little bit of a waste when you consider from the previous corner they'd had 2 attempts at goal. And I'm not quite sure, Mike, it's not really a question to you, but I wouldn't think there's many times this season that Liverpool have come back from a goal down in the Champions League, certainly, and actually gone on to win.
Well, we mentioned last night, Mark, in the build-up with John Toshak, I mentioned that Liverpool altogether this season had lost 18 games in all football, and in only 2 of those games had they managed to score a goal. One of the games was the Carling Cup final against Chelsea when they lost 3-2, and the other one, well, the goal they got was an own goal in a defeat at Manchester United. Apart from that, they've all been zeros. And now, of course, they have to score goals against one of the most organised defences in world football. Milan leading here by 1-0. Maldini still, as Graham Taylor was saying, has so much time and freedom over on that left-hand side, and here he goes again, rolling back the years. Seedorf now, onto Gattuso. Gattuso sidesteps Steven Gerrard. Now Pirlo comes into the movement. Milan, with the goal advantage, have settled down far quicker than Liverpool. Pirlo again calling the shots. Can't get the ball in over Jamie Carragher, though. Liverpool being pressed back inside their own half. Milan winning the tackles once more in midfield, and now Baros is trying to break, but across comes Jaap Stam. Baros a little isolated there, big gap between him and the midfield. Milan take possession once more with Nesta, and Nesta sprints through the centre circle. Kaka onto, well, he hasn't given it to Maldini yet, but he's certainly available. It's still Kaka, drops it back into Seedorf. Shevchenko's waiting, it's all Milan at the moment, leading 1-0. Shot driven in by Gattuso, off Jamie Carragher. Liverpool now looking to try and counter-attack. Harry Kewell was pulled back, and they've got a free kick on the edge of the centre circle.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're lucky as well. I think it's Pirlo. I think he's lucky to get away without a yellow, because definitely Liverpool were away. Just every time Milan get the ball at the moment, there is an option. There's everybody available to them. They look at the moment against Liverpool as though they've got an extra man.
Rafael Benitez just came out to speak there to John Arne Risa, and Risa's ball in towards Baros doesn't find him, and he'll need better delivery than that, better service than that will Baros if he's to test this AC Milan defence. It's back again with the Brazilian Dida, and so much experience in this AC Milan back four. They've got between them nearly 400 caps, and Dida now still hasn't cleared yet. Left-footed ball into the Liverpool half. It should be headed back by Steve Finnan, but again can't find anybody in red, and it's Kaká once more. He's got options left and right, doesn't quite deliver right for Shevchenko. Shevchenko's got it now over on the far side. He turns and faces Steve Finnan. Finnan gets a foot in, but it comes back once more to Shevchenko. Driven back, and once more Maldini on the ball. Changes the direction, across the field it comes, but Cafu won't reach that, and it's a throw to Liverpool.
Yeah, for once they've given the ball away. Just trying to look really when Milan have got the ball at the positions of both Alonso and Gerrard.
Good throw there by Liverpool. Now Baros needs support inside the penalty area. Still Milan, Baros. Baros tries to slide the ball into the area. Back again to Baros, but AC Milan coming back to help out each other at the back. Clear. It's Risa down this near side of the field. Jumps over the first challenge from Gattuso, but Kaka, hard-working, coming back to help out in that area. It's Milan now with Pirlo. Drifts it to the far side of the field. Acres of space for Maldini over on that far side. This is the Milan left. AC Milan 1, Liverpool 0. Early goal from Maldini following the free kick from Pirlo.
Barros chasing back there, tucked into the right-hand side position for Garcia, who was obviously caught upfield.
All the planning, though, to try and impose themselves here on Milan early on, to disrupt the midfield rhythm, to try and prevent Pirlo from building from the back in the way that the great Albertini used to for Milan. But it's once more Pirlo with a lovely ball to Clarence Seedorf. Lovely first touch from the Dutchman. And Liverpool unable to get the ball off him. The ball is lifted in. Traore has to volley it away. And now Liverpool, all they're doing really is just knocking it long back inside the Milan half. And it's going to be a Milan throw near side of the field. Mark?
I think both Seedorf and Gattuso are just getting in little areas in between Liverpool's midfield players at the moment, and they are always available, hence it looks as though they've got extra players.
Well, I hope that in the build-up we paid as much respect as we should have done to AC Milan. They may have gone off the ball a little towards the end of the season domestically, but they were always, of course, the favourites going into this match. I think the feeling was, though, that there was going to be so much hunger from Liverpool out there tonight. The mentality would be so strong, with all those great results behind them in this run, that would see them through, with the wonderful support as well. But Liverpool at the moment are just chasing shadows down there. And it's Gattuso now, looping the ball forward, looking for Shevchenko. And Liverpool either didn't cut it out, it didn't in the end run for Shevchenko. Flag has gone up anyway on this near side of the field, and Liverpool have already taken the free kick.
I think it went up for handball. I think that's what it was. I thought Shevchenko got the wrong side of Jamie Carragher.
In the meantime, Luis Garcia easily lost possession for Liverpool. It's coming back once more at the back four. Crespo trying to win the corner kick off Sami Hyypiä, and he's got it as well. Corner kick to Milan near side, and they're leading 1-0, and we played 13 minutes of the first half.
Well, from the first free kick came the goal. From the second set piece, the corner, there was all sorts of problems. Hyypiä headed it against his own defender, then sliced it high so Dudek could save it. So they need to deal with this in a more professional manner here.
Seedorf with the corner kick to the near post, headed off the line by Liverpool. Yep, Stam tries to power it forward. Stam again has a big kick, and it drops to Maldini. Liverpool all over the place at the moment as Maldini goes crashing inside the penalty area. No foul though, and that's 2 or 3 efforts now that Liverpool have scrambled away. It was Garcia who got the ball off the line, so close there, Milan, to taking a 2-0 lead. Flicked header, I think, was it by Crespo at the near post?
It was by Crespo, and I think actually he chested it or came off the shoulder, Garcia, but he did exactly what he's intended to do as a marker on the post. Just get rid of the ball, but stay there, more importantly.
Milan 1, Liverpool 0. Now here's an opportunity for Baros to chase maybe, but Cafu just swivels away from him and then strikes it back inside the Liverpool half. Traore, short of the halfway line, and does nothing at all there, and shows the lack of composure really in the anxiety that's clearly in the Liverpool camp at the moment. With nearly 15 minutes to go, they need something to happen for them soon here, because Milan have taken early control and they are threatening to score a second goal here. No wonder Rafael Benitez is pouncing around in that technical area down there. Hardly seen anything of Gerrard and Xabi Alonso yet. Now Luis Garcia spinning well for his team. Finds Risa down this near side. Here's a chance for Liverpool now to get the ball into the Milan area. Looking for Harry Kewell. Across comes a defender who was Alessandro Nesta. And it's a throw to Liverpool, getting great vocal support now from their fans, who are all over the stadium, but predominantly away to our left. Risa to take the throw-in. And Hyypiä now is going to make a late run into the penalty area. The ball is thrown back to Alonso, and now Risa once more. Risa taking on Gattuso, maybe shows too much of the ball to the Italian international, can't get past him, and it's a goal kick to be taken by Dida. I would like now, with 15 and a half minutes to go, gone, to hear from John Toshak. John, what are your views at the moment?
Well, I'm a little bit disappointed the way that Liverpool is set up, to be honest with you. even before the goal, you know, in the first attack, Maldini had oceans of room. Garcia's been asked to tuck in, probably because Liverpool are one midfielder short in that area, and Maldini's had oceans of room to go forward. But it's a super goal, a well-worked goal. If you look at Pirlo's body movement, he's dropped the shoulder, played it the inside the foot, picking out Maldini, who's hit a great volley in. I mean, it's a super goal. But Liverpool, unless one of Liverpool's fullbacks start pushing on, then they're not going to see too much more of the ball, because they're keeping 4 players back there with 2.
Thank you, John Tashak, Graham Taylor, Mark Lawrenson with us on 5 Live and BBC World Service. 16.5 minutes gone in the first half in Istanbul. Could hardly have been a worse start really by Liverpool, conceding that early goal from Paolo Maldini, and now Hyypiä for Liverpool. Into Gerrard inside the centre circle. He's dragged it back to Carragher, and now this is better from Liverpool. They find Finnan over on the far side. This is the Liverpool right. Better ball now from Liverpool to find Alonso on the edge of the centre circle. A little bit more flow and rhythm now from Liverpool as the ball is lifted in by Risa. Kuhl's missed it, and Garcia's missed it as well, and Pirlo pops up over on the far side of the field. The word was from Italy that he'd had a poor end to the season, Pirlo, but he's certainly back on song here, and now some lovely skills from Kaká to get away in midfield. Striding forward, Kaká, moving on to this ball, fellow Brazilian Cafu. Traore needs to hold him up, in it goes, little header in from Kaká, it's gone wide, and that's a goal kick to Dudek.
Yeah, good move from Milan though. Cafu inevitably involved down the right-hand side, and it's a difficult ball for Kaká to deal with. He just sort of flicked it on with his head. But at least from Liverpool's move before, both the fullbacks, John Tossett was saying, both the fullbacks involved, which is something positive.
Well, I suppose really, with nearly 20 minutes gone, it could have been even worse for Liverpool here. I mean, Milan have been so strong early on and created danger on 2 or 3 occasions. 1-0 though, AC Milan lead, and Liverpool trying to go forward once more, but Garcia can't find Baros, tidied up by Milan, and Yapstam immediately, and there's the space again for Maldini over on the left-hand side. He plays a square ball to Seedorf. Lovely first touches from the midfield players from Milan, and now it's Stam, 2 Dutchmen linking. Always been a great Dutch presence, of course, in the Milan side. Long ball from Seedorf. Oh, and Shevchenko stretches, just can't quite reach it, and it's a goal kick to Liverpool.
Well, just looking at Traore, he was sucked in for a second, and as soon as Seedorf saw the space, the run came from Shevchenko, and you tell you what, he's not even aware or watching where the ball's going, Jimmy Traore.
And I'm getting a message that Harry Kuhl might have picked up a knock, and 1 or 2 Liverpool subs. Cisse certainly is warming up down there. Harry Kuhl has hardly been in the game, and he has hobbled out of that challenge. He's won a free kick, but he may need attention. 18.5 minutes gone.
He's not moving well at all, is he?
He might have to come off and receive attention, so Liverpool could be reduced to 10 men at the moment. They've got a free kick. Alonso's going to take it. Gerrard and Baros, Luis Garcia in forward positions as Kuhl just hobbles off to have a word with Benitez. Alonso just takes a short free kick. Liverpool fans at the moment very quiet as Alonso strikes it very long, and Dida's there to make the save, jumping and catching all in one movement.
Dida with arms and extension against Luis Garcia can only be one winner, he thinks.
Now, once more it's Pirlo on the ball, and everything as usual starting with Pirlo, and moved on through midfield from Seedorf, and Maldini races onto the ball down the left-hand side. Isn't it strange? Talked a lot about Cafu's threat down the right, but most of the threat so far is coming over on the other side of the field with Paolo Maldini, who the last time Milan were in the final actually played at centre-back. Kaladze, the Georgian, played left-back. He's one of the players on the bench this evening. Throw into Liverpool. Nearly 20 minutes gone in the first half in the Ataturk Olympic Stadium in Istanbul. Baros has a free kick, and Milan had just kicked the ball out over on the far side of the field. So free kick to Liverpool. Kuhl, and see, has he come back on again?
Yes.
Yes, he has.
Yeah. The manager, and not only the physio, but the manager also had a word with him.
Free kick is taken, and Alonso plays it to this near side. Now Traore needs some decent distribution here. Finds Risa. Infield it goes to Gerrard. Can Gerrard inspire Liverpool back into this game? Risa's got it. Baros is waiting. So too is Garcia. In it goes, and again it's too high for Baros. Can't climb to get that one, and it runs away to the far side of the field for a Milan throw-in.
That's a problem for them though, Mike. I mean, the delivery's okay, but I don't know, you never ever fancy Barros in the penalty area against the 6-foot pluses of the Stams and your Nestas and your Maldinis of this world, that the ball has got to be so precise.
You think he's coming off, by the way? Harry Kewell, the big gamble, the big brave decision by Rafael Benitez, and it looks as if it's only going to last for 20 minutes here. So there's more disruption. All the thinking and all of the tactics are going to have to go up in the air to a certain extent now, because Harry Kewell's going to have to come off.
Well, I think what will happen, and it might be a blessing in disguise, they might actually get someone to come and play on the right-hand side, somebody like a Smitsa or a Nunes, and just solve the problem of Maldini getting down the left, which would be the first thought.
Now, the ball is with Garcia inside the centre circle, and that's a decent one to Risa. Risa's trying to find Kewell, and Kewell's now a passenger, needs to be replaced. Not sure how he was injured, but he's coming out of this final. And now Sami Hyypiä wins a throw-in down this near side of the field. Throw into Liverpool, 21.5 minutes gone. If you're just joining us on 5 Live and BBC World Service, the worst possible start for Liverpool, conceding here so early on. Maldini getting on the end of a free kick from Pirlo. Smitsa coming on.
Smitsa.
One of a number of players, it has to be said, in this Liverpool squad tonight who may not be at Anfield next season. Throw-in taken by Traoré onto Barros, who could be another one, and Barros can't control that one, and Pirlo loops it to the far side of the field, and again this is getting almost monotonous. Maldini with all the space over on the left-hand side, with Vladimir Smitsa, who had his birthday yesterday. He's about to come into this European Cup final as Milan waste the ball. Rare moment from them, and Dudek chases, and now they can make the change if they want to, and will make the change as well, I think, with Harry Kewell about to be replaced by Vladimir Smitsa. We'll hear from Alan Green till half-time.
Well, I timed the goal at 52 seconds. The previous fastest goal in a European Cup final, it may still be, is Enrique Mateos for Real Madrid in 1959. Now, that was only timed at 1 minute. So, obviously, where precisely it figured in the 1 minute will determine whether or not Maldini's goal makes history. The other thing to tell you, and I worry about this one, is that 1-0 is the most common score in a European Cup final. But on one occasion in the Champions League, and Mark and Mike and I were together, a team came from 1-0 down to win by 2-1. Remember it? Barcelona, 1999. So Schweitzer is on, and he's definitely going back to France. Kewell might be headed out of Anfield as well. Here's Hyypiä. Liverpool have to get some sort of significant response here. Garcia flicks it on towards Barrow, and Stam was struggling there and then used his muscle to head the ball back to Dida. By the way, the other thing, I saw clearly how Kewell got injured. Nesta kicked him.
Nesta caught him. Right, so tactically, Smeets has gone to play down the right-hand side of midfield, hopefully to solve the Maldini problem. That leaves Garcia basically playing off Barros.
Risa heads the ball forward. Nesta is there. Barros trying to hustle him, and the flag is up for offside anyway. So it's been a dreadful first quarter of the game for Liverpool. Liverpool 0, AC Milan 1.
But at least Liverpool have sort of settled themselves down a little bit, Alan. Not greatly, but you know, the first thing, especially in a final as well, is not to concede a second one.
Here's Cafu. Immense experience, of course, from Cafu. 35 next month. And this is the only competition he has got a winner's medal for. Significant competition. He's never won the Champions League, Cafu. The ball is back with Stam. Stam to Nesta. Back to Stam. Stam still inside his own half. There's no reason why Milan should be unnecessarily aggressive, having taken the lead. Cafu once more. Up towards the halfway line. Into Pirlo. Pirlo swings it forward. Neat touch there by Kaka. Kaka takes the return from Seedorf. On it goes towards Cafu, Shevchenko rather, who always wants to attack, of course, but the ball's behind Shevchenko and decided to play for a throw into Liverpool.
Well, that was the key behind Shevchenko. He made his run, he just needed it. He didn't need it to his feet, he just needed it in front of him, and he was, again, the wrong side of Jimmy Traoré, wrong side defensively for Liverpool.
Speaking of players who probably will not last at Anfield through the summer, Traoré is certainly one of them. 25 minutes played here in Istanbul. Remember, it's 10:15 at night here in Turkey. Liverpool trail 1-0. Schmitzer into Alonso. Good ball by Alonso through the centre circle to Risa, who'd peeled inside. Driven past by Risa, but that's easy for Stam just to head back to Dida.
Well, the thing about the pass, Alan, the pass isn't good. What can he do? It's coming to Barros on his forehead. If we're assuming he gets it, there's nobody up there with him. I mean, you've got to be a heck of a player to sort of stun that and take it down and bring somebody else into the game.
There might be a half chance for Cisse to challenge Stam in the air, but not Baros at the moment. Now it's played down the Milan left, and here's Maldini again. Maldini in, but can't find Kaka. Liverpool clear. Stam knocks it back upfield. Flag is up for offside against Crespo.
He was offside as well. Just worried a little bit about Baros insofar as he's running the line in terms of the defenders. He's working so hard when he's not got the ball. I mean, you want him to work hard when Liverpool have got the ball and get in little areas where Liverpool can hit him. But at the moment, his harder work's coming chasing Milan.
And the trouble in that situation is that he'll be absolutely cream-crackered by about 60 minutes.
There you go.
Pupia has the ball forward. The challenge was aggressive but fair, according to the referee Gonzalez. And then it's won back by Liverpool. Now, Garcia has it. Baros is through the middle. Again, it's high. Nesta just flicks it away with his forehead and runs away. Well played, Nesta. Finding Seedorf. Seedorf now. Up towards the halfway line. Tackled and loses it to Alonso. Then Risa. Back to Traore. Gerrard. Alonso. Better from Liverpool. More aggressive from Liverpool. And they have to do something special here to get back into this game. Not once this season, actually, has an opponent in the Champions League scored more than once against Liverpool. But now they're almost certainly going to have to score twice. That was a poor pass back from Baros, but Gerrard made something of it. Finnan takes it up on the far side. On it goes towards Baros. Stam across, and Stam puts it out of play for a throw-in, level over the edge of the Milan penalty here. 27 minutes gone here on the BBC. Liverpool 0, AC Milan 1. The goal from Paolo Maldini, the wonderful Milan captain, after just 52 seconds. Throw-in taken for Liverpool. Crossed into the penalty area. Once more Stam heads it away. He must think it's quite easy. Liverpool's crosses not finding red shirts, and now there's a foul by Schweitzer. Free kick Milan.
Just wondered, obviously, with John and Graham watching the game with us, whether John Toshak could just keep his eye on Baros for a few minutes. And having been a former forward himself, see he's actually wasting his energy running where he is or not.
I'll bring in John Toshak in just a moment to see what he thinks about a situation that has not improved for Liverpool since the disastrous opening. The fields of Anfield Road, at least ringing round, the stunned Liverpool supporters trying to lift their team, and they need to. Alonso on towards Schweitzer. Schweitzer takes it up and then leaves it for Garcia. Garcia finds Risa down the steer touchline. Liverpool left into Garcia. Garcia with a fancy flick, but not enough to trouble Seedorf. And here's Kaka rampaging through the Liverpool midfield. Kaka's still running. He's made 41. Ball breaks into the penalty. A flag is up for offside. Doesn't matter. Shevchenko celebrates a goal. It doesn't stand.
How far was Kaka allowed to run
50 yards.
Liverpool's defence? That is, we've talked about this space, and what happens is it's Liverpool players chasing. He is just offside. It's actually an excellent decision, but A, Liverpool are so square, and B, you should never be allowed in a cup final, especially in the first half when you're not even chasing the game, to be able to run that far at your defence.
Liverpool dare not concede a second goal. That goes without saying, really. 16 minutes to half-time. They're 1-0 down. Gerrard, the captain, a quiet figure so far, finds Finnan. Finnan's crossed into the penalty area. Goes a long way by Folder Risa. Good challenge. Comes in, and then the shot driven wide. It's a goal kick. It was Gattuso who made the challenge on Risa.
Yeah, it looked like it's going to be half a chance for Risa. I think just a Milan white sock just sort of nicked the ball away. Was it Gattuso? It was an excellent challenge from the number 8.
Actually, Garcia's quite furious because Garcia took the ball on his chest, and he thought it was his chance, not Risa.
Yeah, better.
Goal kick. Dida's taken quite a while. Anytime he's had the ball anywhere near his feet. Here he comes forward now. Huge figure, 6'5", the Brazilian goalkeeper for AC Milan. And the referee's given a foul against Finnan on Crespo.
Well, you don't need to foul there, Alan.
No.
Crespo isn't exactly going to fight you. He wants to feel you, and by feeling you and trying to put you off, he's just bought the foul.
Free kick to Milan, taken by Seedorf. Back to Stam, and Stam plays it through the centre circle to Cafu. Cafu onto the right side, and Shevchenko tried to dummy a Traore, but forgot to keep hold of the ball instead of play. Liverpool throw it. John Toshak, what do you feel about the way Baros is
well, first of all,
running?
I'd be more concerned. I think what we've seen up to now is typical Liverpool performance away from home in the Premiership, and I would like to see personally Traore move inside and leave 3 against 2 and push Finion and Risa further forward down the flanks and oblige the Milan midfielders to open out and give Liverpool more room, because Xabi Alonso and Gerrard are being completely overrun. And Liverpool have been at their best when they've had the 3 of them in there. Barros, we know at times wants too many touches of the ball, is a lone striker there, but Liverpool really, the players in midfield, for me, they're all over the shop, and I think that, you know, if they can hang on till just 1-0 at half-time, sort themselves out, they're in with a chance, because Milan are probably a couple of goals better than Liverpool at the moment, and it saddens me to say it.
14 minutes to go in the first half. The Milanese flags waving, and there's Traore with Shevchenko. Shevchenko feeds it on. It's saved by the goalkeeper, Dudek. And there were 2 players, Milan players, inside the Liverpool penalty area. Just one defender back there, Traore.
This was crass, but even Traore was in the wrong position, because as we said about the balls being played over him before, this time Shevchenko made a clever run. He was on the shoulder of Traore and ran the other side, i.e. goal side of him, and caught him out of position this time.
Well, they're finding so much room down the left flank, Milan, and then when they play the ball towards the Liverpool left-back position, Traore's in all sorts of bother. 1-0 to Milan. That was a foul on Finnan. Play continues because the referee gave the advantage. Schwitzer running forward, and then he loses it. Gerrard dived in on Stam. Stam won it. It's cleared to the halfway line. Alonso heads it back. Hopi on the volley. Flicks it towards the left side. And here's Risa for Liverpool. Liverpool very much second best at the moment. But remember Barcelona. 2 goals can be scored in stoppage time.
Celtic came from behind to win, didn't they? European Cup.
Here's Hopia. Hopia drills it forward. Risa chases after it. Cafu is there. Cafu clears it left-footed into the centre of the Milan half. Headed down by Gerrard. Snapshot by Garcia, but not on target, unlike the Juventus effort. It's high and behind, goal kick.
Well, he was always stretching, wasn't he? And if you watch when he actually made contact with him as well, his body was just in that awkward position and never really looked like he was going to score. Bent his body. Half
volley and didn't catch it properly. Dida with a goal kick for AC Milan. Scarcely believable. They took the lead within 52 seconds here in Istanbul with Maldini's goal. Ball is inside the Milan half. Cafu just steps away from Barros, then flicks it carelessly straight to Schwitzer. On as a substitute for the injured Kuhl. Gerrard back to Hopia, and Hopia hits it long. Barros is being pulled back there by Nesta. Referee gives it the other way.
The referee's deemed that the Barros was actually pulling Nesta's shirt.
What did you think?
When I looked, I thought no.
No, that's what I thought too. Thought it should have been a free kick to Liverpool. Maldini runs out of possession there and runs the ball out of play, actually. It's going to be a throw-in to Liverpool on the far side. 12 minutes left in the first half. Liverpool 0, AC Milan 1. Milan all in white, Liverpool all in red. Both consider the strips to be their lucky strips on the final stage of this major European competition. The biggest club competition on earth. Dudek plays it towards the left side, and again Traore's wondering who's around him wearing all white, and the ball runs out of play.
That was a poor ball though. It was clipped over Traore's head. For once, certainly not blameless.
Cafu, good pass, taken on the chest by Stam. Now it's with Maldini. Maldini just retreats and flicks it back to his goalkeeper Dida. Dida inside the penalty area. Barros makes a half sort of effort towards the goalkeeper. Dida clears. Headed down now by Maldini. Crespo falls over. It flicked on towards Kaka. Kaka couldn't control it, and it's back with Liverpool. Finnan. There haven't been real proper chances for Liverpool so far.
No, just that Risa shot that was blocked, and was it Hopia header that Dida saved?
Traore just wastes possession. He just wafted the ball upfield, and it's hit away by Nesta. Headed back by Traore straight to another white shirt. He's having a mare, Jimmy Traore. Maldini on the far side of the field. 10 minutes left in the first half. Milan very, very dominant in this, the 50th European Cup final. Stam hits it upfield. Traore heads it down. Again, it's straight to a white shirt. And here's Seedorf. Seedorf feeds it towards Crespo. Intercepted well by Finnan.
Well, it's a couple of occasions just in between Liverpool's right back and right-sided central defender Carragher and Finnan that Milan have looked to get in.
Finnan with a flurry down the right flank, but runs out of possession. It's Cleared by Stam, only to Gerrard. Hasn't Gerrard been quiet? Here he is now. A long ball towards his near flank. Risa heads it into the penalty area. Barish hit it back. Garcia shoots on the volley. Didn't catch it right. The shot is wide.
Better though. Decent ball by Gerrard. Headed on. Flicked on twice actually. Second time by Barish into Luis Garcia. And again he hit across the ball really. Never looked comfortable.
You can sense though the encouragement it gave to the Liverpool fans who responded with noise. They were quietened as early as the first minute. That's twice Garcia's been in semi-similar positions to the goal effort he scored against Juventus, that fantastic goal that put Liverpool 2-up against the team, remember, that had beaten Milan to the Italian Championship. Liverpool supporters really need to lift the team. They're far too quiet at the moment. Alonso tries to blast the ball through towards Barish. Nesta got there first. Nesta finds Maldini, and Maldini is strutting around this stage, no matter what his age is, as if he just owns it. On it goes to the left flank, and that's out of play now. Off Finnan, throw in to AC Milan.
You talked about Steven Gerrard trying to get in the game. He's been too busy putting fires out.
Yep, not involved, not properly involved. Seydorf back now to Pirlo, and Pirlo wants the ball to the right side. Cafu back to Gattuso in towards Seydorf. Pirlo says that's my ball. On it goes towards I think that was Crespo, and it's cleared upfield by Finnan, but into a Milan half in which there's only one red shirt, that's been on Barish.
Yeah, the other problem as well for Liverpool is not right in terms of midfield all over the place. John Toshak rightly points out, but also when under any form of pressure, Alan, they're just giving the ball away.
Kaka, Crespo breaks forward, he has to be offside, and he is offside. It took a little while for the linesman to raise his flag, but that's rightly raised.
It's that run again, and it's a very, very, very dangerous game to play. He is offside, but it's very, very tight. And it's one thing for certain, if they keep doing that, Milan will get in.
Will get a second goal. Liverpool have to score, remember. And they were 1-0 down, remember, at Anfield against Olympiacos. Now, Olympiacos I don't put in the same category as AC Milan, but that was a phenomenal comeback, and it looks as if they're going to need another one here tonight. Good ball by Schweitzer, on to Garcia. Garcia into the penalty. Well, that was a handball, surely. I think that was a handball. And they've got away with it, Milan. Nesta handled the ball.
Most definitely. You could just tell by his reaction. I can't believe how the referee's assistant and the referee never saw it.
Oh, and then Milan on the break here. Here's Shevchenko. Shevchenko crosses. It's 2-0. And that is such an injustice to Liverpool. Crespo has scored. There should have been a penalty at the other end for a handball by Nesta as Garcia broke through. No penalty given. Milan counter-attack. Upfield, ball breaks to Crespo, and this final is over. Liverpool 0, AC Milan 2. Barish is berating the referee, as he's every right to do. Handball.
Yeah, I caught him on the elbow, and he knew exactly what he was doing.
He knew what he was doing.
But the other thing, Alan, is regardless penalty or no penalty, you've got to be able, when the penalty wasn't given, you've got to be able to react. You've got to say, right, it's gone, let's sit tight, let's not concede a chance, never mind a goal. It was far, far too easy for Milan to make it 2-0.
It was indeed, but it still ranks as an injustice.
Well, definitely.
And what was I saying about Crespo? You only hear about him when he scores.
That's 5 in 10 in the Champions League.
That is not bad. That's not a bad record. And Ancelotti's reaction indicates he knows it's over. John Toshak is about 10 yards to my left. John, your thoughts?
Well, as I said earlier, I think that if Liverpool could have held on 1-0 until half-time, then Rafa's very, very intelligent type, and I think that he could have maybe put this right, but I felt that Milan were a couple of goals better, and unfortunately, that Liverpool have got caught out. There are 4 players at the back, just marking 2. It's mucho tomate, as they say in Spain, for Xabi Alonso and Gerrard. Too much work for them. And up front, I'm afraid that Schmeichel, Garcia, Kuhl, Barros or Luis Garcia haven't really been able to penetrate the Milan defence.
Another Brazilian finds a colleague on the right flank. It was Kaka towards Cafu. Hope he had just about got across in time, and the ball's out of play. It's going to be a throw-in to Milan.
See, that's another thing, isn't it? I mean, the central defender of Liverpool's had to make some 40, 50 yards over to the touchline to close the opposition's right back down.
Yeah, and that was due to Traore as well, being pulled every which way but loose. Here is Cafu once more, but he's offside this time, and it's a free kick. By the way, I forgot to ask you, John, did you think it was a penalty?
To be perfectly honest, no, I didn't at first from here. Then on the television, I didn't really see the replay. I mean, I thought Nesta went down, pulling his arms out, trying to avoid... It was Nesta, I think, was it?
Yes, it was Nesta.
Trying to avoid the ball hitting his hand, but it was a great chance, you know. I mean, they got in a bit of a mess, Stam and Maldini, and you would like to think that Liverpool, in a game like this, at that particular moment, could have taken advantage of that, you know, but... I didn't really see Alan, to be honest with you. I'd be interested to see at half-time if there's any replay.
It's funny, sometimes you just will something to happen, but I had absolutely no doubt that Nesta handled the ball and it should have been a penalty kick. Here's Hopia onto Risa. Risa flicks it in towards Barash. It's headed away by Stan. Dropping the first Liverpool players. Driven, shot in by Schwitzer, but there must have been a handball. Oh, they spotted that one, did they? And
it's in exactly the same place as the Nesta handball. Exactly the same place.
Well, Stam actually headed the ball onto the arm of Barash, and it fell to Schmitzer, who blasted the shot goalwards, but no goal. Anyway, free kick taken by Dida. It's been a shocking first half for Liverpool, absolutely shocking. 3 minutes left of the first period, and they can't wait basically to get in and have a word with Benitez, but they're falling short all over the pitch.
Well, they've not recovered from the first minute, Alan, from the goal, and also, you know, we wondered about the tactics, and you have to say in the first half there's only one man got the tactics right, and he's the AC Milan manager, Ancelotti.
Well, right now it's as if Milan know the game is won. They've got the cigars out, they're just sitting back. They can't believe that Liverpool can come back from this situation, and frankly neither do I on this first half display. Here's Risa, back to Gerrard. And Gerrard slide the pass forward, but it was a lazy pass from Gerrard, never likely to reach Barash. Now Kaka on towards Crespo. Crespo's through. This could be 3-0, and it is 3-0. It's just dinked over the goalkeeper, and Crespo has scored twice in 5 minutes, and this European Cup final is won by a team that's going to claim its 7th title. It's AC Milan 3, Liverpool 0.
What about the finish? I mean, it's a great goal in terms of a build-up, lovely through ball. I think it's a flick round the corner, and it's a great run. It's a great run by Crespo, and he just dinks it outside of his right foot over Duda. That's an absolutely brilliantly taken goal.
You just wonder if Crespo might be wanted back by Chelsea on that finishing.
Who was saying about ironies before? Was it Pugas saying about Crespo scoring and winning obviously the competition for AC Milan as a Chelsea player?
Well, he says he wants to stay in Italy.
I wonder why.
Well, this is just absolutely awful for Liverpool. And, you know, they're totally shell-shocked at the moment.
The other thing, Alan, as well, and we'll have to talk about tactics, it'll be a big thing at half-time, is that, you know, we talked about Liverpool defensively, very, very good. Without the protection tonight, they've just got Alonso in front of them. Without the protection, they're absolutely all over the place.
Throw-in taken on the far side of the field. Liverpool fans looking disconsolate all around this Ataturk arena. They can't believe what has happened. They came with such confidence. Not that they didn't think that AC Milan were favourites to win, but they did feel that their team might just pull it off, and clearly they're not going to pull it off. You're listening to the BBC. Commentary from Istanbul. Liverpool free kick played into the Milan penalty area, easily headed away by Seedorf. And you've got to think now, has anybody scored a hat-trick in the Champions League final? I don't think so. Well, Crespo's on a hat-trick, you know, 2 goals before half-time. Milan lead 3-0. It's played towards Cafu, the right back, and Traore rather laboured to get across, but the ball beat both of them. It's out of play for a Liverpool throw-in. We've had our 45 minutes, and the signal coming up from the 4th official as to how much time is being added on, and Liverpool probably don't want any time to be added on. 1 minute of stoppage time is being played here in Turkey. You still think of that? I mean, Milan, without question, deserve their lead, but sometimes it goes for you, and it should have been a penalty. for Liverpool. It could have been 1-1. Instead, it was 2-0 and quickly became 3-0. Alonso on the halfway line. Back to Hupia. On to Alonso. And Alonso flicks it through. It was a good pass. Schmitzer towards Garcia. Back to Schmitzer. Garcia. Good football from Liverpool, but in the end, Garcia's pass, attempted pass, at Baros intercepted. And Milan have the ball, and they've got the cigars out, and they're just rolling it amongst themselves, enjoying themselves. It's flicked towards Maldini, who started off this semi-right, and it could become a full-fledged right in the second half, the way play is going. Maldini in towards Nesta, lucky boy. Gattuso flicks it over his shoulder. There is the half-time whistle, and Milan's fans, far fewer than Liverpool inside this stadium, about 12,000. They are celebrating with every reason to celebrate. It's been all Milan in the first half. The opening goal from Maldini after just 52 seconds, then a double from Crespo. Firstly, after Nesta's handball didn't result in a Liverpool penalty, Milan counter-attack, Crespo scored, and then a brilliant finish from the Argentinian 2 minutes before half-time, flicking the ball over Dudek. No chance for Dudek, no chance really for Liverpool. Liverpool 0, AC Milan 3.
And it's interesting, as they were coming off the field, Graham Taylor, that Sami Hyypiä is saying something to the referee, and I think we can probably guess it's about that controversial penalty, which wasn't given Liverpool's way.
No, it wasn't, and it's not going to be given, and you're 3-0 down, and you've got to get into that dressing room, and you've got to get hold of it, otherwise this is going to be very, very embarrassing. But as much as we speak about Liverpool, AC Milan have been exquisite. You know, that last goal, Kaká does Gerrard, and the pass through and the finish by Crespo. You know, as a football person, you've simply got to appreciate that kind of play. But I really think that tactically, that Liverpool have got to make some alterations. I mean, there's no doubt about it in my mind that Hamann has been greatly missed from the kick-off. Mark Lawrence spoke about the protection that he would give, and I just think that it's not gone their way at all.
John, you were saying when they were 1-0 down, Liverpool, if they can get to half-time, then maybe Rafa Benitez can do something about the way they're set up. I know it's easy to say it now, they're 3-0 down, but why wait till half-time to do it if you can see your sides in trouble the way they are?
Well, I think that Rafa, as I said earlier today, has been railroaded a little bit in the Premiership to playing players who are a little bit more offensive, which he hasn't been happy with. In the Champions League, he's gone out and played in function of the rivals, and he's felt comfortable on the bench. And all right, people said he's been cautious, but you don't just fall out the sky and arrive at the Champions League final. You must have done something right. And I just think tonight that he's gone against a little bit of what he felt he should have done, and they've been at their best with Xabi Alonso and Hamann and Gerrard a little bit further forward. You know, they've been there in numbers, and they've protected the back four, and they've been solid and hard to break down. Xabi Alonso and Gerrard there together, I think has been too much work for them. The player in front of them hasn't been able to drop back and help them out. The wide players had to come in, given space for Milan to attack down the sides, and I thought when Kuhl got injured, Rafa would have maybe seen that and said, hey, hang on a minute, there's 90 minutes here. We'll get Hamann or Biscan in there, move Gerrard forward, and at least we'll just keep it tight for 20 minutes, half an hour, get to the end of the round, if you like, have a look at our cuts, patch them up, and go out and just slowly get ourselves back into the game. But it's just gone from bad to worse, you know, and you could see it happening. I mean, they've had one headed off the line, they've had a doubtful offside goal there. The second goal, we could see it coming. Liverpool have stayed with a flat back four against two players, which meant they're outnumbered in the midfield. The attacking players had to come further and further back, and they've had too far to go to get to the Milan penalty area.
And as you said, he had the perfect opportunity to change it with a Kuhl injury.
Okay, again, as you say, rectifique is the sabios. When you rectify something, if you see a mistake, we all make mistakes, but once you've seen it, the important thing is to put it right as quick as you can. And I have to say, it's very, very unlike Rafa Benitez, what we've seen this 45 minutes here.
Graham, you can tell from John, who knows him very well, that he's very frustrated. It appears that Rafa Benitez has gone against his instincts, his beliefs, the way he would naturally set his team up. And the result is this game's over.
Well, it is over. I mean, at 1-0 it could have been over, because AC Milan say, look, you know, we don't concede, we've won the cup anyhow. At 3-0 it is over. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly what he does, because what you don't want is, you know, real embarrassment. You've got to come out the second half, and you've got to actually, should I say, win the second half. You know, even if it stays as a draw, you could still win it in terms of dominating the play and getting yourself right. I just think, you know, from very early days, Maldini has had acres of space down that side, and Finnan, I think, could have stepped forward and pushed in there. John made reference to the fact of 4 at the back, where Maldini was doing that. Now, somebody had got to stop that outlet, but they've never stopped it. And the spare man, the man that could do it, was at the back. And I think Finnan could have stepped in. Now, I'm a bit surprised that when the substitution was made, as we were talking here, that Hamann didn't come in, because I think they could have not only shored up the midfield, they could have actually then got some instructions in to push Finnan on.
Thank you very much indeed, Graham. More from Graham and John Toshak in a couple of moments' time. There's just been a shot on our monitor of a Liverpool fan who's obviously spent a lot of money to get here and to buy a ticket, with his head in his scarf. And the feeling will be reflected from Liverpool fans listening at home and watching at home and here. He just cannot believe what is going on. Half-time here in the Ataturk Stadium in the Champions League final. It's AC Milan 3, Liverpool 0. It's time for the news.
Live news, live sport.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
5 Live News, I'm Kate Williams. A man who was cleared of the attempted murder of a young boy after spending 25 years in jail has hit out at the legal system. Paul Blackburn, who's from Warrington, said he wasn't sure if he'd be able to get over what had happened to him. Mr Blackburn's solicitor, Glyn Maddox, told 5 Live that the police investigation had been deeply flawed.
They had a big inquiry on their hands. That over 2,000 witnesses were statemented, but and there was a lot of pressure on them to bring someone to justice, and they felt that they needed to find someone who fitted the bill. Unfortunately, the person that they got was the wrong person.
The government has set out its plans for bringing in identity cards by 2008. The Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives have said they'll oppose the legislation. About 400 more British soldiers are to be sent to Iraq, bringing the total number in the country to 8,500. Ministers say the extra contingent will help train Iraqi troops. The defence in the trial of Michael Jackson has concluded its case without the singer giving evidence. His lawyers have concentrated on trying to discredit the family of Gavin Alviso, who accuses the star of abusing him as a boy. Michael Jackson denies all the charges against him. Rio Ferdinand has been fined £1,500 and banned from driving for a month. He'd been caught overtaking a police car at 106 miles an hour on the M6 near Stafford. And the filmmaker Ishmael Merchant has died. He rose to prominence in the early 1960s when he teamed up with James Ivory to produce a series of costume dramas, including Howard's End, A Room with a View and Remains of the Day. That's News on 5 Live Sport now with Bob Ballard.
Gordon Strachan will replace Martin O'Neill as Celtic manager next season. O'Neill is standing down after Saturday's Scottish Cup final against Dundee United to take care of his wife, who is ill. However, after 5 years at Celtic Park, he says he'll miss the club.
I'm very sad, obviously, leaving. The 5 years have at times flown in, and at other times they have been the longest 5 years of my life. But overall, great memories of the football club. Fantastic.
Cardiff City have confirmed the former Wolves and Southampton boss Dave Jones is their new manager. Tim Henman has gone out of the French Open tennis at the second round stage. The number 7 seed lost in 4 sets to the Peruvian Lewis Horner. Cricket now, and Hampshire captain Shane Warne is regretting his decision to bat first after seeing the championship leaders bowled out cheaply by Warwickshire at Stratford-on-Avon. Kevin Howells has news of that and the rest of the day's county scores.
184 all out, and with Dougie Brown taking 4 for 59, it wasn't a good day for Hampshire. The pitch was blameless and Warwickshire had the better of the conditions. Of course, you never write off a Shane Warne team, but without the injured bowlers Chris Tremlett and Dimitri Mascarenas, they do face a difficult task from here on. Wickets of Nick Knight and Michael Powell give them some encouragement at the end. Warwickshire 145 for 2. Elsewhere, Notts 410 for 8 at Bristol. Rob Key scored a 112, but Kent collapsed, 262 all out. Opponent Surrey were 22 for none. Middlesex 327 for 8 at Hove. James Kirtley taking 5 for 52. A couple of matches in the second division. Northants 408 all out against Somerset. Martin Love 166 and Ricky Vessels 102. And in Leeds, centuries to Andy Flower and Ronnie Arani of Essex 308 for 5 against Yorkshire.
And Ashley Giles is out of the first test against Bangladesh, which starts tomorrow at Lords. The Warwickshire spinner has a hip injury, so Gareth Batty will be taking his place and captain Michael Vaughan will bat at number 3.
Travel news now, and on the M25 in Surrey, an accident's blocking 2 lanes anti-clockwise between junction 11 for Chertsey and junction 10. That's the Wisley interchange. There are queues on the approach there. The M1 in Hertfordshire, that's got 2 lanes closed southbound between junction 5 Watford and junction 4 Boreham Wood for emergency repairs. The delays are stretching beyond junction 5. And the A1 in Bedfordshire, that remains closed northbound between Biggleswade South and Biggleswade North roundabouts after an accident. It's expected to remain closed for some time. Diversions are in place. Kate Williams, 5 Live Match Night Travel.
5 Live Breakfast.
The search for treatments for diseases like Parkinson's has taken a giant step forward. That's the claim from a team of scientists who've produced embryonic stem cells genetically tailored to match patients.
Our science correspondent, Sue Nelson.
If you put a stem cell in a heart, for example, a damaged heart, they could turn into heart cells and repair the damage.
Weekday mornings from 6. Tony Blair will be putting his feet up. He's been treated in hospital for a slipped disc.
I have to say, it does explain something, because for those of us who were travelling with Tony Blair during the election for 3.5 weeks, it became a bit of a talking point, which is why he was walking in a rather strange manner.
Try 5 Live Breakfast on the home of live news and live sport, 5 Live.
Kaka on towards Crespo. Crespo's through. This could be 3-0, and it is 3-0. It's just dinked over the goalkeeper, and Crespo has scored twice in 5 minutes, and this European Cup final is won by a team that's going to claim its 7th title. It's AC Milan 3, Liverpool 0.
And if you just tuned in, if you've been out, you've missed the first half. 3-0 to AC Milan at half-time, and as Alan was saying, it is surely all over now. There's an enormous Forza Milan flag been unveiled away to our right. And I'm afraid I don't think it's going to be the story of an amazing triumph for Liverpool in this competition, despite their poor league form. Alan Green, nevertheless, will be here with 6:06. Lines open at 9 o'clock. 0500 909 693. Text 85058. If you're a Liverpool fan, you may have plenty you want to talk to Alan about as regards your team's tactical setup for tonight's match. And then at 11, Anita Anand's show will come live from Liverpool. Anita, you've got a bit of a rescue job tonight, I'm sorry.
Oh dear, you know, we had such high hopes in our heart, like lots of people across the country, preparing for a big party. We thought Liverpool, the place to be. We're here. Do you know what? I've never seen a room go so silent so very quickly. When that first goal went in, then the penalty appeal, then the 2 subsequent goals, people's spines have developed a really horrific curvature where I'm sitting now. Let's just say this isn't the most upbeat party I've been to, but you know what? We're still optimistic here, and we're hoping come 11 o'clock we will still be celebrating a famous Liverpool victory, and we've got everything crossed, pretty much everything crossed. We're at the Hope Street Hotel, a place where Rafa Benitez first stayed when he came to Liverpool. We hope that's going to bring us luck. Right now, though, Vassos Alexander, my partner in crime, he's over the road at the Philharmonic Hall, where over 600 fans have been watching the match on a huge screen. And Vassos, you were telling me earlier that you heard this great chant at the beginning of the match, "You'll never walk," and then silence. They never got to the end of that line, and the first goal went in.
Yeah, there's nothing like a goal against the team you're supporting to kill an atmosphere, of course, but I'll tell you what, 50 seconds it took to go from big party to a wake. That every single person here, all wearing red, all waving scarves and flags, everyone was singing "You'll Never Walk Alone." They just never reached the word alone, because Paolo Maldini had something to say about that. Literally, "You'll never walk," and then utter silence here, and subdued, shocked, angry with Steven Gerrard. I don't think he's getting stuck in. That's the mood here. I'm not quite as optimistic as you, Anita, but I think we'll have a good party anyway.
No, we Reds are really rather optimistic. Foolhardy, some may say, but, you know, just cross it tightly. It'll be fine, Mark. So that's all for now. We'll be back with you a bit later.
I know that you will rescue the evening, Anita, in your own inimitable way. Well, you'll have to rescue the evening, I'm afraid. No option.
No choice.
Thank you very much, Anita, from 11 o'clock. Alan Green was 6:06 before that. John Toshak and Graham Taylor. Djibril Cissé is warming up. I think he's coming on. I don't think that would be the biggest surprise. But we have to say, disappointing as it is, John, We've just seen the third goal again. A sort of backheel turn from Kaka, a fantastic pass, and then the most wonderful dinked finish from Crespo.
Yeah, that's right, and that probably sums up the 45 minutes that we've seen, you know, that goal. As I say, Liverpool have surprised me in as much that they've kept those back four players with the two front men, and we've been 4 against 2 outdone completely in the middle of the park, and the wide players have tried to come in and help out because the front, and we just, I mean, as I say, very, very unlike Rafa Benitez.
You're going to scratch your head for weeks about how he got railroaded into this, or why he decided to do this, aren't you?
Well, I think we were all surprised when we didn't see the triplet, the 3 Hamann, Gerrard, Xabi Alonso, or Biscan, Gerrard, Xabi Alonso, particularly this type of game against the midfield that Milan have got.
Graham, as the Milan players come out briefly, it's all about pride now. It's as simple as that for Liverpool, isn't it?
It is, because as I said earlier, you've got to sort of rectify something from this game. And what you don't want to come out, and just be pulled all over the place in the second half. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very embarrassing.
3-0 down. Well, they need a comeback of Lazarus-type proportions. Here's Mike Ingham.
Well, the centre of the field was always going to be the battleground. Milan dominated it, and Liverpool now, we wait to see what they're going to do about it in terms of changes. But, I mean, the horse has bolted, whatever they do now. Hamann is going to come on, and we wonder whether Cisse will come on as well. But Hamann certainly will be the first change which will be made. And let me just give you the Milan lineup while we sort out the Liverpool team. Dida, Cafu, Stam, Nesta, Maldini, Pirlo, Gattuso, Seedorf, Kaká, who was outstanding, Shevchenko, and Crespo. 2 goals against Manchester United, and now 2 goals against Liverpool. The Liverpool fans at least singing their anthem. A couple of flares, once more smoke drifting across the stadium. Liverpool defending the goal away to our left.
I think what they're going to do, Liverpool, is Finnan's gone off. I think Risa goes to left back. Traore steps inside as a centre back alongside Hupin. I would have thought Jamie Carragher will come and play right back.
Right, so Dudek, Carragher, Hupia, Traore, Alonso, Luis Garcia, Gerrard, Risa, Smitsa, Hamann and Barros. Now Cisse hasn't come on yet at the start of the second half, so we'll have a good long look at this. But it's 3-0 to Milan, and if you just think as the second half gets underway, Champions League history alone, since the Champions League began, well, the biggest win was Milan's 4-0 against Barcelona in 1994. There have been a couple of 3-0 victories, but already second half underway, Maldini stretching Liverpool down this near side of the field, the ball almost breaking there for Kaká, and Liverpool, who need to start the second half well, already on the defensive.
Well, Smeets is playing right side, nominally right side midfield. I have no idea where he went to, Mike. Start of the second half, after all that had happened in the first half, and he's just completely fell asleep.
Alan Green talking about the potential for Crespo to get a hat-trick. As we welcome World Service to 5 Live, there hasn't been a hat-trick in a Champions League final. The last hat-trick was scored by Prati of Milan in 1969. And, of course, Di Stefano and Puskás got hat-tricks too a little earlier in the competition. This is the 50th European Cup final, and so far, alas, it's been one of the most one-sided. AC Milan 3, Liverpool 0, and Milan beginning the second half the way they left off with possession. Long ball forward, away by Hupia. Hamann, who's belatedly come into this game, controls the ball on the edge of the penalty area, but they missed his protection, his screening. And even before they scored, after only 52 seconds, for me it was kind of summed up right from the kickoff. Traore's first touch was lamentable. It was just so edgy, and it just demonstrated all the anxiety that seemed to be down there early on as Milan took control. And now here comes Steven Gerrard, short of the halfway line. Oh, into the unmarked Garcia. Not a very good first touch, though, from the Spaniard. Wasn't a great return from Gerrard, but he's turned it into something. And then he runs out of play over on the far side, and it's a Milan throw.
Well, the other thing as well about Hamann, and a little bit after the horse has bolted, but you've watched Liverpool throughout Europe this year, which we have done, and even when they haven't played well, when they've had the 2 players in front of the back 4, what it's always done, it's A, given them a defensive platform, and B, when they've not played particularly well, they haven't conceded, and it's given them time and allowed them to play themselves back into games.
Vladimir Smitsa finds his fellow countryman Barros, but he's easily crowded out by Milan, and Nesta to Stam. Stam's ball eventually drops to Gattuso, and now Seedorf picks up the ball down this near side the field. Shevchenko peels away to this near side the left. Crespo, sensing a hat-trick, of course, was waiting just on the edge of the area, but Liverpool dispossessed Shevchenko, and it's gone back to Dudek once more. Liverpool needing to start the second half and just to give them something here to build on. Smitser. Maldini immediately confronts Smitser, and the pressure coming in from the Milan midfield players. Milan with Kaká and Seedorf, and Kaká again stretching the Liverpool side. Comes to Crespo, a little deeper this time, and now Gattuso, the worker in midfield. Cross to Cafu on the far side of the field. Milan taking charge right at the start of the second half as Gattuso feeds Cafu. Cafu loops the ball in, and it bounces awkwardly for Dudek. Crespo's got it. Cafu has a strike, goes off Huppier for a corner kick to Milan.
Well, I don't know, it seemed to come from where we are. It seemed to come off Dudek's knees. I thought for a second it might just have clipped the post. No, it came off his knees, and he was actually going behind the goal line to save it.
Well, it's not a very encouraging start to the second half here by Liverpool. Need to get their heads up here. It's a corner kick to Milan, far side. Pirlo to take it. Yapstam's gone forward. In comes the kick. Hasn't been dealt with. Maldini slams it back in again. Clearance by Huppier. Nesta, big high ball back in, and they're still onside over on the far side. Pirlo faced by Risa, and Milan seem to be winning it all the time in midfield. Another ball played in to the dangerous Kaká. Seedorf looking to try and release Shevchenko. Liverpool stretched back inside their own half. The ball with Smitser down this near side of the field. Smitser finding Huppier, and now to comparative safety with Alonso. Alonso to Gerrard. Liverpool now trying to pass and move with Vladimir Smitser inside the centre circle. He's surrounded by white shirts from Milan. Seedorf looking to win it back again. He's held up though by Alonso, who does well, and now Traore, that's a good ball for Liverpool, finding John Arnorisa over on the far side, into Steven Gerrard, doesn't control it first time. Gerrard though, thwarted by Nesta, still gets the ball in, headed away by Yapstam. Liverpool still keep possession with Haman now finding Alonso. 15 yards inside the Milan. Shot comes in just wide. Screeching effort there from Xabi Alonso. Dida took off, and it's a goal kick, and that's the best effort in the entire game so far from Liverpool.
Well, the referee's assistant's flag went up. I don't know for what. It's a great strike by Alonso. Dida didn't see it until very, very late indeed, and obviously on the target that was in.
Well, that's better, but it's looking up at the scoreboard. The reality here: AC Milan 3. Liverpool 0 on 5 Live and BBC World Service. John Arnorisa, we're live from Istanbul. English team in the European Cup final for the 12th time. They've won it, of course, virtually every time they've played in the final. The two exceptions, 1975 and 1985. And here we are in 2005. And I'm afraid, unless we get the most incredible of responses now from Liverpool in the last 40 minutes of this game, they're not going to win it in 2005 either, and UEFA are not going to be bothered to have to make that decision about whether Liverpool should play in the competition next season. The ball is back with Huppier, short of the halfway line, and now Traore has let it slip, summing up his evening really. He's put Milan back on the attack again. Milan are going forward with Kaká, who's been fouled on the edge of the area by Sami Huppier, and it's a free kick to Milan, and that was just wretched defending by the man who's holding his hand up now, acknowledging it, Jimmy Traore.
Well, the other thing as well, Huppier might even get away without a card. I mean, at the very least, it's a yellow, but I think the referee's taken pity on him, thank goodness.
It's interesting that Rafael Benitez decided to take off Finnan and not Traore at half-time. I wonder why he decided to keep Traore on, bearing in mind that he's hardly done anything right down there in the first half. It's going to be Shevchenko in the meantime, getting involved in this free kick, no question about that. He's got the sort of Alan Shearer build, hasn't he? He strikes the ball viciously like Shearer does. He's standing at the moment just away from Pirlo and Seedorf. Yapstam is there too. But this is a free kick to Milan, just about 3 or 4 yards outside the penalty area. Crespo looking for some sort of ricochet inside the area too. Referee just dragging the Liverpool wall back another inch or two, but Shevchenko is poised. And it's certainly going to be set up for him. There's no question about that. Shevchenko's waiting. And then it goes from Shevchenko! Saved by Dudek. Real pile driver from Shevchenko. Turned around by Dudek for a corner.
Excellent strike under all sorts of pressure, Shevchenko. I mean, Barras came to charge the kick down, I think, with maybe Jamie Carragher. A good save by by Dudek.
Well, he may never realise his international ambition, Shevchenko, in the World Cup with Ukraine. but he's on the verge of winning the European Cup for a second time here. And his team, Milan, have a corner kick leading by 3-0 over on the far side of the field. They give it plenty of height, and Haman doesn't really control the defensive header. Maldini, just for once, doesn't get hold of it either near side, but he's going to come back and nevertheless still dispossess Alonso. Typical Maldini. Maldini fires the ball in. Liverpool on the edge of their own area. It's away from Gerrard, and now Risa can race onto this one. Risa crosses the halfway line. He's only got Barros ahead of him, though. He needs support here, Risa. He's got Gattuso breathing down his neck. In the end, it's back into midfield, and with Alonso on the edge of the centre circle. Haman. Liverpool ought to get a bit more possession now with Alonso, Haman and Gerrard. Alonso through the referee's legs to Risa over on the left-hand side. Risa can't get the first ball in. Another opportunity from Risa. Header! Oh, yes, a goal from Steven Gerrard of Liverpool. Steven Gerrard with a header breathes new life into Liverpool, and he waves to the fans over on the far side. Come on, believe. Milan 3, Liverpool 1, and maybe a route back through Steven Gerrard.
Well, it's a second cross from Risa. The first one hit Cafu on the backside. Second one, he managed to miss him. It's a great header by Steven Gerrard. Just really took the pace off it and drifted it over Dida. Wonderful finish.
Well, that's woken them up. And Milan have conceded, which they don't do very often in football matches. But, well, there's still time, maybe, for the impossible to happen here. 8 minutes gone in the second half. That was exactly what Liverpool required, just as Milan were threatening to go even further clear here in this final. AC Milan 3, Liverpool 1. It's still almost mission impossible really here for Liverpool, but now can that goal give them some sort of belief? And we were mentioning that Haman and Alonso and Gerrard would give them a little more possession. Eventually Risa got the ball in second time down the left-hand side, and now Traore. Nothing spectacular from him. Goes to the more creative players in midfield. And it's down this near side of the field, and Smitsa. How much longer will they leave Cisse out of the game? They may need his leadership up front as well. Ball now with Carragher. Carragher to Haman. Milan have got everybody back inside their own half. Traore now. Flicked on from Garcia. Oh, Barros has just given offside. They're not aware of it yet. The flag has got up near side the field. The referee hasn't stopped the game. Seedorf's clearance on Milan haven't benefited from that at all, because Traore finds Risa once more. Risa can't get the cross in. Liverpool have a throw-in over on the far side.
Well, the other thing as well, Matt, is that, you know, Milan can't complain because they had four or five different attempts to get rid of the ball.
Haman, 25 yards out, doesn't shoot, but Smitsa might! All away from Vladimir Smitsa! What's more like it here in Istanbul? The game seemed to be all over at half-time, but Gerrard's header and Vladimir Smitsa's spectacular effort through Dida. Maybe it's not mission impossible after all. Milan 3, Liverpool 2.
No pressure on Liverpool as well in terms of being able to just pick his spot. Came from a man, little touch out of his feet, lovely strike, low to Dida's right-hand side. He got his hands on it, arguably should have saved it, doesn't matter.
He just got a little touch off Barros maybe on the way as well. Well, they may still have a party after all on Merseyside this evening. Now, we saw what PSV Eindhoven did to Milan's defenders in the semi-final. Really troubled them, and the pressure told. Graham Taylor.
Well, the change of tactics is so obvious and so good. He's gone almost to three centre-backs, Carragher, Hyypiä and Traore, with Schmeichel as a wing-back. And Risa, he's played in their half ever since the kick-off as the left wing-back. And they've really now penned them back. I mean, tactically, I'm sure he wishes that he'd even started this way, because he really has taken the game to them. And it's a great change by the manager.
No team has come from 3-0 down in the European Cup final to win the trophy. This is the 50th, and Liverpool have a corner kick down this near side of the field. Steven Gerrard and Vladimir Smitsa. Two players, been so much speculation, of course, who may not be at Anfield next season, have scored the goals here in the final. And Liverpool have a corner kick, and Gerrard, their inspirational captain, is going to take it for them. In it comes, it's very deep, and it's played in by Alonso. The ball bouncing awkwardly for the Milan defenders, but an offside is given.
Yeah, it could be given against 3 or 4 of the Liverpool players. What about you, Mike? I'm thinking Alaves here.
Well, this is just, I mean, they've just got to keep it going now, because Milan, of course, when they've got the control and they can just dictate the way they want to in midfield, are almost unbeatable. But Liverpool just have to keep mounting the pressure here. They're certainly going to get more of a platform with Herman and Alonso and Gerrard. And Risa made the first goal for Steven Gerrard. Risa getting the challenge over on the far side from Gattuso. And just at the moment, the decisions are going against Milan. And now Liverpool have a throw just inside the AC Milan half. 3-0 down at half-time. In fact, it could have been even worse than 3-0. Shevchenko had a goal ruled out. There were other opportunities cleared off the line as well. Rafael Benitez stands and points. And now Smitsa with the ball to Alonso. And Liverpool having much, much more possession. 13.5 minutes gone in the second half in Istanbul. And now we hear the Liverpool fans. But Traore, another very edgy ball from him, out of play. You need to keep the pressure going.
Now you just wonder what Ancelotti's, A, what he's thinking, and B, what he does to counter this, if anything, in terms of players on and players off.
Well, isn't it amazing? The fear was that this would be dull, that the two sides would retreat from the kick-off. It would be a stalemate. We talked about the possibility of it even going to penalties. Well, it still may go to penalties, but we've had 5 goals. We may have more. And it's Jamie Carragher for Liverpool into Barros. Gerrard's there. Gerrard goes down on the challenge. And the penalty's been given. We have not even played 15 minutes of the second half. And Liverpool, 3-0 down at half-time, have got the penalty. Steven Gerrard was steaming onto that. The challenge came in from behind. Well, now, hang on a minute. What's happening here? The Liverpool players are appealing. Maybe they haven't been given the penalty.
No, they have. The other thing as well, Gattuso it was who pulled Gerrard back.
What are they complaining about?
Well, that I don't... He needs to go off, surely. He needs to go off.
Well, the Milan players are arguing. The referee from Spain is at the moment just losing it down there. Nobody seems to know what on earth is happening.
It's a penalty.
But it's going to be Xabi Alonso. Xabi Alonso, who was given his opportunity, of course, with John Toshak, who's with us here this evening at Real Sociedad, for his fellow countryman and manager, Rafael Benitez. Alonso can complete the most remarkable turnaround here, up against the enormous Dida, the Brazilian, in the goal. Alonso misses, but Alonso puts in the rebound. Alonso's there for the rebound. Dida made the first save, but Alonso was the first to react. He goes down on the turf. He's being hugged by the men in red. And this scoreline is absolutely staggering. AC Milan 3, Liverpool 3.
Actually, it was a decent penalty. It was a wonderful, wonderful save. But well done, Xabi Alonso. He's the first one up to it. Made no mistake left foot. It's a great penalty save, that by Dida. Brilliant. But there was Alonso to finish it off. But I still say, Mike, Gattuso should have been sent off. Milan should have 10 players.
Well, we talked about the spirit of 77 and 78 and 81 and 84. The most incredible thing about this was that I didn't think that Liverpool actually started the second half particularly well. It wasn't as if Benitez had some magic effect on them, but then suddenly they got it back again with this system that I know it sounds wise after the event, we felt they should have played right from the start, but now Liverpool have to concentrate because back come Milan in this open game. But now Alonso hits it long and Barros is given offside. John Toshak, what do you make of this?
Well, I'm absolutely delighted, of course. I mean, Risa in the first half was never that far forward to put a cross in the box, and Gerrard couldn't get that far forward to stick it in. He's been brought down for the penalty. He scored the second goal himself, and we talked about Liverpool leaving 4 players at the back with 2. They've pushed Risa forward. Carragher, Kippi and Traore have taken all the 2. Hammond, of course, has allowed Gerrard to get further forward. He's made Xabi Alonso a little bit more comfortable, and the game has completely turned on its head. They bolted the door after Horse had gone out, but the Horse have come back in.
It's a free kick to Milan. Liverpool have to be careful, and the shot is driven in by Seedorf just wide. Whatever happens now, though, Liverpool have redeemed themselves here. 3-3, we thought it was exciting in Barcelona. Well, I've got to tell you, this one is even beating that at the moment. I mean, because this just... At half-time, to be honest, Mark, I honestly thought, how many more are Milan going to get? Well, Liverpool going to come back.
We all thought, but it's important now for Liverpool, but because they've got back at it, to keep going. Do not surrender the impetus. The impetus is with Liverpool. They must keep going forward.
And they still have Cisse up their sleeve, and they still have to keep the pressure on this Milan side because they are not comfortable when they're under this kind of onslaught. Xabi Alonso, Liverpool at the moment using the PSV blueprint, if you like, because they troubled AC Milan. Really, I mean, they were lucky to get through in the end in that semi-final when Milan turned them in, when PSV turned them inside out in Eindhoven. Benitez trying to keep his cool down there, watching Huppier. He will be aware that Liverpool still have to concentrate. But here comes John Arisa for Liverpool. Shot driven in, turned up in the air by Dida. Great power there from the Norwegian. And Dida comes in to make the second save as Barros comes steaming in, looking for the bits and pieces.
Good little ball from Steven Gerrard as well into his path. But look how much time and space he's got in order to pick his spot.
This game is going all over the world, of course, and what box office entertainment. It's, let me tell you, by the way, nearly 11:10 in the evening here in Istanbul. Smoke still drifting in from the flares away to our left, which should not be in the stadium. But the Liverpool fans are all up. And Jaap Stam, one of those shell-shocked Milan defenders, finds Gattuso inside the centre circle. And now Cafu, who, I mean, significantly hasn't been coming forward at all since the restart. You're listening to 5 Live and BBC World Service, one of the most dramatic European Cup finals, the 50th. It's 3-3 after Liverpool trailed 3-0 at half-time. Maldini scoring after just 52 seconds. 2 goals from Crespo. Now Seedorf for AC Milan. Danger still, of course, from the Italians. Seedorf once more near the corner flag, but Carragher comes across to close him down, and Milan have a throw-in, and they just need a little breather themselves here as Ancelotti tries to sort things out as well. Throw-in taken by Seedorf. It's anybody's European Cup now. Maybe Liverpool will be playing in the competition after all next season, having been written off prematurely here. And Pirlo, the man who really orchestrated everything in the first half. Long ball forward, looking for Shevchenko. In goes Huppier with a very important challenge. Slides the ball away from Shevchenko. And now Risa down the far side of the field. John Risa plays the ball through the Milan players' legs, and this is a completely different side. Now we're watching from Liverpool. Smitsa, near side of the field. Holds and then hits it long. Looks to try and pick out Barros. Barros has it taken away from him in the air by Cafu. And now the ball with Maldini, who gave Milan that breathtaking start. Measured ball from Maldini. Crespo under pressure, doesn't have anything like as much time, but the referees penalise Liverpool. Foul on Seedorf, and Milan have a free kick.
Well, the Milan midfield in the first half was absolutely brilliant, but now Liverpool are just cutting a swathe through it. They look, every time Liverpool have the ball, they look completely depleted and devoid of numbers in there.
Well, Alan Green, rightly so in the commentary, I would have done the same thing when Crespo scored the second. Virtually said, wins the European Cup for Milan, because that was the way it was going to be. 3-0 to Milan, could have been even more in the first half. 3-3 now, and a little bit of defensive work for Carragher to do. He was left on his backside in the movement, which led to one of those Crespo goals, the second one, made by Shevchenko and Kaká. And now Maldini trying to use his experience down there, preparing with a throw-in down the Milan left. Maldini just taking his time, then feeds Clarence Seedorf. Maldini now into Seedorf. Seedorf under pressure from Luis Garcia on the edge of the area. Garcia's clearance. There's a big gap between Barros and the midfield, and Milan pick it up once more. Challenge comes in on Pirlo from Barros, and the referee gives the free kick. We played 21.5 minutes of an absolutely amazing second half here in Istanbul. Liverpool suddenly winning the tackles in midfield. And now Gattuso finds Maldini. Suddenly Milan are just having a few more moments on the ball. Hope that's not ominous for Liverpool. It's Gattuso looking to try and thread it forward to Shevchenko. It might run instead to Clarence Seedorf. No, it won't. It's a goal kick, but just a few signs, Mark, that Milan are starting to get back into it again.
Well, you know what they're doing, Mike? They've got the passing going again, and obviously not on that particular occasion in terms of being simpler because it was wasteful, but the midfield players are all starting to have a little touch. They tried to get Cafu down the right. Maldini's come down this left-hand side as well, and it looks at the moment as though they've weathered the storm a little bit.
Well, there's so much a tempo team, AC Milan. Liverpool must continue to disrupt that tempo. As Haman, no, whistle's gone from the referee. It was a handball, and it's going to be a free kick to Milan on the halfway line. Liverpool must still apply themselves in the way that they were doing in the previous 15 minutes here, as Milan start to get a bit more of a foothold once more. Milan 3, Liverpool 3, and Cafu significantly coming forward once more. Huppier against Shevchenko. Liverpool looking to clear and looking to try and hit them on the break. Long one from Alonso, which is cut out by Alessandro Nesta. Ball is over on the far side of the field. And Milan suddenly committing a few more players forward. Pirlo just inside the Liverpool half. Which way is it going to go? Next goal, absolutely crucial. It's Maldini from Milan near side. Maldini taking on the Liverpool defenders. His cross comes in. It's a goal kick to Jerzy Dudek. And I'll go and have a gargle. And here's Alan Green.
Well, from being one of the most one-sided European Cup finals in history, we are possibly on the verge of the greatest ever European Cup final. Liverpool can believe. And I was saying at 3-2 to Mark Lawrence, and I nudged him. I said, Mark, Basel were 3-0 up against Liverpool. Liverpool pulled back to 3-3. But that was a far lower stage. Far lower stage than this. 3-3. It was a stunning opening quarter of an hour to the second half. Thank you, Mike. Carragher for Liverpool. In to Gerrard. Gerrard, who set the comeback on its way. That's a good ball by Alonso. Then Garcia steps away from Gattuso, who shouldn't be on the pitch. Gattuso gets in another challenge, wins the ball back. Pirlo to Gattuso. And now Nesta. He should have had a penalty against him for a handball in the first half. Having said that, Milan were well worth their 3-0 lead at half-time. It's just a remarkable game of football. Traore dives in, and the referee, I think that was harsh.
Yeah,
gives a free kick.
I think he read exactly what Cafu was going to do, and his long legs just nicked the ball away from him. The referee's assistant, who was close and never gave it, but the referee did.
And the free kick isn't from there, Cafu. Gonzalez, the referee, tells it's not from there either, for goodness sake. That was even worse than where Cafu took it from. It's now with the left back, Maldini, who got the scoring underway after 52 seconds. Sador onto Kaka. Good ball in by Kaka. Dudek spills it. Here's Shevchenko, cleared from just in front of the line by Traore. Dudek was at fault.
Well, the last two saves he's had to make, he spilled both, Alan. The other one by the near post that seemed to come off his knees. And then really, it's as though somebody went across his eye line. It was just a simple little ball played in, little flick, and he was nowhere near it. Well done, Traore.
Corner to Milan, played in, headed clear by Risa, and then that was a wild effort from Nesta, high and well wide of goal. And it's scarcely believable that from half-time, and here we are, we've got 20 minutes to go. Liverpool 3, AC Milan 3. The Milan fans cannot believe what has happened in the second half, Mark.
Well, as well, weren't they 3-1 up at on the Friday night? I know they played a different team in terms of their own selection, but they were 3-1 up, and that came back to 3-3.
I just wonder when he might be tempted to bring on Cisse. I think Baros is beginning to look a little tired. He's given so much effort, sometimes rather wasted effort, Baros, but no one can deny his work rate. Ball's out of play. Milan careless on the far side. Crespo, we were talking about Crespo being on the verge of a hat-trick. Now he might be on the verge of being a loser in a final in which his team led 3-0 at half-time. But there's still a long way to go in this match. Schweitzer, who got the second Liverpool goal, hits it upfield, not cleared properly. Here's Gerrard running onto it. Gerrard flashes in the shot, but that's over the crossbar. Gattuso was really stretching to keep with Steven Gerrard. It's a goal kick.
Yeah, remember that goal they scored against Middlesbrough the other week? It was another sort of 5-10 yards further on, but it wasn't too dissimilar in terms of the effort.
Goal kick to Milan. Dida to take it. I'm trying to think about the goals, and was Dida at fault for any of them? No, he actually made a very good save from Alonso's penalty.
I thought he should have stopped Smitzers, got his hand to it.
Now there's surely a push by Kaka on Haman, it is. And suddenly, I have to remind you, I don't know what time 6:06 is going to happen the way this is going on. The lines are open for 6:06. 0500 909 693. I'll be on the air till 1 o'clock local time at least. And the producer for 5 Live throws a bit of paper at me. Alonso to Hupia, and now Carragher. Milan, having weathered that storm, thunderstorm, again came back in it, and now Liverpool appear to have a grip on the game once more, Mark.
Yeah, they settled down for a few minutes, got the little triangles going, Milan, but now, if anything, they seem to have sat back again.
It's with Alonso. Some great passes from Xabi Alonso. Here's another one to Schweitzer down the right side. Schweitzer let the ball run. just inches in from the right touchline. Too quick for Maldini. Maldini now dives in, and Seedorf dived in. And there hasn't been a yellow card tonight. That was a bad challenge by Seedorf on Gerrard.
Well, the referee's tried to let the game go on, but you rightly say Gattuso should have been sent off for the foul in the penalty area on Steven Gerrard.
Without
no argument in the rules.
Free kick to Liverpool. Ancelotti's not looking very happy at the moment. Schmitzer from the right just plays it into Alonso. Immediately back to Schmitzer, who's gained a few yards. Alonso again. Alonso then dinks it into the penalty area. Garcia pulls it under control, not completely under control. Alonso gets the ball back, and then there must have been a flag from the linesman for a foul by Garcia. I think he's right.
I'm not sure about that. Seedorf seemed to just dwell on the ball a little bit and almost seemed to fall backwards.
They're rocking in defence. They are rocking AC Milan. Well, there was sort of hand on body there by Garcia on Seedorf. Free kick anyway. 17 minutes to go. 5 live in the World Service on the BBC. 3-3 between Liverpool and AC Milan in the European Cup final. Risa back to Traore. Traore to Hupia. And there's no doubt that Milan are just sitting there at the moment. They feel they'll get another chance. Now Schmitzer down the right, in towards Garcia. Garcia back to Schmitzer. Lovely football. Schmitzer then gets away from Gattuso. Schmitzer still running. Here's a shot, left-footed, but doesn't keep it down, and it's wide, and it's a goal kick.
But again, Alan, a Liverpool midfield player running quite deep. A little bit of a 1-2. Yes, all right, fortuitous bobble, but nobody from the Milan back four able to come and close people down, which is how Schmitzer got his goal.
You know, both these teams before the final only conceded 6 goals each. And here, 3 goals they've conceded, both of them, tonight, here in Istanbul. Foul there by Crespo on Alonso. Free kick taken. Hupia to Haman. It would be easy to say that it's Haman's presence that transformed it, but Liverpool certainly look a great deal more solid with Haman in midfield there alongside Alonso. Gerrard pushing forward.
But I think also once you say go to 3 at the back and stick Risa up, you know, it sends the positive signals out to everybody. And to be honest with you, sorry, 3-0 down, you've got to go for it.
Well, you've absolutely no option. I've got to say at half-time I was thinking, can Liverpool keep this to a respectable scoreline? Any scoreline seemed possible the way Milan were playing and the way Liverpool were playing. Goal kick to AC Milan. There I claimed them 7 times winners of the European Cup. At 3-0, you've got to do that. No longer. 3 goals in 6 minutes from Liverpool. Gerrard after 54, Schmitzer after 56, and then Alonso with a penalty. His first effort saved by Dida, but he snapped in with a rebound. Took it very well. Haman, lovely ball to Garcia. Garcia then slips past Nesta, crosses high. He thought Barra should continue the run into the penalty area. And Graham Taylor, let's bring you in. What are your thoughts on what's happened here?
Well, I think it's great to see an England team not playing 4-4-2 to show that you can do it, because that's been a big turn for me. They've got their 3 centre-backs in, they've got their 4 midfield players. Gerrard now is making sure that Pirlo's not running the game for them. Garcia going anywhere, dropping off Barras. There's much more fluidity about the Liverpool side and far more attacking options. It's been an absolutely superb tactical switch at the half-time, but like all of us, we think it probably should have been earlier at the start of the game.
Well, while you were talking, Graham, the first yellow card of the evening, and it was a deserved yellow for Jamie Carragher. His challenge was very high. It's a free kick to AC Milan. We've got 14 minutes to go, and we might yet have extra time. We might yet have penalties, but we might have a dramatic winner for one of those two teams out there. The ball is back with Kaka, and Kaka's ball infield, not great. Alonso is there. It's played away. It's hit Alonso. Brilliantly played by Haman, shielding it. On towards Garcia. Nesta gets in there first. Nesta finds Cafu on the far side of the field. Into Gattuso. Gattuso to Pirlo. Pirlo hits it down the right side towards Shevchenko, but Traore was across there, and Traore has many faults, but speed is not one of them. He gets there before Shevchenko, and the ball's out of play for a throw-in. And
recovery speed as well, and just at the moment as well, Milan, nice intricate pass in midfield. The final ball's been wasteful for them.
Risa hits it out of play there. He was trying to hook it in towards Barros. It's a throw-in to AC Milan. Benitez now in consultation with his staff, sitting on the bench in the dugout. Ancelotti is way out there towards the touchline. He cannot believe what has happened in this second half. Milan looks so comfortable. 13 minutes to go. Again, the final ball is not good for Milan. Maldini overhit that pass, well beyond Crespo. 2 goals before half-time from Crespo.
They're just trying to force things now, whereas in the first half they would keep the ball, work Liverpool, work them, and then split them with the opening. They're not doing that.
Dudek with the clearance, left-footed. Gerrard knew it wasn't going to reach him, but it breaks now off a Milan head to Schweizer. Schweizer to Carragher. Carragher's been playing central defence all season. Suddenly finds himself playing on the right side of a 3. Reece is certainly in midfield. Traore down the left, Carragher down the right, and Hupia between them. Hupia onto Alonso.
But they're doing extremely well, Alan, because both the sides of the 3 central defenders, Carragher right, Traore left, are splitting and coming and playing on the touchline, and they're stretching Milan, and they're getting out all the time.
Well, Stam was stretched there, but the linesman, who I think has made a few dubious decisions actually about offside down this flank, he gives offside against Baros. Baros and Nesta ran across behind Stam. Anyway, the free kick goes to Milan, it is taken. And then Nesta on the Cafu on the far side of the field. Cafu just short of the halfway line, into Sador, and Sador hits it long, aimed at Shevchenko, but badly aimed. Carragher volleys it away. Hupia clears 2, headed back by Gattuso. Hupia with a brilliant header onto Gerrard. Gerrard to the left side, and Risa, who thought about hitting a first-time cross-field pass, changed his mind. It's back with Traore, and to the goalkeeper Dudek on his left foot, his favoured foot. Dudek out to Carragher. 11 minutes to go. Benitez is now out again in that technical area, urging his side with tactical instruction. Alonso to Haman. Liverpool's midfield looks so much better in the second half. Alonso to Gerrard on the far side. Suddenly the trio are running it. Gerrard upfield, Garcia onside, tried to chest it back towards Baros, didn't get it quite right, and Milan survived. Milan clear.
He looked slightly confused that the ball actually came all the way through, and yet from here you could see where it was going.
Now, danger here for Liverpool as Shevchenko comes forward. He's got past 2 defenders, on into the penalty area. Crespo is there. Crespo pulls it back towards Kaka. Great tackle by Carragher.
I tell you what, it's brilliant by Carragher, because you wait and see the replay. He waits to see. He offers the Milan player to slide it on his left-hand side, and he just waits and he reads this absolutely brilliantly. He knows where this is going to go. He's saying, go on, stick it in there, and he goes to the right and he gets a tackle in. Brilliant.
Spitzer takes a sly swig of a water bottle, but that's only to get across here to get fresh instruction from Rafa Benitez. How much longer before he brings Cisse on? What do you think?
I think he's going to wait a little bit. But this team, this 11, the second half, have just pulled 3 goals back.
10 minutes left here in Istanbul. 10 minutes of normal time. Now that is a foul by Baros, and Baros may well be booked. He is being booked. Second player of the evening. That, I think, is in the referee's judgment for persistent foul play by Baros.
Yeah, well.
And yet Gattuso's on the pitch.
Well, the referee's got it wrong on 2 occasions for me, certainly.
First, it should have been a penalty for a handball by Nesta, and then there was a penalty for Gattuso's last-ditch foul on Gerrard, who was clean through into the penalty area. Not even a yellow card for Gattuso. The Spanish referee has got those decisions wrong. 9 minutes left. Milan inside Liverpool's half. Cafu just plays it beyond the Liverpool player. In goes Traore again, and not only does he win the tackle, he wins the throw-in, playing it off Cafu out of play.
Well, that's just he's better when he has something or somebody definitive to mark. That's the thing about Traore. When you give him space and time and give him the ball, he gives it back to you. But in this particular role, he's done well in the second half.
And what great credit we must offer to John Toshak, who looked at this Liverpool lineup and said, yes, they can play a 3. Now, Milan shoot at goal. Shevchenko appeals that his shot was deflected off Carragher. It wasn't. It's a goal kick. I mean, Mark, when you're only, 9 minutes away now from an extra 30 minutes, Cisse's coming on. He's not waiting until extra time. He's bringing Cisse on. I think that must be for Baros.
You would certainly have thought so, unless, of course, it's Garcia. But I would certainly say with Liverpool and Benitez, his substitutions in the second half have basically got the team back in this game.
Well, it was just the one substitution, remember. It was bringing on Haman, taking off Finnan, changing the shape of the defence, changing the course of the game. 3-3. John, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think we say as well, prevention's better than cure. And Rafa knows, even he wouldn't have expected such a dramatic turnaround in this. But I think he probably, look, we've got to salvage a bit of pride. I'm kicking myself because of the mistake I've made. What I'm going to do is put Hamann alongside Xavi and let him enjoy himself, something that he hasn't been able to do with Gerrard. Push Risa further forward, play a 3 at the back. And all of a sudden, I mean, even though you'd expect things to be a lot better, none of us could have expected the team to score 3 goals in 6 minutes in a Champions League final. And now I can't see a way back for Milan, to be honest with you.
Schweizer to Gerrard, back to the halfway line, and Carragher. Cissé's got his tracksuit off, but he can't get on yet until play is held up. Hupia to Hamann, and the taunter from the Liverpool fans as Liverpool stroke the ball around. Successive passes amongst red shirts. And we might have a couple of changes, I would have thought, from Milan to Rui Costa is a player, frankly, I'd have in my team.
Well, I think that you're looking at Thomason, Jean Dahl Thomason, and maybe Serginho as well.
Well, we'll see. Gerrard hits it towards the left side, towards Risa. Risa jumps, heads it down. Cafu cleverly ran into Risa as he made the header, and the ball to Liverpool boos goes to AC Milan. Here's Maldini, and Maldini slips it through. That's a great ball in towards Crespo. Hupia carefully heads it away, finds Carragher. Carragher needing delay, finding Gerrard, and now back to Alonso, and the cheers resume as Liverpool are in possession. We've got 6.5 minutes left for play in this dramatic final here in Istanbul. Liverpool 3, AC Milan 3. Milan were 3-0 up at half-time, and they could have been 4 or 5 up the way the game was going. Back it goes to Dudek for Liverpool. Dudek just waits inside his penalty area. There are a couple of changes lined up. Thomason is coming on, and so too, you rightly say, is Serginho. Cisse. In fact, there are 3 substitutes waiting to come on, and they're all going to come on now. So it'll be interesting to see what the changes are.
The other thing as well for Liverpool, this is the last throw of the dice, isn't it?
It is.
And Milan will still have another change to make if they need so.
Right, Cissé's coming on first for Baros, no surprise.
Well, yeah, like for like, certainly. Baros has worked extremely hard. We spoke about him before. He really has worked his socks off for the cause.
You know, at half-time, as Baros makes his way off, I wrote 7 names down. Players I thought, at that stage of this competition, might never play another game for Liverpool. Dudek, Huel, Traore, Schweizer, Baros, Hamann, and perhaps, most significantly of all, Gerrard. What chance now? Baros is off, Cissé's off. Now here are the Milan changes. No surprise, Jean Dahl Thomason comes on for Crespo. No hat-trick for Crespo.
Now the other thing, Jean Dahl Thomason will probably play off Shevchenko, I would have thought, giving them an option of sort of, you know, in between midfield and attack, and maybe setting a little problem for Hamann in that area.
And who does Serginho replace? Seedorf? Clarence.
I would have thought so.
Clarence is actually standing an inch from the touchline. I think he knows it. Seedorf is off. Well, he might yet get another Champions League medal. He's won it with 3 different clubs, remember, Seedorf. Some observers wonder what exactly he does, you know? What does Seedorf do, apart from collect Champions League winners' medals? He's certainly a contrary animal, I know that. Now it's hit forward for Milan, his play resumes. We've got 5 minutes to go, plus stoppage time, of course. Traore hits it over the halfway line. Cisse, who's a completely different animal to Baros, challenging Stam in the air, but the ball goes out of play. It's a throw-in to Milan. Stam throws to Nesta. And now here's Maldini. And have Milan gone to a 3 now? That's what it appears to have happened to me. Cafu certainly pushing forward down the right. Serginho down the left.
I think it's early to say that, Alan, because Cafu just bombs on.
Well, he
anyway.
does that anyway.
Yeah, I think it's still a forward with Jean Dahl Thomason just off Shevchenko.
Here's Serginho controlling the ball midway inside the Liverpool half. 4 minutes left for play. Serginho goes down. Was it a foul by Schweizer? No, it wasn't. And it's a throw into Liverpool.
He went down rather easily, didn't he?
Now remember, there's no silver goal or golden goal anymore. If they're level at the end of the normal 90 minutes plus stoppage time, we have 30 minutes of extra time, and then if they're still level, penalties will decide this Champions League final, as it did 2 years ago at Old Trafford, when there were no goals at the end of 120 minutes. Serginho on now, and that's carefully played by Milan. Brilliant tackle by Hamann. Hamann's done well. Cisse takes it up inside his own half. Cisse moves into the Milan half, shows a little bit too much of the ball, but encourages the challenge and wins the throw-in for Liverpool. We've got 3 minutes to go.
Well, he just got his head up. There was a couple of passes on inside, but you can understand with his first touch he wants to get himself into the game as quickly as possible.
It seems an awful long time ago when I suggest that when Milan led 1-0, don't forget about the occasion when a certain team came from behind to win the match in stoppage time. 2-1 Manchester United won in Barcelona. Liverpool have the ball. Risa with Cisse ahead of him, and Garcia in there. Garcia flicks it past one defender, almost got past the second, but Milan regroup, get the ball, and they bring it away.
He was actually unlucky, Garcia. The problem was Milan had broken, but unfortunately now Liverpool are just slowing them down a little bit.
Yeah, and Pirlo is pushing further forward and seeing a lot more of the ball. Pirlo feeds it through to Shevchenko. Shevchenko now running through the defence. Carragher must make the tackle, does make the tackle, and successfully puts the ball behind for a corner.
Brilliant play. Don't forget, he's on the right side in terms of centre-back. He saw straight away, spotted the danger, who was going to be beaten, and outstretched right leg.
You know, Ericsson seems to prefer Campbell and Ferdinand, but for me, Terry and Carragher are the best two English central defenders at the moment. But what do I know about it? Corner to Milan, 2 minutes to go, ball played in, Stam has it on, and then it's headed wide. It was Kaka on the far post as Stam headed it on. Kaka should have won the Champions League for Milan, didn't. It's behind, it's a goal kick.
Well, he just, when it came very, very quickly. But if anything, he seemed to take his eye off it. If he just heads it back into the goal, very little Liverpool can do about it.
Will this be the first European Cup final decided on a Thursday morning? Because that's where we're headed. You know, we kick off at this ridiculous time, 10:45 at night. And if we have extra time, we will go into Thursday morning. Cisse on the far side. Stam gets in. He knows his touch was last. It's a Liverpool throw-in.
Does that mean we get paid twice because it's 2 days?
Oh, 2 days work. Oh, yeah. If you're paid at a daily rate, without question. Risa with the throw-in on the far side of the field. Throws it back to Traore. We're inside the last minute of normal time. Nobody wants to lose it here. Back it goes to Dudek. It's been a remarkable recovery by Liverpool. Their fans didn't believe at half-time there was any way back, but the team has shown them there is a way back. They're in this final. Alonso, that's a good ball to Gerrard. Gerrard immediately tackled, though, by Serginho. And now it's back with Stam. And Stam lifts it towards the far side, towards Cafu. One bounce, and is it out of play? No, it's still in play. Cafu keeps it, plays it back now to Gattuso. That was excellent from the Brazilian. And now Pirlo inside the centre circle, hits it towards the left side, towards Serginho, too high and out of play for a Liverpool throw-in. And we've got 10 seconds remaining before we hear from the fourth official how much time is left. Benitez comes out, urges Switzer to come to him. He wants an instruction passed on to his players. Switzer does as he's told. Carragher waiting for the throw-in. Here's the fourth official. We'll know how much time will be added on for stoppages. Just 2 minutes. Well, that's a surprise in itself. Throw-in taken. Gerrard heads it on, and it's out of play. You'll never walk alone. Reverberates around the Ataturk Stadium in Istanbul. There were heads in scarves, heads in hands at half-time. Not believing. 3-3. Remarkable. Maldini plays it upfield. Hupia heads it away. Haman heads it further clear. And Carragher, right-footed, knocks it into the half, the Milan half. Cisse heads it on. Garcia chases after it. Stam, helped out by Nesta, puts it away to safety for AC Milan. Here's Serginho. Cisse hustling him. Finds Pirlo. Pirlo back to Gattuso. And now Stam. Stam on towards the halfway line. And Kaka just skips away from Haman. Kaka running ominously towards the Liverpool penalty on his left foot. There's the cross, looking for Shevchenko. Carragher jumps, heads it clear, and Gerrard sweeps it away to safety. And then Cisse is fouled by Maldini, surely.
Cynical foul as well.
He didn't even give a free kick. Pirlo towards Serginho. Serginho slips it through the legs of Gerrard. Alonso's across, and Cooley slips it away from Serginho. Plays it to Gerrard. We've got 40 seconds remaining of stoppage time. Liverpool on the counter-attack here. It fizzles out as Garcia's pass. Doesn't find Cisse. Here's Stam. One more attack left, and it might be a Milan attack. Cafu on the far side of the field. Into the Liverpool half. Tries to slip it in. It hits Haman and rebounds out of play for a throw-in. At the moment, we're headed for extra time, unless there's a dramatic conclusion. After the throw-in, Kaka back to Gattuso, on to Pirlo. Liverpool mustn't leave room for him to shoot. That's a great ball into Cafu. Cafu's header into the penalty area, hooked away, left foot in the volley by Haman. There's the final whistle, and we will be playing until Thursday morning. It's 3-3.
Well, let's just hope in extra time, Alan, that we have what's happened in the 92 previous minutes. Absolutely brilliant. Liverpool really dead and buried at half-time, made the changes, you think, so more in hope rather than anything else, and they've been absolutely brilliant in the second half, taking the game to Milan, everything to play for.
And at half-time I thought, who's going to ring me tonight on 606? Who on earth will be bothered to call me? 0500 909 693. It will follow the conclusion of this remarkable European Cup final, and I don't really care that I have to leave my hotel at 5 a.m. in the morning. Keep me up all night, folks. 3-3. Mark.
At half-time, Alan said that you would be less a phone in, more Samaritans, but what a turnaround. John Toshak also said before I had it back to Mike Ingham that the Liverpool needed a Lazarus-type comeback. Well, he's up and off his bed and he's wearing a red shirt.
I think so, and I think we can be forgiven for using the classic phrase that it's been a game of two halves. And I don't think that UEFA would have the heart to refuse Liverpool entry into the Champions League next season should they pull it off. But as you said earlier, a couple of little things. Rafa will be bitterly annoyed with himself, I'm sure, half-time. He's pulled Haman in there just to allow Xavi to go and be the playmaker, enjoy himself, something he can't do with Gerrard. As Bob used to say, Bob Paisley, someone has to hang the latch in that midfield, and it's not Xavi, it was Haman. Pushed Risa further forward, who went to 3 at the back against Crespo and Shevchenko, and of course we were going to look better that way, but we couldn't have believed in our wildest dreams that we would get 3 goals in 6 minutes and pull this round. And now, as I said earlier, I can't see Milan coming back.
Well, all the noise is only coming from one end, Graham Taylor, and it's the Liverpool fans singing their well-known chorus. And it was, I said at half-time there were Liverpool fans with their heads in their hands. At full-time there are AC Milan fans with heads in their hands. But can we explain the second half purely on the fact that Liverpool have changed their shape?
I think it goes a long, long way to explain it, but on the other hand as well, you still have to put belief into your players, whether you change your formation or not. You're 3-0 down. You don't come back against an Italian side, particularly AC Milan, from 3 goals, but Liverpool have done it.
Let's quickly go to Jonathan Ledyard.
Jim from Southport, can you believe this?
No, I can't. I think this is going to be the year for Liverpool to win the European Cup. The atmosphere is fantastic, and what a great goals by the Reds. What a comeback. Absolutely fantastic.
You're confident now, but what about half-time? When you were 3-0 down, you were surely thinking, I'm going to walk those steps, I'm going to go home now.
If I'm perfectly honest, I nearly didn't come out, but I'm a true Red and I'm there to the end. Come on, you Reds!
Philip, what do you reckon?
Well, I really had no concerns at all. I mean...
Oh, come on, don't give us that.
No, seriously, it's a game of 2 halves, and if they can score 3 goals in 45 minutes, then so could we, and of course we did it. So there we go. Come on, the Reds.
Final score?
5-3 for us, penalties.
There you go, Mark.
The last time a European Cup final had this many goals was 1962. Benfica beat Real Madrid 5-3 in Amsterdam. But John, what about Milan's mental fortitude or otherwise?
Well, I think Mark mentioned earlier, Mark Lawrenson, you know, that they've let Leeds slip just recently, and I think when we look at it, Milan were outstanding first half and Liverpool was shocking. I mean, it was a combination of 2 things. The second half, Liverpool have been outstanding and Milan have relaxed a little bit. They've lost a little bit of that discipline. Kaka's gone too far forward. He hasn't gone in behind people. But I mean, psychologically, I mean, we're all here. We know it. We've been in football. If you've been 3-0 in front and you're pulled back to 3-3, then all of a sudden things are different. You can't turn that tap on hot and cold when you want it, you know. And as I said, it's been one of the great comebacks of all time, and none of us, as much as we hoped and we were sure that Liverpool would get a bit of pride back second half, they would perform better, we just could not have believed that this would have happened.
The Milan fans have found their voice again, Mike Ingham, and the referees are going through the pre-match rituals once more.
Yes, Gerrard and Maldini meet again on the halfway line to determine which way the sides will begin this first period of extra time. Looks like Maldini's actually won the toss, and I'm so pleased that Gerrard is back on his feet again, because he did seem to have a touch of cramp at the end of the 90 minutes. But they're going to start the extra time the way they began the game, So Liverpool in the second period of extra time will be attacking the end where they scored the goals, though in this first period they're going to be attacking the end where all their fans are. Well, they walk through the storm, held their heads high, and now have hope in their hearts. 3-3. But Milan, Mark, I thought actually closed the 90 minutes quite strong again. What did you think?
Well, yeah, but as Benitez, he just takes his time and comes off the pitch as the referee waits for him. We talked about them being experienced, and we also talked about them being aging, and John Toshak said you can't just turn it on and off just like that. Be interesting to see how this will affect their aging players at this extra time, this 30 minutes plus.
And here we go, and the ball is over on the Liverpool right with their captain Gerrard, long towards Cisse, and Milan are there defensively once more through Maldini. And this was the way Milan started the game, and this was the way they played and scored their 3 goals. And there's still work for Liverpool to do now as the influential Kaká finds Cafu with 4 Brazilians now in this Milan lineup, and they mustn't give this man too much space. Pirlo, as we welcome back World Service to Istanbul, joining us on 5 Live. The first period of extra time is just underway here. There'll be no silver goals or golden goals. We've a guaranteed 30 minutes, and it's Pirlo once more, and Liverpool mustn't let Milan get back into the groove again. As Kaká takes possession, drills the ball into the area. Thomason has a little flick at it. Liverpool haven't cut it out yet near side the field. Now they have, but Milan have started extra time sharply here. 1 minute gone, and Jaap Stam receives following the throw-in from Cafu. Stam now into Nesta. All the Milan players are inside the Liverpool half, as Pirlo has a go from 40 yards, hits the advertising board, and Dudek's got a goal kick.
Well, it did, but it didn't dip late enough to cause Dudek a problem. We've never seen it on the screen, what I thought was a chance for John Dole Thomason. It seemed to come over Hoopier's head, and he almost felt as though he didn't gamble, and I think he could have probably done better with it.
2 former Newcastle players now involved in this European Cup final, one either side. Hamann of Liverpool, Thomason, the Dane, of AC Milan. It's a goal kick now to be taken by Jerzy Dudek. Looking to Cisse. Maldini will head it back to the halfway line. Liverpool trying to settle down at the start of this first period. They must remember how it was when they turned the screw and put Milan under pressure. And now here comes Hamann, tall and composed, flicked on by Luis Garcia. Smitzer, this is better from Liverpool. Their first attacking moves of the second half. Ball is played into Alonso. And now it's Smitzer trying to find Cisse, headed away by Nesta. Ball on the edge of the Milan area. Hamann may win this back once more and finds Alonso. Liverpool pick up the possession short of the halfway line with Sami Hyypiä. Hyypiä to Carragher. Remember, he picked up a yellow card, so he has to watch it now as Hyypiä hits it long down the centre, tries to find Cisse. Away by Nesta. And Gattuso smooths it away from Milan, and it's now with Cafu down this near side of the field. A word from John Toshak. John?
Yeah, interesting to see Gerrard and Smitzer swap positions there. I don't know whether he'd be struggling with something, Gerrard, but I mean that the Xavi Alonso, Hamann, Gerrard, the 3 in that midfield area where it all goes on has been one of the real reasons for Liverpool's success.
Well, he's the dynamo, Mark, and they don't want Steven Gerrard at anything less than fully fit down there, do they?
No, but I think what's happened is I think they're worried slightly about Serginho, who's come on obviously as a substitute late in the game, and I think Gerrard will be in there to counter Serginho rather than Smitzer doing that job.
So you think it's that and not a fitness problem for him?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. In goes Thomason, and Thomason now trying to get away from the Liverpool defenders. Liverpool mustn't concede moments like this. This is a free kick to AC Milan, dead centre, and Pirlo's already delivered 1 goal from a free kick for Paolo Maldini. And now how many players will Milan commit forward here? But Shevchenko himself may decide to have a crack. And Pirlo at the moment's the closest to the ball, but ominously for Liverpool, Shevchenko's just behind him. Serginho's there too. Free kick to AC Milan, trying to reassert themselves in this extraordinary final. 3-0 they led at half-time, 3-3. Shevchenko is just stepping to one side, though he could know he's not going to take this one. Pirlo is going to drive this ball in. Jaap Stam alongside him. Free kick to AC Milan, and that's awful in the end from Pirlo. It's gone a long way back into the running track behind Dudek's goal. Immediately he gets a replacement ball so the game can restart.
It was a very relaxed run-up, wasn't it? And he's tried to hit across the ball, right foot, to make it swerve, but it never ever started on the frame of the goal and just kept going higher as it went over Dudek's bar.
So many times, Mark, in finals we see it getting very cagey, don't we, once it gets into extra time.
This is what I think will happen here, Mike, to be quite honest with you. I really do, because you have to remember, obviously, in the second half, Liverpool had to really go for it. They've got themselves parity now, and I think they'll probe and probe away, but I don't think they'll really go for it.
Long ball forward, and Cisse was just goal. The flag took an age there as the ball was delivered by Risa. Cisse looked as if he was going to be through, and then suddenly the flag went up. And now Liverpool have to filter back because Milan are crossing the halfway line. And the ball is with Pirlo, feeds Serginho. Thomason's in the area, Shevchenko too, the ball doesn't come in. I remember Benitez was saying yesterday that, well, he reckons Liverpool haven't been practicing the penalties, but at the moment we're only 25 minutes away from that possibility of a penalty shootout. Maldini now for AC Milan, got the show on the road with the opening goal. Poor ball in though, headed away by Haman. Liverpool must get back in control of midfield here, with Haman and Alonso. Gerrard in a wider position now. It's with Cafu down the Milan right. Cafu faced by Risa. Into Gattuso. Milan getting more possession at the start of the second half. Referee's played an advantage because of a foul by Haman, then Cafu's offside. Spanish referee giving Milan a good advantage there, and it's a free kick to Liverpool.
Just as well that he was offside. Clever little ball by Pirlo. Just lifted it over Risa.
Maldini 52 seconds, then 2 from Crespo. 3-0 at half-time. In the second half, Gerrard with a header, Smitsa with a pile driver, and then a penalty, well, initially saved by Dida from Xavi Alonso, but Alonso was there for the rebound. 3-3, and the ball out of play over on the far side for a Milan throw. 6 minutes gone into this first period of extra time in Istanbul, and it's much slower pace at the moment. And Milan are getting much more of the possession than they had in that second half. Yapstam for them to Cafu, who's spending a lot of time at the moment inside the Liverpool half. Stam again looking to try and find Cafu. Liverpool on the defensive, and now Haman is there. Haman tries to pick out Cisse, but only finds Pirlo. And now Kaka picks the ball up in the deep. Serginho's made a run on the outside. It comes back into central midfield once more though. Milan at the moment just seem to have the control here, as Serginho nudges forward down that left-hand side. Great challenge coming in, though, from Steven Gerrard. That's the role that Mark Lawrenson was saying that he thinks Benitez has given him, to try and shadow Serginho. Now, mistake by Pirlo, and Liverpool have a throw-in, deep inside their own half.
Yeah, the game's just died a little bit, but as we say, I don't particularly think either team are really going to go for it, Mike. It's a case of, I mean, can you imagine the roller coaster of emotions on behalf of both teams, and in the end, actually wears you out, not just physically but mentally.
Well, the last time they won this trophy, the two clubs, they both won in penalty shootouts. Milan against Juventus at Old Trafford, Liverpool of course in '84 against Roma. Here come Liverpool though now, but I don't think Garcia will reach that, and it's Maldini tidying up for Milan. Back to Dida, who was the hero of course in the penalty shootout at Old Trafford against Juventus. Carragher, and Liverpool being pressed back a little bit too much for their own liking here, as Milan try and go forward once more, but Traore, who's suddenly grown in confidence after a very jittery first half, but then Liverpool give the ball away too easily. Mustn't do that. Milan have it. Pirlo to Gattuso near side of the field. They can still make one more change, can't they, Milan, if they want to in the game.
The other thing as well is with Stevie Gerrard, he's almost playing as a right back, and Liverpool with Risa on the left have got the 3 centre-backs. They're almost gone to 5 at the moment and dropping quite deep.
And Maldini said that Liverpool's approach essentially is cautious. We know how to attack, he said before the game. Well, Liverpool had to attack in the second half, and how they did it with those 3 goals. But just at the moment, the signs are not great for Liverpool, with Milan getting hold of the ball once more in midfield and then fouling Haman. And Liverpool, just at the moment, are not getting enough of it. It's a free kick to Liverpool, and they're taking plenty of time over this. And we're already well over halfway through the first period of extra time, and it's actually been a bit of a non-event so far, Mark.
Well, we said that, we said Liverpool virtually 5 at the back, and it's hard work for the midfield players, and we're looking really to get the sort of likes of Cisse and Luis Garcia free, but at the moment Liverpool can't quite get the ball, but Milan aren't hurting them.
Thomason now, John Dahl Thomason, who, like Crespo, has a fantastic goal-scoring record. for his country and in club football. And now Serginho's going clear. Serginho into the area towards Thomason, who's given offside. Out comes Dudek. He had the ball anyway. I think Thomason knew that he was just offside, pulled out of the challenge on the goalkeeper, and it's a free kick.
Not too dissimilar to a number of opportunities in the first half where Milan almost got in those positions.
Mark Lawrenson, Graham Taylor, John Toshak with us here in Istanbul, where it's 7 minutes to midnight. And the clearance eventually by Dudek. Garcia gets up and finds Cisse. Cisse almost used his hand there to control that. He sets in from the far touchline. He's running into a bit of a blind alley. And in the end, he's fouled Maldini as well. And it's going to be, I think the free kick's been given. Yeah. Cisse just looking to get a bit more involved here.
Just slightly lighter. Have you seen his hair? He looks like he's got a black
like it's
scorpion.
Been tattooed or something.
It looks like a black scorpion at the back of his head.
Right, here comes Pirlo, who's suddenly much more involved, and Kaka's managed to find some room. Too much space ready for Kaka. Thomason in the area, great challenge coming in for Liverpool. Gerrard's there again defensively. Cisse glances the ball back inside the Milan half, but doesn't find anyone in red. And Liverpool just sagging a little bit here as the ball is lifted in by Serginho. Thomason misses out, 5 yards out. Ball came onto him inside the 6-yard area. Only seemed to have to make contact, didn't get anywhere near it. But there's another warning sign for Liverpool.
I'll tell you why he didn't score, Mike, because he didn't think that Traore would miss it. And miss it, really. He's never been anywhere near it. And in the end, he just took his eye off the ball, Thomason, and Liverpool got away with it.
Well, interestingly, now we're seeing Benitez again. We had Ancelotti out there in the second half. Benitez showing just a bit more concerned. And Milan are just looking the stronger outfit at the moment. Here they come now, once more with the ever-dangerous European Player of the Year, Shevchenko, climbing the challenges. Cafu drills the ball in, went a very long way, right across the 6-yard area. Might still be in play over on the far side of the field. No, it's just been carried out. And Gerrard, but Liverpool are being pushed right back here. And again, there's that big gap between Cisse and the midfield.
I think they're also sitting back. I think they are the architects of their own downfall a little bit at the moment, which is, said to you, Steven Gerrard's virtually playing right back, Reece left, so they've got 5 in there. You know, unless the passing is absolutely inch perfect to the front men or the front man, the ball just keeps coming back at them.
When they were able to keep the pressure on in the second half, Milan wobbled. But now Milan have just reasserted themselves as Stam heads the ball away for them. Liverpool not getting enough possession. It's Cisse now with a touch towards Luis Garcia. Too many white shirts there, and Gattuso steals the ball away from Liverpool once more. Gattuso, and it's fairly relentless at the moment, possession from Milan. 3-3 here in extra time as the ball is played a long way from left to right, and Cafu won't reach it. And John Toshak, how do you see it at the moment?
Well, I think Liverpool, you know, Smitsa in particular and Garcia have got to get involved a little bit more. Liverpool have got the 7 of them there now with Alonso and Hammond in front of the 3 central defenders. Reece is not forward so much, Gerrard, but Smitsa to me looks to be struggling, you know, and Garcia and Smitsa, as I say, have got to take up better positions so they can get at the Italians a little bit and take the pressure off Liverpool at the back. Because as Mark said, pushing back a little bit.
The ball's coming back at Liverpool too many times here, and Gerrard with a big long ball tried to find Cisse, but he's smothered by Italian defenders. And there's nothing more that Benitez can do now. He can't make any more changes, and here come Milan once more looking the fresher side as Serginho wins the corner kick over on the far side. And these are anxious moments now for the Liverpool fans. Corner kick to Milan, and there's markings a little poor as well as Pirlo receives a short corner from Serginho. Pirlo brings the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Lots of options. Pirlo's ball in, too near Dudek as Shevchenko came in at the far post. Nothing on though for Dudek at the moment. There's no shape down there at all. Gerrard's looking a little bit weary, and Dudek still has the ball.
No pressure on Pirlo whatsoever, probably more importantly.
Smitsa, rare touch for him, and now Alonso to Haman. That great effort that came from Liverpool at the start of the second half, but is it now starting to physically tell on them? Carragher to Steven Gerrard, playing over on the right-hand side at the moment. Liverpool just slowing the game down with a minute and a half to go of this first period of extra time on 5 Live and BBC World Service. I've got to say just at the moment, Milan are the likelier team to score the next goal. There's a Liverpool player, it might be Smitsa, I think, with a touch of cramp, and that's very sporting from Milan. They've put the ball out of play so that he can receive attention.
Just remind me when he came on. Just before half-time. Well, certainly well into the first half, wasn't it? 21 minutes, Greeny's saying to me.
For Harry Kewell.
Yeah.
Well, he's played a major part in getting Liverpool back into this game with the second goal straight after Gerrard had made it 3-1. Now, he's off the pitch at the moment with cramp. That's what it's about. Smitzer receiving attention. Liverpool will have to throw the ball back to Milan here. We've only 15 seconds of this first period of extra time as Alonso gives the ball back and hits it all the way back to Dida in the Milan goal away to our left. Now Liverpool may be tiring and they have to cope for the next few seconds with only 10 men, and Pirlo orchestrating things now once more inside the centre circle, but Milan now just at walking pace. It's with Kaka as Smitzer still struggles to get back on his feet again over on the far side of the field, and Milan try to take advantage. 3-3 here in added time, and really at the end of the first period now, as that's a poor one from Gattuso to Cafu as they look for permission to bring Smitzer back on again. We're going to play one more minute at the end of this first period of extra time, but Liverpool do seem to have shot their bolt a bit here, Mark.
Well, whether Benitez has just said in the first period of extra time, just keep it nice and tight, let's see what Milan do, if anything, and then you know, maybe another master plan, go for it.
Thomason holds the ball up well for AC Milan. Most of this first period has been played inside the Liverpool half. Nice play now from Cafu. It's a bit deep now towards Shevchenko. Shevchenko stretched though, got the volley in, and Dudek was on the end of it, and that is the end of the first period of added time. It's been all AC Milan in this first period. There's a nice exchange there at the end between Shevchenko and Steven Gerrard, and again the two players are embracing. So we are at the moment heading for penalties. Alan?
Well, I was just thinking, Mike, that at half-time, in normal time, the best that Liverpool could hope for was respectability. Here at half-time and extra time, it looks as if the best they can hope for is penalties. They've already surprised us once. Can they surprise us again, Mark?
Well, you're not expecting me to say no, are you? Because I tell you what, the way that this game has gone, certainly you would never ever know. I just hope they look a little bit at the moment, Alan, a little bit of a spent force, and unless, as we just said in commentary, Benitez is saying to look, you know, first half of extra time, take it easy, let's see what they do, you know, don't give the ball away, try and keep it, let's keep your shape, let's see exactly what Milan are going to throw at us. The start of the second half will show us.
It's midnight. It's midnight.
And we're not at the Oasis, are we?
0500 909 693 is the number to call. I do believe that you're still awake, and a lot of you will want to call 606 at the conclusion of this final. Whatever the result now, whatever happens to the destination of this Champions League, the referee really needs to get them underway as quickly as possible. There shouldn't have been any break in play at all. Anyway, Milan will kick off the second period of 15 minutes, attacking the end, behind which the Liverpool fans are largely gathered. We're underway. Well, we'll be counting down the minutes now, particularly for as long as it stays 3-3. Milan 3-0 up at half-time. At the end of 90 minutes, it was 3-3, courtesy of 3 goals for Liverpool within 6 minutes, between 54 minutes and 60 minutes. All the goals scored at the end that Liverpool are kicking towards. Well, we'll see. On the far side, Cafu into Pirlo, who's certainly in a much more advanced position the longer the game went on. Here's Kaka, who's starting in dazzling form. His cross, not good. Headed away by Risa. Cisse largely in the zone, but a good header back by Risa. And here's Schmitzer, who appears to have recovered from that piece of cramp. Alonso to Haman. Haman does brilliantly, holding off 2 Milan challenges. Finds Alonso onto Schmitzer, and back it goes to the Liverpool defence.
You did say piece of cramp, didn't you?
Whatever it is, touch of cramp. We all get cramp here. Here's Schmitzer again to Gerrard. Gerrard still operating on his right-hand side, like a right fullback. Schmitzer takes it up once more, slips it towards Hupia. Milan sitting back at the moment. We've got 13 and a half minutes left for play. in this remarkable final in Istanbul. Alonso drifts it to the right side, and Gerrard hits it upfield. Cisse chases after it. Nesta getting across there first and just shepherding the ball behind for a goal kick.
I think at some stage in this second half of extra time, Rui Costa will come on.
Yep.
Alan. And even if you're thinking ahead to penalties for me.
Oh, without question. A class act, the Portuguese. Cafu on the far side. Back to Pirlo. Gattuso screaming that he wants the ball. Not been given it as yet. Pirlo instead finds Kaka. Kaka now with Maldini to his left and Serginho. Kaka feeding it through towards Serginho, intercepted by Alonso, who plays it upfield to Cisse. Cisse should run at Nesta now. Gattuso getting back to help out Nesta. Cisse's got the ball, gets away from Gattuso, crosses, hoping for a corner, and gets a corner.
That's what he's so good at. He has such a threatening pace, and straight away, as soon as the ball was slid down to him down the right-hand side, Gattuso's in there trying to double mark on Nesta, and he's still got his team a corner. Talk about a front man playing up there on his own and getting something from you from just a little bit of a nothing ball.
I wonder how many people just switched off their radios or television sets at half-time thinking, can't bear any more of this. And then someone has now told them, by the way, we're playing extra time in Istanbul. Corner to Liverpool from the right side. Schweizer to deliver. Plays it in low and weakly. Gattuso didn't control it well. Schweizer's back in there. Drives it back to Haman. Haman shoots. That takes a deflection to the Liverpool corner.
Well, the delivery was poor from Schweitzer, and he's got away with it because Haman's won himself.
Jared saying I'm doing this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get in the penalty area somewhere, you might do some good, but I'll take the corner, says Steven Gerrard, the Liverpool captain. From the right. Now, how many red shirts are inside that penalty area? I count 6, plus Haman lurking. And so too is Risa. Now Gerrard sometimes flicks these back for Risa. There it goes, though it's deep into the penalty area. Hupia heads it down. Cleared, and there must have been a foul challenge there. I think there was by Carragher. It's a free kick to AC Milan.
That really, because it's a good corner, because Hippi just peels off his man, goes towards, well, beyond the far post and dinks it back in, so it's a cheap foul.
Nesta flicks the free kick to Pirlo, and it comes towards the near side, and Serginho into Pirlo again, seeing far too much of the ball for my liking. Pirlo, on it goes. Shevchenko spins away. Red shirts converge on him. Gets the cross in towards Thomason. Again, Traore was stretched there. Didn't know what he was doing, Traore. Thomason back to Cafu, and Cafu in field, taken on the chest by Gattuso. There was a little spell of Liverpool pressure there. Now it's back with Milan. They have been dominant in extra time. We've got 11 minutes to go in the second period. Still Liverpool 3, AC Milan 3. Shevchenko, in it goes. Carragher looked tired there. The pass back by Thomason doesn't reach Shevchenko, and Haman brings it away for Liverpool. On to Cisse. Cisse turns. He's got past one defender. He's got Garcia to his left. Still has the ball. Cisse wastes that possession. He in the end shoots from about 30 yards from goal, and it bumbles through to the goalkeeper.
I just can't believe he never saw Garcia, because he started to run the same way. You must see that in your eye line, a red shirt run across you.
Can't believe he didn't see him. Pirlo, good ball to the left side towards Serginho, who brings it down brilliantly into the penalty area. It goes, and it was deflected away by Carragher. Could have gone anywhere, could have gone into his own net. It's cleared, and Carragher's been hurt there. Carragher is injured at the moment. Risa hits the ball upfield. Carragher's down inside his penalty area, and Risa just clatters it into the Milan half and out of play.
I think, you know what, he's got cramp right at the very, very top of his leg. Well, it's not a groin injury. That is
cramp. He said, I've just read his lips. He just screamed cramp. John Toshak, 10 yards to my left. John, can you bear this?
Oh, I tell you, I'm not sure this. You say, in our David Shanks and Bobby have been putting Walton for a month for not seeing Garcia there. The only thing really, Cisse, Garcia and Schmitze, I mean, it's easy from up here. We're not tired, but the three of them look to be following the ball, you know. We always the defense starts up front, and that part of it, these three are not doing it as well, I'm sure, as Rafa would like, being such a disciplinarian he is. But what a chance they had there on the counter-attack, Cisse and Garcia.
Well, Carragher is hurting, and here comes Rui Costa.
And the other thing, Alan, Carragher's just gesticulated to Gerrard, is go and sit in there for me for a minute. I've got to go off anyway, as is the rules, but he's still not sure, and he's better off in this wide position just in case the ball gets played through the centre. Well, Gerrard can use his pace.
I think Milan's sent an opportunity here. Rui Costa has replaced Gattuso. And not only is he brilliant at taking penalty kicks, Rui Costa, he is another substantial attacking threat. Carragher's off the pitch. No, he's back on now. Play continues. We obviously will have at least a minute of stoppage time at the end of this game. Now, ball played in by Serginho, and Carragher again stretching, and that must have hurt once more. But he gets it behind, it's a corner.
He's done well. Not even limping of all the places where it comes.
8 minutes left in extra time. 3-3. Corner to Milan. Rui Costa flicks it in deep, and Dudek came, didn't get a touch in the ball, and Garcia cleverly let it just drift over his head behind for a goal kick.
Oh, well, under no pressure whatsoever. I think he's trying to say to the defenders, don't worry, boys. I knew it was going long. I was never going to try and touch it. He didn't know.
It still might not come to this, but Dida, 2 years ago, he came off his line so often, but he rode his luck, and he was the man who made sure that Milan beat Juventus at Old Trafford. Dudek's looked a little bit hesitant in recent minutes, but it's still 3-3, and the ball's now with Gerrard, and Gerrard inside the centre circle, back to Dudek. Dudek now, out to the edge of the box. You've got 7.5 minutes to go, plus stoppage time. Dudek hits it towards the right side, headed away by Maldini, away from little Garcia. Here's Alonso, good turn by Alonso, and then he was fouled there by Serginho. It's a free kick to Liverpool.
Well, he was under pressure for a little moment as well. Thought maybe Serginho had nicked the ball off him.
Free kick to Liverpool, a yard or so inside the Milan half, towards this near touchline, the Liverpool right. And he's Hupia going forward? No, he's not. Nor Carragher, nor Traore. It looks as if it's going to be aimed at Cisse. It is. Cisse jumps, heads it onto the penalty area, but to no good effect. It's back to Dida.
Well, not only that, it was a high ball, so he's going to have to generate any kind of pace, and Garcia hadn't even gambled in case he flicked it on.
Milan don't want the lottery of penalties, that's obvious. They want to win it here in extra time with a fourth goal. They've got possession on the far side of the field. Right, Liverpool have left everybody back bar Cisse, and Milan's white move towards the Liverpool penalty area. Serginho flicks it in. That looked like a foul on Hupia, not given. And then Garcia caught in possession. Very careless indeed by Garcia. Taken up now by Pirlo, the dangerous Pirlo, down the left flank for Milan, and he gets beyond Gerrard. Pirlo still running, and that was an obstruction by Haman. Now I think Pirlo ran into the German.
Definitely. I mean, it is really, really clever play by Pirlo. He just nudged it to a side and made sure he ran into Haman, and the referee had to give the foul. Great play initially, mind.
No question about it. But, well, Haman made sure he also made contact with Pirlo. Now, this is a free kick in a very promising area for Pirlo. Yes, the angle is acute. There are only two men inside the Liverpool wall. But Pirlo can whip this in towards the far post. Dudek beware. Played in, took a deflection. That's gone behind for a corner.
Yeah, Luis Garcia, I think, just got something on it and took it high and arced over the far post of Liverpool.
It's the last time I'm going to tell you. 0500 909 693, the number to call for 606, which will follow sometime. Corner to Milan. 5 minutes of extra time remaining. 3-3. Swung in left footed. Great corner. Well defended too by Liverpool. It was Carragher who headed away. Milan have it back again on the far side of the field. And another cross whipped in. Hupia heads it down. And this time Alonso carefully side foots the pass to the right. Oh, Schmitzer looks very tired. He still has the ball though. Up towards the halfway line, and then was he balked? Surely.
No. He played for a foul. The referee didn't give it.
Oh, well, Schmitzer looks absolutely out in his feet. Most of the Liverpool team look out in their feet. Gerrard just about gets in a challenge there, finds a man. Schmitzer to Garcia. Garcia back to Haman, and swept on towards the far side. My God, do you know something? I'm not saying that they're getting the decisions wrong, but both linesmen take half an hour to raise their flag. Offside against Cisse.
Do you know what seems to happen? It's almost as they decide when the ball comes to them rather than when it's kicked.
Very, very slow. The ball is with Pirlo, and Pirlo finds Rui Costa. Rui Costa slips it towards Shevchenko, who's fouling Hupia. Hupia still managed to clear it. Referee saw that one. Now Garcia from Alonso's path on towards Cisse. Not the best of balls. Cisse got no chance of that. Headed clear by Nesta. Milan come forward again. 4 minutes left for play. Cafu over the halfway line. In it goes. And drifted towards the left side, towards Serginho. Gerrard rises well. Heads it infield to Alonso. And Alonso Cooley plays it towards Schmitzer, but Schmitzer didn't make enough effort to get to the ball. Pirlo has it from Milan to Serginho. Benitez streaming instruction. Serginho takes on Gerrard. Gerrard dives in and gets to the ball and clears it towards the halfway line, and that comes off Maldini, who gets, oh, that's ridiculous. Maldini gets the throw-in. That had to be a Liverpool throw-in.
I would think so.
Dear, oh dear. No wonder Benitez is frustrated. Stam on the halfway line after Milan take the throw-in that shouldn't have been theirs. All the fans are anxious now. Nobody wants to lose with this time remaining. Just 3 minutes of extra time. 3-3. Ball played in. Header dive, save by Dudek. Another brilliant save by Dudek. How did he keep that out? Astonishing. Shevchenko could have scored twice.
The second save is the one. I mean, the first is good enough from the header. Great. The second save is unbelievable. All right, you might claim it hit him, but he kept it out. Magnificent. Milan thought they'd won it.
I thought they'd won it. Unbelievable from the Polish goalkeeper. I think Kaka went up there to say well done. Corner to AC Milan. There it goes. Carragher heads it away. Liverpool hanging on for penalties. Cisse heads it on. Hamann might win it, but he hasn't got the pace to get after. Oh, I think that's a foul by Didi Hamann. Free kick to AC Milan. Taken quickly by Cafu to the far side. And now it's out of play for a throw-in.
I can't get over that save.
I just astounding.
The other thing as well, a couple of times when the ball's coming, he's completely bumbled them out.
Do you remember that Jim Montgomery double save in the cup final? That was better. Here's Pirlo. Pirlo, midway inside the Liverpool half. Or it was Kaka. Kaka's pass wasn't good. Garcia gets it to Hamann. Garcia was down there with a bit of cramp as well. Cisse gets it back. Risa looks dreadfully tired and just lifts it over the halfway line. 2 minutes to go.
Liverpool are completely dead on the feet.
Completely dead on the feet. Throw in by Stam. Pirlo. Milan just seem to have extra legs now. Can they find a fourth goal? It's Pirlo again to the right side and Cafu. Cafu right into the penalty area. Drops it back. Alonso chests it down very confidently. Finds Hamann. Hamann on to Cisse. And Cisse was definitely pushed over by Stam. That's a free kick.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Even if he complains he got the ball, Stam is tackled from behind.
And Liverpool will be much relieved to get that free kick.
Welcome breather.
Don't rush about taking it, Liverpool. I don't think they've got the legs anymore. I just don't think they've got the legs. Now, they've got to find the drive for the penalty kicks. If we get to penalties. Gerrard hits it crossfield, but that's between Cisse and Garcia and rushes out of play. 1 minute to go.
And just keep your belief here, keep your shape, stand up. Don't let anybody go past any Milan players, and be first to the ball and be aware of where everybody is when the ball gets delivered in the box.
Whatever happens now, Liverpool embarrassing in the first half can leave Istanbul with pride. Will they leave it with the Champions League trophy? Hupia heads it away from the edge of his own penalty area. Maldini climbs all over Garcia, but fairly, and heads it back to Nesta. Nesta now to Maldini. Maldini, who opened the scoring, remember, after 52 seconds. In now to Pirlo. Pirlo on towards the far side, and easily won back by Hamann. Hamann's done brilliantly since he come on. Hamann over the halfway line despite him being fouled. Suddenly it's 3 against 3 here for Liverpool. Hamann still going. Hamann finally runs into Stam, who clatters the ball over the halfway line. We've got 1 minute of stoppage time at the end of this extra time. We're into it. Here's Cisse, right of the Milan penalty here. Gets it back to Schmitzer. Surely Liverpool can't win it from this stage. Schmitzer goes down. Liverpool have a free kick.
Well, two things. A, advantageous position, and secondly, you can just take your time, run the clock down, but make sure that you make Dida make a save from this.
Well, Mike knows what it was like 6 years ago. He knows what it was like in Barcelona. Into stoppage time, Manchester United still a goal down, and yet they scored twice and they won the Champions League. Now here we have a situation when we've got 20 seconds remaining of stoppage time in extra time. It's 3-3. Liverpool with a free kick about 25 yards out. This is going to be struck by Gerrard.
I think it's into Hamann.
Into Hamann, back to Gerrard.
Takes the wall out of play.
Liverpool wait because the referee waits. Gonzalez now steps away. He thinks Milan's defence is 10 yards away from the ball. I can't believe this. We've had our minute of stoppage time. This will be the last significant action. Teed for Gerrard. No, it's back to Risa. Risa's shot blocked, and there's the final whistle. That was the last action. My word.
That was a really clever free kick, because I think it had everybody guessing what they were going to do, and we guessed completely wrongly. Slipped into Alonso as well, but, well, this is seat to your pants time now. I mean, if you're the manager, if you're Benitez, you go, brilliant, you've won the game as far as I'm concerned. Whatever happens in the penalties, go and take them with confidence.
Just take the pressure off them. Take the pressure off them. Well, will it have mattered whether or not Liverpool have practiced penalties? I still think it's down to psychology here. It's who really believes will win. At the end of extra time, Liverpool 3, AC Milan 3.
Thank you very much indeed, Alan. John Toshak, they're absolutely gone, aren't they, Liverpool? This is realistically the only way they were going to win from at least half-time in that extra time penalties.
Yeah, that's it. I feel as though I've been watching one of those Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier fights, 15 rounds, right to the death. Penalty kicks, I always tend to look at the goalkeepers as well, as much as the keepers, and I must admit the Milan keeper looks an awesome sight, but there we are. Fantastic achievement from Liverpool, and now we'll see who really wants to take the penalty kicks. There's so much at stake. Winner takes all, nothing for the losers.
Jamie Carragher is practically manhandling Jerzy Dudek, isn't he, there, trying to rev him up, and now Harry Kewell's come to have a word. We think the penalties are going to be to our right, which would be in front of the AC Milan fans. If this is Dudek's last 10 minutes in a Liverpool shirt, as Rafa Benitez seems to be writing down the penalty takers, there's some way to bow out, Graham Taylor.
Well, looking at Benitez there, he seemed to be going around with his notebook to certain players and saying, OK, now whether they decided before and he's just checking out, are you still OK for the penalty, etc., I don't know. But just seeing a little bit earlier, Carragher talking to Dudek, I believe, knowing what I do know of Jamie Carragher, he's probably saying to him, look, stand up as long as you can. Because that, for me, you can either do it one of two ways. You can choose, and does it go your way, or stand big and don't move, because you'll always get one penalty that doesn't go into the corner, and you'll probably only need to make the one save. And it seemed to me that he was really talking about that.
John, does it matter that Liverpool have looked so tired, in the sense, this will take quite a lot out of you mentally, and if you're very heavy-legged, dead man walking as you're coming up to the spot, will that have an impact on the Liverpool players?
I think that Liverpool, if you said to them at half-time, which one would you be happy to take a penalty kick? Any of you? I think 11 of them would have put their hands up. Now, I'm not so sure. But as I say, it's a fantastic achievement. I think they'll just be absolutely delighted, the fact that they've reached this stage, that they think, hey, we can't have put what we put into this second half and extra time now to miss out on penalty kicks. Don't tell me that, for goodness sake. So I've got to go with Liverpool.
Who knows on your penalties? You cannot tell. I mean, what we're all saying before, it could go to penalties, but we're all saying it could go to penalties off a 0-0. Yeah. I mean, what do we know about it? That's the thing, and it's really been fantastic. 3-0, dead and out, back to 3-3. 30 minutes extra time on your back foot. You're into your penalties now. Be brave, be strong, get some pace on them, and you've done all that you can for us. One of these clubs is going to win the European Cup twice in a row on penalties. One's going to have won it on penalties and then lost it on penalties. Vassos Alexander, the party was sombre at half-time. What's it like now in Liverpool?
Unbelievable. Everyone's singing "You'll Never Walk Alone," but they're tense. The tension, gut-wrenching. Everybody here at the Philharmonic Hall in Liverpool thought that Liverpool were going to score from that free kick right at the end of extra time. Suddenly the final whistle went, heads went into hands, the realisation that it's penalties, and there's nothing we can do here to influence the result from Liverpool, but we're trying. We're singing "You'll Never Walk Alone" in the atmosphere. Fantastic again.
John, in the penalty shootout at Old Trafford that Alan and Mike described, Dida came racing off his line for a couple, and there was one famous photograph in the paper the next day. He must have been He must have been 4 or 5 foot off his line at least. You would hope that the referee will keep a good eye on that.
Well, you don't see referees these days. I don't know, over the last few years, they seem to have abandoned that now with penalty kicks, particularly in situations like this. I think they just say, right, every man for himself now, do what you can.
Yeah, I think that's wrong. I think if there is any way that you can, make sure that the goalkeepers stay, you're now going to have a number of penalties, and you can actually enforce that. And I think what referees should say to the goalkeepers to start with, listen, you stay on your line and let them know.
Nice touch between the goalkeepers, Dudek and Dida, just shaking hands. Well, we had a penalty shootout on Saturday at the FA Cup final, the first cup final to go to spot kicks. This will be even more important, though, and even more dramatic. Time for the penalty shootout to start then. Mike Ingham to do the first penalty. Mike.
Well, Mark Lawrenson, who of course was involved in the penalty shootout, reminds me that the penalties were taken in front of the Roma fans. They're going to be taken at the end where all the Milan fans are. Serginho, who was one of the players who missed a penalty at Old Trafford, the Brazilian, and a little bit of gamesmanship from Jerzy Dudek. Remember the fun and games with Bruce Grobbelaar, of course, in 1984. So it's getting to me.
Easy for you to say.
Well, it's Thursday morning. It's 22 minutes past midnight. And Serginho will take the first penalty for AC Milan. Dudek's doing his Grobbelaar impersonations in the goal away to our right. Milan looking to get off to a great start. All their players on the sideline. Oh, the ball from Serginho. It's gone a long way back. All the Milan players, squad players, linking arms down there. But what a great start from Liverpool's point of view. Now, can they capitalise on it?
Well, he just laid back, Matt. You can see when he was coming up to strike it, Dudek dancing on the line, and he never went anywhere near the goal.
Didi Hamann will take the first of Liverpool's penalties. I'm wondering when Gerrard's going to come into this. Gerrard, having missed against Tottenham, said he'd never take another penalty again for Liverpool. So Hamann has the first responsibility, and this is to give Liverpool the edge in this penalty shootout. Serginho has already missed. Hamann with quite a long run-up. He's going to hit it right-footed. Then he slows down, and he slips it into the net past Dida's right hand, and Liverpool are in front.
Top penalty. Absolute top penalty. Right-footed, in step, right in the corner of the goal. Dida, no chance.
Well, the Milan coach, Ancelotti, revealed yesterday that his team have been practicing the penalties. And here is, you would imagine, possibly one of their best penalty takers, because it's the dead ball specialist, Andrea Pirlo, whose free kick set up the goal for Maldini. Dudek says, here's the ball, son. And, well, it's gamesmanship, but this is tense stuff. And Liverpool just have the slenderest of advantages as Dudek waves both arms at Pirlo. Pirlo moves in, and Dudek spreads himself to the right and makes a save. Pirlo didn't really strike it with any conviction. And Cisse will step up now to try and put Liverpool 2-0 ahead.
Well, again, dancing on the line. It was a poor penalty. Dudek guessed right, and as I say, very, very savable height.
This penalty cannot win it for Liverpool. But you think back to Blackburn in October, Cisse, a double break of his leg. He might never have played again. This will give Liverpool such an advantage if Cisse can score from this one. It would put them 2-0 up in the penalty shootout. Cisse, a long, long run-up. Here he comes. Dida moves the wrong way. Cisse makes it 2-0 to Liverpool.
Opposite side to Hamann, just as coolly taking a penalty as you like. I think the secret there was he just made his mind up, Mike, as he went to strike it, never worried about the goalkeeper, and he was always going to put it in the same place.
Well, who says they haven't been practicing? And now then, John Dale Thomason, I think Kenny Dalglish signed him for Newcastle. Liverpool legend, of course, and Thomason now really has to score for Milan because they are 2-0 down in the penalty shootout. having missed both their previous penalties. This one's right down the centre, and that's given Milan a foothold back in the penalty shootout. Liverpool 2-1 lead.
I think a bit like Cisse for Liverpool. John Dahl Thomason just ignored the goalkeeper Dudek completely and decided where he was going to stick it, and in the end it was a comfortable penalty.
John Onorisa has scored 8 times this season, and boy, when he hits them, he really hits them. Now, does he try to place it? Does he try to blast it? Can he succeed for Liverpool? This would give them a 2-goal advantage with only 2 Milan penalties to go. They're so close now, so very, very close. John Onorisa being very careful how he places the ball. He won't take it right-footed, I guarantee you that. It's his left foot that will drive this ball hopefully into the net, and it's saved! It's saved by Dida, diving to his right. He pushed it around the post, so Milan are back in it.
Unusual as well for Reece in terms of striking a ball, Alan. He normally strikes it so hard and so acute, but it's a very, very good save by Dida. Low, it almost clipped the post. Excellent save.
Well now, Kaká, the young Brazilian who laid on the 2 goals for Crespo, can actually level things off here now for Milan, though Liverpool of course would still have a penalty in hand. But it's 2-1 now to Liverpool in the penalty shootout. But Kaká has to put this one away. He really does. Otherwise Liverpool can march on here. And the Liverpool fans now doing their very best to put off Kaká. Kaka's going to run at this one from about 10 yards out. And here he comes. Kaká! Beautifully taken. It is now 2-2. And the pressure is now back on Liverpool.
But I see things there. He Dudek tried the old Bruce Grobler wobbly legs, I think, but had no influence whatsoever on another good, well-taken penalty by Kaká and Milan.
Vladimir Švicer had cramp, serious cramp, during extra time. Well, don't think about it now, Vladdy. Just place that ball on the spot and plant it into the net. This to give Liverpool a 3-2 advantage with just 1 penalty each to come, guaranteed. Švicer, a long run-up. Here he comes. And he slipped into the net. Dida went to the right. Schmitzer's penalty went to the goalkeeper's left. Liverpool lead 3-2.
Well, of course, we know he'd already scored in the game, and a very well taken one it was as well, Alan. And again, all about confidence, all about making your mind up. Never worry about the goalkeeper. Very, very good penalty.
Well, could this be Roma revisited? The problem for Liverpool is that the greatest striker in Europe at the moment, Andrei Shevchenko, the European Footballer of the Year, the man whose decisive penalty won the European Cup at Old Trafford against Juventus 2 years ago. He wants the ball immediately. His body language looks all right. He wants to get on with it. But of course, if he misses here, Liverpool, against all the odds, have won the Champions League. Shevchenko, Dudek saves for Liverpool! And against all the odds, the team who were 3-0 down at half-time, Liverpool have won the Champions League. Walk on with hope in your heart. This is amazing, a night they will never forget. Liverpool are champions of Europe.
And Steven Gerrard never had to take the penalty. He was bound to take the next one. Can you believe it? I gave the European Cup to Milan before half-time. It was inconceivable that they wouldn't win from a position in which they were 3 goals up. But Liverpool, with an astonishing recovery, 3 goals in the first 15 minutes of the second half. Benitez had changed the tactics, changed the way they attacked, and they went for it. And the most unlikely of heroes, Jerzy Dudek, who may well never play for Liverpool again. Reina, it seems, is on his way from Spain to take over the #1 spot. Dudek has won the European Cup. Mark.
Don't forget as well, Alan, the double save he made from Shevchenko in the very, very last minute of the game. The first save of the double save was excellent. The second save was magnificent, and he saved 2 out of the 5 penalties, including one, of course, as well, that Milan missed. But irony of all ironies, the man who's been known for 1 or 2 fatal mistakes of Liverpool was absolutely brilliant in the Liverpool goal.
And I've got to borrow the words from the very great Peter Jones. I don't believe it. I swear, I don't believe it. Liverpool are European champions for the 5th time, and do you know what else this victory means? England have now won more European trophies than any other European nation. Liverpool have won more European Cups than all the other English clubs put together. Magnificent from Liverpool.
Let's go straight to some of the fans with Jonathan Ledyard.
Jim from Southport, you got it spot on, you're in tears. Can you believe it?
No, it's an incredible night. We've conquered Europe again, and the mighty Reds are back. I can't explain, it's just unbelievable. Fantastic.
Phil, you had no doubt at all. You said 5-3, but you had to do it in penalties, and you didn't even need Steven Gerrard at the end. Can you believe it?
Well, I really can't believe that Stevie didn't need to score a goal, but I really cannot believe the atmosphere, the result of this game, the fans, tens and tens of thousands of them here, are slightly wrong on the final result in terms of the score, but a magnificent victory for all of Merseyside, all of the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and everyone who supports English football. Fantastic.
You got a friend here, what's your name?
My name's Peter Harris from Bristol. I knew we were against the odds. We didn't come here as favourites, but if it went to penalties, just like Arsenal, it was going to be even, and we were going to win on penalties. And I'm sure Benitez trained everybody on penalties before we came. It's been a fantastic night.
How does this night compare, Jim, to some of the others? Surely you were there in 77, 78, one of the others?
I was there for the Bruges game when King Kenny scored that goal. But tonight's very, very special.
Well, I was at the 77 game. I was privileged to be there at that game, and dare I say it, this actually beats it by a mile.
Why?
Because the atmosphere, the stadium is phenomenal. The atmosphere is amazing. We went there as favourites. We came here as the underdog, and yet we've just really tamed this Italian team superbly well.
When are you going home?
We're going home tomorrow.
I can't believe that. You'll be here for a week.
Very sadly, we have to go home tomorrow.
All right, thanks for your time.
One last word. Sorry, Jose Mourinho.
Max Boyce, eat your heart out. We were here.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Maldini, who knows a fair thing or two about losing on penalties in Italy, looks completely distraught. John Toshak, the joy of sport is this utter unpredictability, and we have seen it all.
Well, I mean, we've witnessed one of the great comebacks of all time in European football, and summarising it very quickly, I mean, Liverpool in the first half were shocking, by their own admission, I'm sure. Then the second half, the idea must have been to salvage some pride, but we could never have believed 3 goals in 6 minutes. We've pulled back to 3-3, and then, amazingly, the man who's missed the penalty for Milan is Shevchenko, the one player that we thought who could have been the one who decided the defensive type of game has been the unfortunate one to miss a penalty kick. Milan will be kicking themselves. I mean, I don't care who you are, or whatever fight back you put up with a side of their quality, should never be 3-0 in front in the Champions League final and throw it away. But Liverpool, they changed things round. They were absolutely magnificent. They scored 1 and they grew in confidence. They scored 2 and they grew in confidence. And when they scored the 3rd, we said, hey, hang on, we just couldn't see them losing it. Fantastic achievement.
But hang on,
really
is what
fantastic.
They had to do in extra time.
Well, they did in extra time. I mean, they were
out on their feet.
A lot of tired legs, obviously. You know, and Milan pushed forward and pushed forward. Terrific saves from Dudek right at the death there. Double save, fantastic. But as we've said earlier, I mean, really, you have to... Rafa Benitez, I know him very well. He will be, at half-time, absolutely desolate with what he'd done, you know, and then second half, everything's gone right for him.
He would have been desolate, Graham Taylor, at half-time, as we've just seen a shot of Carlo Ancelotti at the moment, who must wonder what on earth has happened here.
Well, you'll not be able to. I mean, you put the boot on the other foot, you're 3-0 up at half-time, you know you've got to go out there. But, I mean, just looking at his face there, he'll just not understand what has happened. And I've got to be honest, we've watched it and it's hard for us to understand. How did that happen? And certainly, you know, they come out the second half. The tactical changes made all the difference. And it's of great, really, respect to Benitez that he was prepared to make those changes. He didn't get it right at the start of the game, made the changes, and the players then come on and deliver the goods for him.
Quickly to Vassos in Liverpool before we have the presentation.
Absolute bedlam here at the Philharmonic Hall in Liverpool. In fact, bedlam doesn't do the word justice. When that last penalty was saved, Everyone was kissing everyone. They just couldn't believe that Liverpool are the champions of Europe. People are looking at me when I say that, and they can hardly believe it. Liverpool, the champions of Europe. The way it happened, 3 goals down, and it was a morgue here at half-time. Those 3 goals went in, half of the people had left, they came back in. The penalties went all Liverpool's way. A very fat man with a beard gave me a snog when that last penalty was saved. And I'll tell you what, I didn't care at all. What an atmosphere here in Liverpool. I feel privileged to have been here, let alone Istanbul.
Well, the Milan players are just going to their fans now and applauding them. The Liverpool players have been in a knot, going absolutely mad, and who can blame them for this extraordinary turnaround? The European Cup is on its plinth, and here's Alan Green with the presentation.
Honestly, I do feel sorry for Milan. I thought for 45 minutes it was a remarkable performance, but they're totally dejected now. Maldini, in his 7th European Cup final, who thought when he scored, no doubt, after just 52 seconds, that he was leading his team to victory again in the best possible way, leads his weary foot soldiers towards the podium. Most of them already have winners' medals. Most of them couldn't care less about being runners-up, but they'll have to go through with the formalities. They will have to step forward, get up there and get their medals from Lennart Johansson. And that European Champions Trophy that so many of the Milan players touched as they walked out on the pitch, so many of them did, and I watched very carefully to see if Liverpool players did it at all. No, they didn't. They knew there was a task to get on with. Milan must have thought they were going to win tonight, and it will take them a very, very long time to believe that they've lost. Meantime, to their right, Liverpool players, many without their shirts now, they can't believe it either. Not from 3-0 down. It just doesn't happen. This was an astonishing victory. A banner I read now, Liverpool FC, with 5 European Cups ambitiously emblazoned on it. The European Cup is coming home, it says. And boy, is it coming home. And Rafa Benitez, what a first season he's had. Yes, we know about the disappointments in the Premiership, the terrible record away from home, but boy does he know how to set up a team in the Champions League. Maybe not at the start of tonight's game, but certainly by half-time he turned it around, he got it right, and now he succeeds Jose Mourinho, who last season, remember, won the Champions League with Porto, having won the UEFA Cup the previous season. Well, last season for Rafa Benitez it was Valencia in the European Cup. Now it's Liverpool in the cup that matters, the biggest club competition in the world. And what I wonder is going through the mind of Steven Gerrard at the moment. Of course, it's the greatest night of his playing life, the greatest night of his life as a footballer. Did he go into this game thinking, should I leave Liverpool? Should I go somewhere else? I don't know. What is he thinking now? Rafa Benitez, I think, is crying. I think he's crying. This most impassive of individuals, I'm not talking about his body language in the technical area, but it's the way he takes reverses in his stride. He didn't moan this season about injuries or players breaking legs. He just got on with a job. And what a climax here. What a climax in Istanbul. Where are those Milan players? They're still being held up, but Maldini has moved forward onto the stage, and brave Paolo Maldini, just one European Cup final now behind the all-time record held by Gento of Real Madrid. And as John Toshak was saying, how remarkable that, you know, he made his appearance in his first European Cup final in 1989, and 16 years on he's still there, and his contract goes on to 2007. He might yet get another opportunity. All those players moving, taking their medals and trying to seem just respectful of Liverpool's triumph. But the truth is, 6 years ago I looked at the dejected Munich bodies, the Bayern players lying on their backs in the Nou Camp, and I wondered what had hit them. Well, Manchester hit them that night, and tonight Milan has been hit by Liverpool. Liverpool players just dancing around. Well, how many are out there? All wearing Liverpool shirts or prepared T-shirts. Prepared T-shirts. Champions League winners, 2005. Well, already Pirlo, I see, having had the medal draped around his neck, has taken it off in disgust. Shevchenko is flat out on his back. It's no disgrace to miss a penalty, but he will never forget missing the penalty that lost the European Cup final. What a save by Dudek. What a save by Dudek. Gerrard now looks to the Liverpool end of the ground. I say the Liverpool end of the ground, but from our perspective it appears that Liverpool fans have occupied 2/3 of this stadium at the very least. The referees and his assistants and the fourth official, they all get their mementos, and then we'll wait. Liverpool players still embracing. I've never seen Gerrard look like this except on two previous occasions. One when he scored that goal against Olympiacos, and the next when Liverpool beat Chelsea in the semi-final second leg. The Milan end is deserted. They're not staying behind to applaud Liverpool, which is a great shame, a great shame. And now the UEFA officials are anxious to get the Liverpool players up on the podium. Juventus, Chelsea, Milan. They're the three teams that Liverpool beat from the quarter-final stage to win the European Cup. John Onorisa with a ridiculous hat on his head gets his medal from Leonard Johansson. A huge smile from him. Where did you get that silly hat, John? And he kisses the trophy. And Jamie Carragher just walked past it disdainfully. Carragher, Liverpool's player of the season, the most improved player of the season arguably in the whole of English football. Sami Hyypiä, who suddenly became a second choice central defender when Pellegrino arrived at the club, but he's kept his place, of course, in the Champions League competition. Dudek, well, he's now got the T-shirt on. He will remember this moment for the whole of his life. All the players. Traore slip in the first minute. It's forgiven now, son. Cisse is up there. He scored a penalty. His comeback, not tonight, but over the season, incredible. He really believed he might never play again. And now, what a dance from Djibril Cisse. He's embracing that. Don't get too close, son. You might get arrested for that sort of indecent display. Cisse finally leaves the European Cup on his own. And I'm waiting, and I'm looking for Steven Gerrard. He's the last one up there. Dietmar Hamann, who came on at half-time and helped transform the Liverpool display. Xavi Alonso is next. And there's only one player more. And this player, Ascaisa, from Merseyside, was 3 years of age when Liverpool last won the European Cup. It's the dream of his life to be captain of a European Cup winning team for Liverpool. He kisses his medal. He moves towards this trophy, inches towards it. Dudek is indicating with his hands that Stevie must be nervous. Rafa Benitez gets his medal. Gerrard can't wait to turn around, face that trophy again, and wait for the eruption of noise. A kiss from Gerrard to the European Cup. Surely now he cannot think of leaving Liverpool Football Club. That decision is yet to be made, but I tell you what, there will be some party tonight in Istanbul. Now Leonard Johansson lifts the trophy, shows it to the Liverpool players. Gerrard says, that's mine. And at 1:15 this Thursday morning in Istanbul, Liverpool are champions of Europe in 2005. A remarkable game, a remarkable recovery, and a remarkable triumph. 5 times winners, Liverpool FC.
That's Alan Green. Let's get the initial thoughts of our chief football correspondent, Mike Ingham. Mike, there's a half-time sheet here behind me, which is a bit of detritus from earlier. AC Milan 3, Liverpool 0, it says there. Well, that says it all, doesn't it, about the magnitude of Liverpool's comeback.
Well, I think it's worth keeping that sheet of paper. I think that might be a collector's item in years to come. First of all, generally speaking, Mark, I think we've all been privileged to see one of the great European finals. I mean, I know it petered out a bit in extra time, but this was the 50th European Cup final. And, you know, I remember as a child the great game in Glasgow, Eintracht Frankfurt and Real Madrid. This was special tonight, OK? So let's get that on the record first of all. Liverpool had to qualify for this tournament and were losing 1-0 at home to Graz of Austria in one of those games as well. It says a lot about the strength of the Premier League that they finished 5th and they're champions of Europe. They must defend the trophy next season now. John Toshak was making the point, particularly the way they achieved it tonight. Mentioned now, I think Manchester City will probably be in Europe in the UEFA Cup. That's an issue. All the way through this season, though, the script seemed to be heading towards something like this. I hope that the likes of Pongo and Mella were down there this evening, because their contribution against Olympiacos when they were trailing in that game, they came on to win the game. They seized the moment. Jerzy Dudek, figure of fun at times at Anfield, the howler against Leverkusen. Actually, even more important than the penalty save in many ways was the fantastic save from Shevchenko at the end of the extra time. Benitez got it wrong, then got it right. He's emulated Mourinho, UEFA Cup, and now Champions League. And finally, Liverpool, having won the tournament 5 times, are now 3rd behind Milan 6 and Real Madrid 9. That's pedigree. This could be the dawn of a very exciting new era.
I want to get a final word from Mark and from John and from Graham, and then it's Alan Green 606. Mark, does this take you back 21 years to Rome and winning on penalties and the drama of it all?
Exactly the same, and a far better night tonight, a far better game as well. But I mean, that 3-0.
Mark, I'm going to interrupt you because we can hear from Rafa Benitez.
That's fantastic. After losing 3-0, losing players with injury problems, and at the end, okay, fantastic.
Did you believe at half-time you could do this? What did you say?
We changed things, we talked, and we changed different players, but the problem is if the players believe, you can do it.
And what about Steven Gerrard and that goal? Because it did seem to propel you, the captain.
Yeah, it's good for us. When the captain score and go with this energy, all the team play the same.
And Jerzy Dudek, the save at the end of extra time, and then the penalties.
It's true, he has done a really good match, good game.
And what about the whole experience for this club and what it means? And is your captain anyway, Stevie Gerrard. Did you really believe 3-0 down you could do this?
No credit to this man, he never let us put our heads down. We carried on fighting, and every one of us deserve credit. And I'm just made up for these fans. These fans have saved up for weeks and months to come here tonight. Look at them. 35,000 to 15,000. It's for them.
You talked about your moment of history, Stevie. You talked about your moment of history. You've got that now.
I'm just glad after the Carling Cup final, a few people question my commitment, so I'm just really happy I can be happy with my performance and lift the cup for the fans.
Well, that's Steven Gerrard. Mark, sorry, you were saying before the Liverpool captain so rudely interrupted you.
Well, no, just the other thing as well, don't forget these players have had to live with the last 20 odd years, the last time that Liverpool won the European Cup. I'm absolutely delighted for them. Now, we don't know what Rafael Benitez said at half-time. I'm sure we will find out. But as half-time team talks go, it must be up there with one of the best. Plus, of course, his changes, and they were big, and they were brave, and they were bold, and they certainly had to be. But very cleverly, he just put to his back of his mind what happened in the first half. He must have been so positive to the players. I think the key areas for me were certainly the 3 goals in the 6 minutes mark. Just really put them obviously straight back on an even keel. But do not ever forget that double save from Jerzy Dudek, much maligned. The double save from Shevchenko right at the end of the game. Liverpool were out, they would have lost it 4-3. I'm so proud tonight. It's unbelievable.
I know all you Liverpool fans want to speak to Alan Green, and you will do so, but I want to get a word from John Toshak and Graham Taylor. It's only right we should finish like that. John, first of all.
Well, I think that...
you don't know what to say, do you?
No, I can see... I just go flashing back now. I can see Emlyn with a big smile on his face. I roomed with him for a long, long time. I can see Ronnie Moran, keep right on to the end of the road. There's so many lessons in tonight's game for coaches and for players alike, and just a fantastic night for all Liverpudlians.
The lesson, Graham Taylor: never give up, never stop believing. You never know where it might take you if you just hang in there.
Absolutely right. I mean, at Chelsea, I listened to them sing Walk On, and tonight, and they've won the European Cup as well. It literally is very hard not to be emotional on behalf of all of these supporters. A fantastic night for them, one that goes down in the annals of football history.
Well, it's a lovely touch there. Morientes, of course, who couldn't play because he played earlier in the competition for Real Madrid, having a laugh with Rafa Benitez. It's been a privilege to be here, and lots of you, I'm sure, will want to speak to Alan Green. Here he is, the Champions League, if we can call it that, Champions League 606.
You've heard the action, taken in the report, listen to the manager. Now, it's your turn. Have your say on the day's top stories. This is 606.
United players and Arsenal players squaring up to each other.
Right foot by Jakubowicz into the corner.
Marcus Tudgay has scored for Derby.
Yeovil are back on level terms. The linesman has spotted it. Fantastic cross from Steven Gerrard. The touch paper has been lit.
Take part in the UK's top football phone-in. This is 606 with Alan Green.
Forgive the noise, folks. What an astonishing European Cup final. Milan remarkable in the first half. 3-0 ahead at the interval. European champions again. Surely. Could Liverpool come back? No, don't be silly. But they believe. And by the hour it was 3-3. Still level. Into extra time. To penalties. Dudek, the hero. Liverpool European Cup winners for a 5th time. Can you believe it? How did they do it?
Now it's your turn. Call 0500 909 693. Text 85058. Email via the website at bbc.co.uk/606.
And Izzy Clark will be drowning in your text, your emails and the message board. Right, Izzy?
Right. Understandably, Liverpool fans are delirious and delighted, more so because of that marvellous comeback. They're fiercely proud of the second half performance and of Jerzy Dudek. For Milan fans, of course, after those 3 first-half goals, desperate disappointment. As for the neutrals, all loved the sheer drama and Liverpool's bounce-back ability. The text number, as ever, 85058, or you can email via the website bbc.co.uk/606.
And here in 5 Live, we're also off to Liverpool with Anita Anand's party. But if you're wondering what all the fuss is about, listen to this.
A 606 action replay.
Shevchenko, Dudek saves for Liverpool, and against all the odds, the team who were 3-0 down at half-time, Liverpool have won the Champions League. Walk on with hope in your heart. This is amazing, a night they will never forget. Liverpool are champions of Europe.
606, the complete football phone-in.
Now, no moaning minis tonight. You've got nothing to moan about. David and Watford, get us off to a good start.
I'd be from Watford, mate, but I was born in L5, and I'm as happy as Larry. I can't believe what's happened. We've just watched 3 goals in the first half, and the first one was bad, and we couldn't believe what happened. The second one, we were angry, and by the 3rd goal, we were laughing our heads off because we couldn't think we were 3-0 down, but we'd done 2 bottles of wine. And to get to 90 minutes and be 3-all, and for Jerzy Dudek to make that save and to go through on penalties, I think, you know, I just can't believe me luck that I've seen sides from 1977 through to this day and age, and possibly the worst side of all the sides that have won a cup. But by God, it's ours. We keep it, and I can't tell you how happy I am. And if Steven Gerrard walks away at the end of this, I say thank you, Steven, shake him by the hand and say goodbye. And my worry is if any Spanish and Italian teams out there and they're looking at Jamie Carragher, they're going to say he'd fit into their style of football because it ain't as fast as ours, and he can do a great job. And
well, David, you've just reminded us, of course, that this being Liverpool's 5th triumph, they keep this trophy.
Oh, Alan.
It's not a replica. They keep this trophy.
Alan, me and my wife both work in central London, and we never knew that we knew so many Chelsea supporters. our phones never stopped texting us from the 1-0, the 2-0 and the 3-0. And we were both laughing and crying at the same time. And by the time it got to 3-2 back, someone said to us, "You can't defend this one." And we said, "Yeah, we will do when it's 4-2.
Well, hey, David.
And we have done now, mate.
David, I'm telling you this. I've just been handed the full-time report, and I had to grasp it from the woman who was delivering these sheets, because I was still not sure that it finished like this. But
no,
trust me, it did.
Pinch me, because I know I'm dreaming. Because at 8:30 and 45 minutes, we were walking away.
David, thanks very much for giving us a great start to 6:06. Neil in Southampton.
Alan, hi, what a great night for Liverpool Football Club. At the end of the day, as a Southampton fan, I was gutted a couple of weeks ago when we went down, but at the end of the day, tonight has restored my faith in football. At the end of the day, Liverpool have come back from absolute, despair at the end of the first half, and they pulled it off. They really, to score 3 goals in 6 minutes as they did, it was absolutely superb, but they just did it. And Dudek, Jersey Dudek, to make that save, I mean, at the end of the day, he's been a player that has been, at times, had problems at Liverpool, but to save that last penalty for them was absolutely superb. And really, as a Saints fan, I feel proud for Liverpool. I am so glad for their fans and for the players and for everyone connected with Liverpool. I just think that is absolutely brilliant tonight. Really, I was on the edge of my seat the whole night. Dare I say, in the second half, I had friends. I've got a guy who's an Everton fan, I know, and half a dozen Saints fans who we were texting throughout the whole of the second half, and we were just absolutely gripped by it. And Liverpool, the way they came back was absolutely superb, and I just feel so proud for English football that they came back and they did what they did. All right, the first half was abysmal, but at the second half they just all battled and battled and battled, and I feel so proud for them that as a club, with their history as it is, with all the 4 cups that they've won before, and to find that now they win this European Cup for the 5th time, and now they keep it. I just feel so great for them. It's absolutely superb night for English football as well as Liverpool Football Club. I just feel so great. Tonight is brilliant.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. That's wonderful. Amidst your disappointment, you can find the heart to rejoice, not just in Liverpool's triumph, but the triumph of English football. Well, I cannot imagine what it's like in Merseyside, but the BBC reporter Derek Ivans... Oh, sorry, Neil, I'm going at Derek Ivans in the middle of the city, Liverpool.
Well, I can imagine what it's like, Alan. It's gone absolutely mad here in Liverpool. There are hundreds, thousands of people all over the city centre. I've never seen so many happy faces. There are police horses. Everyone wants to sing, everyone wants to be my best friend tonight. We'll get instant reaction to the game from a couple of fans, Kaz and Phil. Kaz, 3-0 down. What went right after that?
Brilliant, mate. Rafa's tactics worked on the night, mate. We're back in Europe and we're back to take over. Stewie Asik, what's happening? Take me the H, lad, take me the H.
I think you can hear how happy people are. Phil, you must have thought he was dead and buried, but they showed great resilience, didn't they?
Yeah, mate, I was about to go home and all that, lad, but I stayed there. Watched it, lad. Boomed it, had a drink next minute, lad.
So there you go, Alan. A lot of very excited fans here in Liverpool. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Derek. John is on Merseyside. Hello, John.
Hi, Alan. How are you?
What do you think I'm like after that match?
Have you got your breath back yet?
No, I'm still in stunned disbelief here. I've got to say, half-time, I just thought, John, at half-time, it's all about respectability.
Well, but that's exactly what we were saying. We were saying damage limitation. Let's try and keep it 3-0, maybe get one back. I know our heads up high, but I mean, how sweet is that to see another Liverpool captain after Emlyn Hughes, Phil Thompson, and Souness lifting that cup? I mean, it just feels so good at the moment, and that goes off to Benitez. I think the decisions he's made during the Champions League run have been spot on. And I think I spoke to you, Alan, after the Chelsea game, and I acknowledge the fact that Liverpool's team at the moment isn't the best, but what he's done with this team is it's beyond belief, really. At the end of the day,
I think, John, I think there's a certain style that Benitez wants to adopt as Liverpool manager. And I think he feels that he needs quite an influx of new players that suits him to play this style. I think there are many of the players who were playing for Liverpool tonight. I reeled them off. At one stage I thought there were 7 players who might never play for Liverpool again after this match. Now that might still be the case, John, but this manager believes in what he's doing, and this is the proof it works.
Look, Alan, that's what I was going to say. He's got some major decisions to make over the summer with some of the players, and I think he's got to be tough. We'll enjoy today and we'll enjoy the summer, but we want to be the best team in England. Again, as well as the best team in Europe, we want to be the best team in England. And, it's just been a marvellous night. And my final note is to Messrs. Moyes, Ferguson, Mourinho and Wenger, champions of Europe for the 5th time. Thank you very much, Mr. Benitez.
And thank you very much, John, for your call on Merseyside. Also on Merseyside, Anita Anand in a giant party.
Do you know what, Alan? This is the weirdest party I've ever been to.
You know something? At half-time, you were miserable. You were thinking, how on earth am I going to sustain airtime at 5 Live?
Can I please just say, I very rarely get the chance on 5 Live to say, I told you so. Mark Pugach said to me, it's going to be very difficult for you to lift the spirits. And I said, don't write yourself. I know it's not fashionable to do this. I will come out right now as a red. And I said, do not write us off. We're an optimistic bunch. We will come back. How smug do I feel right now? It was incredible, Alan. It was like a wake. It was absolutely silent. People they had their head in their knees, not even in their hands. It was in their knees. First goal went in. Suddenly people started perking up. Second goal went in. People started going to the bar and buying ridiculous amounts of alcohol. Third goal went in. It was euphoria. And I tell you, Vassos Alexander, who's across the road in the Philharmonic Hall, surrounded by some 600 or 700 Liverpool fans in the heart of Liverpool, got snogged by a fan on the 3rd goal, didn't you? Vassos, you got lucky.
I know, I pulled.
You did pull,
wow.
And he had a big beard.
I know, and terrible breath, but, don't tell the missus. Boo to the Philharmonic Hall, though, Anita, because they've closed the bar and people are just drifting out. They're not keeping the bar open later, and people I've been asking them where they're going. A couple are going to Anfield, but mostly to the city centre, and just a street party that I think is probably going on there. I have to say also, you did get it right. You did say you were optimistic at half-time. I thought you were a loony.
Yes, I
thought she was balmy.
Well, she was, frankly, but she got it right. And
Vassos, let me just cut in here, because as well as feeling smug, I wasn't the only one, because this is what happened right at the end here in Liverpool. Get it! So Vassos, a little flavour of what went on. What's happening right now where you are?
Well, people are just... they still can't believe it. I mean, they see me with headphones on talking into a microphone. They go, what are you doing there, mate? And I said, I'm working for Radio 5 Live. And they said, is it 6:06? There are messages that I have to deliver from here in the Philharmonic Hall.
Please do.
About 150 You'll Never Walk Alones, 175 Championis, and mostly 670. Did that really happen? Alan, did it?
Can I just tell you something, Alan?
Yes?
You know, some fans get a bit superstitious, and I've never been this way, but I sat on a stool here watching this in Liverpool, and I needed to go to the toilet. I'm sorry to be indecorous for 45 minutes, but because it was going well, I did not do so, and it worked. That's all I have to say. I think it was down to me.
It was a miracle. Thank you both very much. Have a great night, Anita. I think you might do. Nicholas in St Albans.
Oh, Alan, I'm telling you something, mate. I'm absolutely buzzing here, fella. But I also want to thank you, because in the Olympiacos Liverpool game, you provided the most amazingly descriptive and colourful commentary ever. So if you could get that on a CD and send it out to us in St Albans, that would be brilliant. And also, I want to say to Rafael Benitez, if he had blonde hair and feminine assets, although I'm married, I'll be asking for his hand. I've got to say, what a fantastic game. And I also want to just quickly compliment all the fans of all the other clubs up and down the country, because everyone, from Everton to Manchester United to Accrington Stanley to St Albans City, have been saying, oh yeah, love to see Liverpool do well. Now, I've got to very quickly pass you to my brother, who's dying to speak to you.
That's okay.
Hello, Alan.
Hi there. What's your name?
I spoke to you once before when we beat Arsenal, and I was on the motorway and I was speaking to you. I think one of the decisive moments in the game, which I don't know if you agree with me, was when he put Didier Harmon on.
Yes, without question.
You know, he managed to keep hold of the ball, and that's all that Liverpool needed to do, was to keep hold of the ball, get their passing together and everything like that, and make Milan overcommit. Once they started to do that and got the first goal, it was obviously uphill the way, but I never actually thought that we'll get to this sort of stage now. I never thought it, but words can't explain.
You don't need to say anything else. That's your phone ringing as well. Have a great evening, or what remains of it. By the way, it is 1:05 in the morning here. I don't want you to feel sorry for me. There's nothing to feel sorry for, but it's a late night, and I leave the hotel at 5. So don't keep me that busy. Izzy?
I don't feel sorry for you at all. Chris in Rotherham says, as a neutral football fan of 50 years, I've seen such excitement and sportsmanship. What an advert to the world of football. Andrew in Glasgow, my hat has just been swallowed. Mark Hudson, I think he kind of sums it up. He says, now that's what I call a cup final. Quite a few people texted in at half-time, writing very disparaging things about Liverpool. Chris in Newbury, Tim in Manchester and Dave in Hertford had the decency to take it all back and say, sorry, I retract that. Now, there have been loads and loads of Manchester United fans. Now, of course, Everton fans, Arsenal fans, Chelsea fans, Southampton fans, Baggies, they've all been texting and congratulating Liverpool, but there seem to be a plethora of Manchester United fans. Here's a couple of them. My God, that was fantastic. Big time, absolutely bleep delighted from another. And Danny says, respect Liverpool, you're back where you belong. Gillian in Glasgow, I don't think Benitez practiced taking penalties, I think they practiced saving them. Text numbers 85058, or of course you can email via the website.
I like that one, good one. Tony in Wigan.
Hello, Alan. As a Wigan Athletic fan,
right.
That was a fantastic achievement. And travelling home tonight, I got home an hour earlier because the roads were that quiet. It was unbelievable. It was a long time since I've seen the roads as quiet as that. And basically, I think the fans and the players of Liverpool can bring respect back to this country, to the youngsters and everything else, because they're great ambassadors. It was just fantastic.
It's fantastic that so many fans of other clubs are responding like that tonight, Tony, because I think it is very important. I mean, the Liverpool supporters acknowledge that this is not a great Liverpool team. They're not saying, oh, this team's going to rampage through the Premiership next season. What they've done is achieve something, not just for themselves, but for the country as a whole.
Yeah, I agree with you fully. I think they've really brought the game forward, and it's going to be a daunting task for Wigan Athletic facing them next season, I think. But all credit to Dave Whelan and the fans of Liverpool. I mean, they're fantastic people. They've got a lot of respect, and I just hope that they can bring a lot of respect back to what's going on in the country with the youngsters and one thing and another, because these are the great ambassadors. In actual fact, in a way, they'll bring it back better than the politicians will. Just a fantastic achievement. Just proud of them.
Well done. Well said, Tony. Thank you very much indeed. Mike is in Wales.
Hi, Alan. I am totally stunned beyond belief. This is not possible. It could not happen. I've had texts from friends in Istanbul, from friends in London, from my daughter in London, from people on Merseyside. It's just unbelievable. I have to confess, at half-time I just thought, well, at least hopefully we can keep it respectable. If we can maybe stop them scoring again, maybe get out one and make it respectable. I'm totally stunned. This has got to be Liverpool's greatest European triumph ever.
Well, it is. I think it is, because they were up against a side that ostensibly is superior. Frankly,
without a doubt.
In the first half, far superior to Liverpool. But they still had belief.
And I think this must say a lot, Alan, to all teams and all sports people in the world about spirit over ability. Because, okay, Milan had much more ability than this, but the spirit and the belief and just the total determination that the supporters over there, we could not let them down. And I'm just staggered beyond belief. This has got to be it's an old cliche, but this has got to be one of the greatest sporting triumphs that we've seen ever. It is just staggering. It's unbelievable. Words fail me. I'm just staggered, Alan.
You haven't done too badly to find a few words,
and
Mike.
Thanks to 5 Live. I watched it on the telly, but I had the sound down. Your commentary, Alan Green, was absolutely stunning, fantastic. Thank you. You've been part of history.
Thanks, Mike. Graham Taylor's nailed or glued to his chair. I don't think, Graham, you can believe what happened this evening.
No, we can't. But it's fantastic listening to those callers in. listening to the singing, it's fantastic, really. For myself, as one of the managers, I had the privilege of going into that boot room. You can't help but think of those past managers. This club is a tremendous club with tremendous traditions. And as I've said before, Alan, you know this, I've always considered the Liverpool supporters to be the most knowledgeable football supporters in the land. And I am so, so happy for them.
And isn't it great tonight to hear supporters from other clubs? I mean, one of our first callers, Neil in Southampton, here's a guy who's devastated at the relegation for his club this season, and all he wanted to talk about was Liverpool.
Yeah, I mean, but you come into a European Cup final, and in the main, everybody is behind the club. But in this particular case, it seemed even more so. One, because of Liverpool, because of their traditions, because of their history, and because of their supporters. And as you can see from us, it's been a fantastic night. It's been a privilege to be here and watch them win the cup again. And for the 5th time, it's their cup.
It's their trophy.
It's
and
great.
Can you imagine? I mean, this is another subject that will come up when people calm down a little bit, if they ever calm down a little bit. Can you believe that UEFA, after this, would deny Liverpool the opportunity to defend the trophy?
Well, you wouldn't think so at all, would you? You just wouldn't think. It shouldn't happen. But God, you know what some of these people can do.
I dare you, UEFA. Let's have another listen to the goals that made the penalty shootout a possibility.
From Steven Gerrard of Liverpool. A man 25 yards out, doesn't shoot, but Smith's the mine! All the way from Vladimir Smitsa! Alonso misses, but Alonso puts in the rebound. Alonso's there for the rebound. Dida made the first save, but Alonso was the first to react, and this scoreline is absolutely staggering.
This is 606 with Alan Green.
Astounding, isn't it? Really remarkable night here in Istanbul, and that's after we slaughtered the choice of venue, Istanbul, and a ground that's stuck in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's no need for Graham Taylor to rush off, I can tell you, because it'll take us hours to get back to the hotel, and we're all scheduled to leave that hotel at 5 o'clock in the morning our time, which, by my reckoning, is only 2 3/4 hours away. It might take us that time to get to the hotel. James in Notts.
Hiya, Alan. I'm a Scouser in exile, and let me tell you, I'm absolutely elated tonight. Absolutely elated. I've been watching the game in a pub with some mates who left at half-time because they thought we was dead and buried.
It was becoming embarrassing at that stage.
Do you know, my wife was with me, and she said at half-time, this could be the greatest comeback ever. And she was absolutely right. She was spot on the money.
I think your wife needs to see a doctor if she forecasts that.
She's a hopeless optimist, what can I say?
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't see any reason for optimism.
I went to the bar at half-time and asked for Prozac.
Now, what do you expect to happen in the summer? Do you think that Benitez would sit back and say, well, we're European champions, we just carry on like this? I don't. I'm certain of that. I suspect there will still be a massive clear out at Liverpool in the coming months.
I think we're going to lose some players, absolutely. But I think the spirit of the side was summed up by the fact that Smicha, one of the players who were going to leave, kissed the badge after he took that penalty.
Well, he doesn't want to leave, but I gather his transfer back to Lens is going to happen.
Yeah, but also, I thought our weakest link tonight was Dudek, but we're signing Rayner in the summer, who is an absolutely superb keeper.
Well, James, I take your point about Dudek, but he ultimately was the hero. And
he was the hero.
The double save he made from Shevchenko was astonishing.
He was. I mean, his pace is a fantastic, Shevchenko, absolutely. And yeah, we're going to face him at Chelsea apparently, probably next year. But Dudek was great in the shootout. But if it hadn't been for him, we may not have been there in the first place.
Okay, James, thanks for your call. Johnny's in Newcastle.
Hi, Alan.
Hello,
it's
Johnny.
cold up in this cloud, let me tell you. Halfway through the first half, I was washing the bathroom. I had had enough, and I was cleaning the bathroom. Then I moved on to
Nothing would make me do that, Johnny.
No, I was. It was either I'll kill myself. I was looking for something to hang myself, and I live in a ground floor flat. I had nothing to hang on to, the light shades are too low. Absolutely amazing second half. I was actually sitting with the wife, and we're clicking through Sky Active for a movie to watch at 9 o'clock. By which time the second goal had gone in and I was back involved in it. Absolutely brilliant. When we got that penalty, a joy of getting the penalty, then it being saved, you're back into depths of despair, then it goes in, he gets his own rebound. Absolutely unbelievable. Fantastic night. But what I have to go and say, you just got to make the point yourself, Benitez has to have a major clear out. And one thing that should be banned by every player, it should be an instant yellow card, kiss them the badge.
Well, I agree, because too few players actually show the loyalty these days that allows you to kiss the badge without feeling even a mite embarrassed. Johnny, thanks very much for your call. Anita Anand's party's going on in Liverpool.
It is, and can I just say, it's a wonderful, wonderful atmosphere. It's one of those things where you'll read it in the papers tomorrow, you will wish you were there. We are here right now, so let's bring it to you. People still cheering, shouting, lots of after-match commentary going on in every corner of this place. And with me throughout the night, Darren Lewis from The Mirror, and also I've got the playwright Lawrence Wilson. Lawrence, let me just start with you first. You couldn't write this in a play, could you? No one would believe you.
I think I'm going to give up playwriting, because I could never ever write anything as fantastic as that. I mean, it just had everything, didn't it? It had, all the tragedy at the beginning, humiliation at one point, first half, sorrow, and then just the turnaround was amazing. Then it was just like this joyous, beautiful, poetic, fantastic thing, I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Yeah, Darren Lewis, as far as sports history is concerned, where is this going to fit in?
Well, I was going to ask Alan a similar question, actually, because obviously sometimes after victories by English teams, we tend to go into a bit of hyperbole, the best ever, the greatest, whatever. But just on the sheer scale of the task facing Liverpool at half-time, 3-0 down against a side which was all-conquering, and also playing at the peak of their powers as well, to come back and to win. I would say, personally, I think it's the best performance in a final by a Liverpool team. I don't know if Alan agrees with that.
Well, just before we come back to you, Alan, to tell us, Vassos Alexander is here with us. And you were rubbing your eyes and sticking your fingers in your ears because you couldn't quite believe what was going on.
Still can't. And talking about where it sits in final history, I think tonight is so big, tonight is so good, that I think even to have the conversation demeans it. I think that this is just head and shoulders above anything else that's happened in a European final. I mean, it's a European final. Liverpool were 3-0 down. It looked like men against boys for the first half. 3-0 up. That never happens. I mean, Manchester United did it against Tottenham, but frankly, that's Tottenham. Sorry, Spurs fans.
Anita, can Darren hear me?
Yes, I think he can, absolutely.
Now, Darren, don't shout at me, but I just think there's so many of us that have to eat humble pie tonight, and as someone who takes the Mirror at home, I do remember a report that you did in the paper.
Yes,
I think it was after the Southampton game, when it could have been the Southerners' fault, but the headline was the worst Liverpool team in 40 years.
Indeed it was.
What are you going to do to that sub?
Well, to be fair, I remember the match perfectly, and they'd lost to Southampton.
That's right.
It was a very, very poor performance. They were without Jabi Alonso, who of course featured tonight, and a lot of the players who did so well tonight were very poor in that match. And as you know, Liverpool finished, 37 points behind Chelsea.
That's right, Darren.
In the Premiership. They've been hugely inconsistent in the league and not produced anything like the form that they've produced in the Champions League.
It's astonishing. I mean, Benitez can't explain that differential, and neither can we, which makes tonight's triumph even more remarkable.
And the other thing I was going to say, Alan, and I'm willing to put my hands up again. Last week, I Arsenal against Liverpool, and Jerzy Dudek, he was good in patches, but awful in others. Yet he's the hero tonight.
That's football, Darren. Isn't that the beauty of the game that we love?
Well, indeed, it is. It is.
Alan, just before we leave you, the question we're asking here is, what did Rafa Benitez say at half-time? That's what we want to know. And if you have any idea, because we really, really want to know what turned it around, 85058 is the text number, and it's 606 at bbc.co.uk. What did Rafa Benitez say? That's what we want to know.
Thanks very much, Anita. He doesn't say a great deal, Rafa, because his English is not as smooth as he'd wish it to be. He probably said something as daft as have confidence, because he speaks a lot about having confidence. It gives you greater confidence. Well, boy, did they show it. Thanks very much, Anita. No doubt we'll get back to you. Back to the calls now. Jerry in Oxfordshire.
Hiya.
Hi, Jerry.
Well, he obviously made himself understood at half-time,
He
didn't
did.
he? Because I don't know what he said, but I'd love to have been a fly on the wall. What a result. It was fantastic. At half-time, I was all for giving up and going, just turning the telly off and walking away. But I'm glad than ever.
Well, Jerry, nobody could be blamed for turning the radio off or turning the telly off and finding something else to do, like cleaning the bathroom, but there you go.
No, I wasn't driven to those lengths, believe me. There's no way I was driven to those lengths. Listening to your commentary, telly turned down, but watching it on the telly, it was fantastic. I come from a mixed marriages, and Alan, mixed marriages don't work. My husband's an Evertonian, and I think he's got a face tripping him tonight.
Hey,
I don't know, because he's in Australia, so I don't know.
But Jerry, listen, think what a great year it's been for Merseyside football, because
I have to say,
Everton did fantastically well to finish fourth.
I am so chuffed for Everton, because for years, I say this mixed marriage for 25 years, and virtually every year it's been the last game of the season, and there's been a different combination of who's got to beat who and who's got to draw with who to keep Everton in the Premiership. And I have been so chuffed that they've stayed up, and even that they've finished ahead of us, dare I say. But I mean, tonight was just unbelievable. There's no way UEFA can't let us defend that. Not after tonight's.
No, I don't think they have the nerve. They can't say to Liverpool, by the way, we'd like you to play in Monte Carlo in August for the European Super Cup. And by the way, we'd love you to represent the continent of Europe in the new World Club Championship in Tokyo in December. They can't do that without allowing Liverpool the opportunity to lose the cup. If they're going to lose the cup, to lose it on the pitch. And by the way, just to let you know, Ancelotti, the AC Milan coach, has already said in his press conference, very magnanimously, I mean, he must be devastated, but he says he believes Liverpool should be allowed the opportunity to defend the trophy. It'll happen. Darren in Oxfordshire.
Hi, Alan.
Hi, Darren.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I'm still on cloud nine, but I've got to go and explain to my son when he wakes up that Liverpool have won. Because I can't be the only dad in the country that sent his kid to bed at half-time saying, "Go on, son, off you go, it's all over." And off he went, and he went to bed. And
What age is he?
Oh, he's only 7, but my God. I can't believe it.
I tell you what.
I mean, I've got
Waking him.
I've got to tell him tomorrow, Liverpool won, 3-3.
Oh, no, don't.
Penalties. I mean, what am I supposed to say?
No, Darren, don't let him sleep through the night with that nightmare. Waking him.
I have to say that the first half was like watching a road accident in slow motion. It was terrible. But for 15, 20 minutes in the second half, they played some sublime football. And if they play like that next season, I can't wait. I just can't wait.
Well, Darren, thank you very much indeed for your call. We've got so many callers lined up, but we're going to move on to them quickly. But first, Izzy.
The night a new phrase was invented. Come on, lads, we're only 3 down, thanks to Tim in Exeter. Dave sent in a text from his mate who's celebrating in the stadium, and the text read, "The missus thinks I'm working, so does the gaffer, but I'm in Istanbul with Stevie and Rafa." I like that. I believe I've just witnessed not only the greatest comeback in European history, but the best win in European history. As a Middlesbrough fan, I am proud to be English. Liverpool done us all proud. You're a fantastic club. Congratulations. Norm from Billingham sent that. Now, there have been loads and loads of wishes of good luck and now congratulations from all across the world, not just all across Britain. Keith Doyle is an expat in the Bahamas where it's 85 degrees and sunny. Everyone on the beach is wondering why there are screams from the bar. I'm crying my eyes out. The trophy is back where it belongs. Thank you, simply. Thank you to Rafa and the lads. 7 a.m. in Japan, people celebrating there. 3 a.m. in Moscow, people celebrating there. And I have had emails from Spain, France, Iraq, the USA, New Zealand, Germany, Mexico, Australia, Slovakia, Romania, Albania, Holland, Nigeria, Switzerland, Brazil, Malta, the West Indies, Hong Kong, Moscow and Ghana, as well as all across England. Now, if you're out there listening from overseas where you can't dial into the normal 606 number, if you want to email your telephone number to us, we may well try and contact you if you've got more to say and have a little bit of international flavour. Text number's 85058, or you can email via the website bbc.co.uk/606.
Thanks, Izzy. Let's say hello to Stuart in Kent.
Hi, Alan. I hope you can hear me all right. My voice was all right before the football started.
You're not. Yours isn't the only voice under strain. Trust me.
Believe you me, I'm a Wolves supporter, right? And I was shouting and hollering at the telly. My clothes were covered in sweat. I had to take them all off. Unbelievable. And I want to say that I think Benitez has got to be manager of the season. If only for that half.
They've already given the trophy out. Moyes got manager of the season.
You know, absolutely brilliant. Can you hear me all right? Absolutely brilliant what he done, and I think he's got to be manager of the season. And I think we all got behind Liverpool because their supporters are some of the most honest and genuine in football, and I'm really, really happy for them. And I think they'll do that European trophy proud.
You have good luck next season with promotion under Hoddle.
Oh, I think we will. I think it's a certainty. And can I say one more thing quick before I go? Very quick. I had the pleasure of meeting Graham Taylor when he was manager of Wolves, and he's a top man.
He is too.
Really
it was great that Graham was alongside us tonight. Thanks very much for your wishes to Graham, which I'll pass on. James in London.
Hi, Alan.
Hello there.
You think you've been through a roller coaster. You've got to see it from my perspective. I've been a Milan supporter for 23 years.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry.
Since I graduated from Loughborough University, a great sporting place in Britain, and went out for 2 years' work in Milan. We were in the second division then, Serie B. It was long before Berlusconi even breathed on us. And now it's come to this. Well, all I can say is my second point is very, very quick. Liverpool really deserved what happened tonight. It was fantastic to watch. I'm not a neutral. I have to concede brilliance and the best game of football I've ever seen. The second thing is, and I was talking to a Man United supporter, Peter, during the match and through it and afterwards, is that when the old guard give way to the new, it has to happen, and this is what has to happen to Milan. That team has literally been together since 1984, from Baresi through the three great Dutchmen, Gullit, Rijkaard and Van Basten, Paolo Maldini and Billy Costa-Curta, through to what we saw today. It has to give way to the new now. That's the only way that football, as a code that we all love and cherish, can move forward. The same is true for Man United after Saturday. I completely applaud Liverpool's performance today. It was unbelievable. The country should applaud and be proud. As a Scot, Italio-Scot, if you like, I cannot do anything but had in magnanimity the brilliance of what we saw tonight. And Steven Gerrard, he's the best player in the world.
Thanks, James. Joe in Manchester.
Alan, I don't know what to say. We were sitting in a pub in Manchester tonight. We were, most of us Man U fans, and we were just over the moon. I don't know if all the Man U fellow supporters in the country would agree, but my voice is sore. I was jumping up and down. We're so happy for Liverpool. We may be the rivals. We'll see you next season. We'll be against you again. But tonight, I was a Scouser for the night.
Joe, it's a win for English football.
It's a win for English football, exactly. We were all dancing, singing, "You'll never walk alone." All us Man U fans.
You were singing, as a Manchester United fan, "You'll never walk alone."
Believe it or not, what I knew of it, what the words I knew of it, I was singing that. It's scary to believe, but yes. One thing I wanted to ask you, Alan.
Go on.
What would you put, as an English supporter, what would you put this win better? Is it the Man U or Bayern Munich or tonight?
Well, you know, I think tonight shades Barcelona, and I'll tell you why. Because United had momentum that night in the second half in Barcelona. And though I was, of course, as amazed as anybody else watching that United scored twice in stoppage time to win it, what a dramatic climax. Just sitting here at half-time, I was thinking, how many goals will Milan score?
Yeah,
will it be an embarrassment? A further embarrassment for Liverpool and for English football at that stage. I mean, what would have happened? What would we be saying if Liverpool had been tonked 6-0? That's why I've got to say that this recovery just shades Barcelona.
I couldn't agree with you more, Alan. I'm over the moon for Liverpool. Go you Scousers. Go all you Liverpool supporters. We're United fans. We're with you all the way.
Thanks very much indeed, Joe. Let's hear now from the Liverpool captain, Steven Gerrard.
And I thought it was going to be tears and disappointment and frustration at the end. But, you know, we kept going, and as I say, we scored an early goal, and I think that put a bit of belief in the team, and we kept fighting till the end. But we've beat some magnificent sides in this competition, and no one can take away that we deserve to be Champions League winners. I just hope that, you know, the people above let us defend it. You know, it's called the Champions League, so the champions should be able to defend it.
And you know what he also said tonight? How can I think of leaving after that? That is the clearest sign that Steven Gerrard will stay on at Anfield. Anita Anand.
Alan, guess where I am?
He could be in Liverpool.
I think you kind of get the idea?
Yeah.
Let me just tell you, we're out on the street now. We're actually weirdly standing in Hope Street. Hope doesn't even cover what the people felt at half-time. But right now, let's just hear from the people who have been supporting this team, who are now out on the street, waving to buses, cars. There are flags in all the cars going by. Actually, the traffic's kind of come to a standstill.
Yes.
Did you believe we would be here right now cheering like this at half-time?
Honestly, yes. Last week I had a feeling I knew we'd win.
I didn't. I was had in my hands. I didn't think we'd do it.
Believe
I was in bits.
He'd given up at half time.
It's a beautiful night.
Caroline, you are in fact an Evertonian, an Everton fan. How do you feel tonight?
I am actually really, really pleased for Liverpool.
Wait. Have some grace here, because Caroline has a lot of grace here.
Thank you. I'm not bitter. I am an Evertonian, but I'm delighted to say I am thoroughly, thoroughly delighted for the Reds. They deserve it.
And just describe the scene. We're actually standing pretty much on a traffic island in the middle of the street. What's going on around us? I've been to South America. I've been there through Carnival. This is just amazing.
This is just fantastic. Everyone's just pulling up, beeping their horns, people climbing out the windows, out the sunroofs. It's just fantastic. It's fantastic. Just great feeling.
Alan, in a way, it's kind of people coming to terms with that. They just can't believe it. People rubbing their eyes and thinking, did we really just see that? And it's an incredible atmosphere right here in the heart of Liverpool right now.
What I need to do, Anita, is actually use a sharp object to make sure that I believe what I've just seen this evening. I really have to.
Yeah.
We'll back to you again soon, Anita.
Thanks very much.
Now, would you believe it? I want to go to Milan, to Brian. Hello, Brian.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Oh, no, there's a Scouse accent.
Oh, thanks.
Go ahead, Brian.
I've lived out here 12 years, mate, and I'll tell you, tomorrow morning I am going to get some grief at work. I am going to get some severe grief at work.
Tell us, what did you watch the game or hear the game? Where were you?
I was at home.
You were at home?
Go down the pub. I dare not go down the pub.
And have you dared to look out the front door?
More or less put it this way, I've had to take my home phone off the hook.
What did you think of the game, Brian?
I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I mean, I'll be honest with you, at half-time, I said to my missus, I'm going to go down the pub and face it, because I'm an Inter Milan fan, and I sort of live between Turin and Milan. I can be in both cities within half an hour. And I said, I'm going to go down the pub and face it. And then when Gerrard scored, I said, we're going to come back. And then when the penalty went in, especially off the rebound as well, I just couldn't believe it, mate. I mean,
do you know, it was easy to overlook the fact that was brilliant technique from Alonso, because he didn't just rush in and try to blast. He played it very carefully into the roof of the net.
But, I mean, I just couldn't believe it. I mean, Gerrard, for my liking, didn't come into the game until the second half. So
I agree with you.
Didn't he just come in with it?
Did you hear the news I basically passed on there? He has said, how could he think of leaving Liverpool after this?
Yeah, I heard you there, because normally I can get you on the AM, but I just can't pick you up tonight, and the internet connection's down. So I just basically rang up hoping there was a 606 tonight, because I don't care now. They can give me as much grief as they like tomorrow night. You know,
Can I suggest, Bran, how you might write a suicide note? Basically, get a shirt that's split into Inter Milan on one side.
Milan t-shirt on there,
mate. Hey, Brad, thanks very much indeed for your call.
Thanks, Alan. Cheers, mate. Bye.
All the best. Stephen Coventry.
Hi, Alan.
Hi,
yes,
Steve.
I tell you, I said to my lad at half-time tonight, I said, you know, I can't see Liverpool coming back from this. And basically I was down. But I've got to say, I am so proud of that side. I'm a lifelong Manchester United fan. And the way they pulled themselves back, Steven Gerrard was awesome in the second half. And I just thought they deserved to win on penalties in the end. But it just made me feel, I actually got quite emotional towards the end of the game. And for a Manchester United fan, that's hard. But really, they made me feel so proud to be English and to watch them lads do so good tonight. And Dudek was absolutely awesome in the penalties.
Steve, forgive me for repeating myself, but it is as much a triumph for English football as it is for Liverpool.
Yes, I agree, Alan.
It's
100%.
exactly the same as 6 years ago.
Yeah, and it really made me feel warm inside tonight. And to all those Liverpool fans out there, whether they're at home or in Turkey or whatever, you know, my heart is with them tonight. Absolutely fantastic. They made this game in this country all the more high profile. Fantastic.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for your call, Steve. We've already heard partly from Rafa Benitez during the programme tonight on 5 Live, and this is what he says on the difference he thinks is between Liverpool's performances in the Premiership and those in the Champions League.
Because it's a different competition. When you play for 9 months and you play knockouts, and it's different, and we have done a good job during the Champions League games, and we control the tempo of the games. If you score, if you don't score, then we control these things. In the Premier, we play always with another tempo, really high tempo, and it's more physical, it's different.
I told you, he doesn't get worked up, does he? You know, it's the same sort of levelled response to every single question. Heaven only knows what he'll talk like when he learns English properly. Right, Darren in Leeds.
Hi, Alan, I can't believe it. I just cannot, I'm lost for words. I mean...
Well, the whole of English football actually can't believe it.
Didi Hamann, what a guy. He was fantastic for Liverpool tonight. And when Steven Gerrard went to right back at one point, poor Serginho, I felt sorry for him.
Well, you know, you mentioned Hamann, you mentioned Gerrard. There was obviously a possibility that Gerrard would leave Liverpool. It seems he won't now after this. Hamann, it appears, is almost signed for Bolton, and there'll be others who'll be moving away.
And is that maybe the best ever response from being 3-0 down?
That no team has ever come back from 3-0 down in the European Cup final to win the European Cup, however it's won, on goals or penalties.
I just cannot believe it. I'm lost for words, really.
Well, Darren, I think we all are tonight, but I'll tell you what, it's a smashing 606.
And we must be in Europe next season. I mean, not to the detriment of Everton, but surely...
No, definitely not. No, there's no way that Everton would be pulled out of the Champions League, but I think that the UEFA will accept, however much they're embarrassed by the situation, given the drama of this triumph, the way it will reverberate not just in England, throughout Europe, but across the world. They cannot allow a situation to arise that Liverpool would not be able to defend the trophy.
I have to agree with you, and your commentary tonight was absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much for the compliment, Darren. I thought Mike Ingham was actually brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It was a privilege to work alongside him. Thanks, Darren.
Okay, bye.
All the best. James in Sheffield.
Hi, Alan. I just want to say well done to Liverpool, because that was better than Man U in Barcelona. It really was. I'm a neutral. I was watching both games, and it was absolutely fantastic. It epitomised basically both the leagues. Liverpool won through grit and determination, whereas Milan, through the Italian league, that they just crafted their goals out through the Italian craft and everything, and it was absolutely amazing.
Well, what did you think happened to Milan? Well, had it become, quote, too easy for them at half-time, going into the dressing room 3-0, I wouldn't blame them for thinking, this is one.
I don't think so. I think basically they came out with the same mindset. They were going to keep it tight and try and score more goals, but Liverpool just came out and they went for it, and they hit them so hard in the same way that PSV did as well. That they hit them and they scared them and they shocked them, and it was just it just showed up how much grit and determination can win over technicality as well. I just have to say I'm so happy for Liverpool, and I'm not a Liverpool supporter or anything, but it just when you saw them win and you saw how happy they were to win it, you just loved it. It was fantastic.
I'm really pleased that you took the trouble to ring in. Thanks very much indeed for your call. Now, tomorrow, if I ever make it back to the hotel and ever get my suitcase, then I will be heading to London and then on to Chicago. We're going in that direction now. Mike is in Texas. Hello, Mike.
Hi there. Hi. I'm a Liverpool supporter. I've been a Liverpool supporter for as long as I can remember, because my dad comes from Liverpool and he's an Everton supporter. So, the usual father-son relationship. We always used to get it on. And what a fantastic game. I actually missed the first half because...
you were lucky then. We had to sit through the first half, and it was torture from a Liverpool perspective.
I know. I was trying to find it, but the TV people over here didn't have it. So I was looking on the web, and all I could get was the written commentary that was going through. I heard... I was speaking to my wife just after it started, and she said Liverpool were down already, and oh no. And then when I looked on the web, they were 3-0 down, and I thought, oh God, this is going to be a disaster. And then the second half was just fantastic. It's almost as if the spirit swapped over at half-time. I don't know what happened.
It was astounding, Mike. I don't know what happened. By the way, whereabouts are you in Texas?
I'm in Fort Worth.
Right, would you like me to nip down?
Oh,
at the
it'll be
weekend. You know, I'll just nip down, catch a flight from Chicago, ignore this England game against the United States, and I'll come and have tea with you.
Okay, yeah.
Mike, thanks very
That'll be
much.
fantastic.
It really is fantastic to get a call from the United States on a night like this. Thanks very much indeed. What about this? We've gone west, now let's go east. Pret is in Kuala Lumpur.
Alan, how are you, son?
How are you?
I'm shocked, amazed. What more can I say? What more can I ask for in life today?
Pret, how did you follow the game? Was it on television in Kuala Lumpur?
Yeah, I basically flew in from Sydney early on today, and checked in the hotel. Made sure the TV was on. Went downstairs at the bottom of the hotel. There it was on a big screen, and 3-0 down. I was about to go to bed, to be honest with you, like most other people. And,
Are you heading further west? Are you heading back to England, or do you
I'm
live in
heading
Kuala
back to
Lumpur?
the UK next. I'm actually going to Borneo at the weekend.
You've a dull life, haven't you?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I only flew out from London on Saturday.
Oh, well,
I
that's
landed in Sydney
remarkable.
on Monday and KL today, Borneo on.
And I know
Sunday.
there are a great many Liverpool fans in the Far East,
you know
particularly in Kuala Lumpur. I mean, have you been able to? Have you been able to experience the response there?
You know what? I've got to give credit just to the people at the hotel. They basically kept the bars open till 5:30, 6:00, whatever time we finished. I don't think the managers knew, but the people who worked behind the bar, they let us go behind the bar, pour our own drinks. I met some great guys from Australia. There were some Germans there, but they kind of left after full time because they were giving it stick for the first 45 minutes. But then after that, they suddenly went quiet somehow. They suddenly just went a bit quiet after 3-3.
So what time is it with you, Pret, in Kuala Lumpur at the moment?
It's 6:45. The sun's about to rise, and I've got the Twin Towers in my windows.
Well, have a lovely stay in that wonderful city, and a safe journey home. And thanks very much indeed for being in contact with us here on 606. It's been ages since I actually announced what the telephone number is to call, but it's as if it doesn't matter tonight. You know, you're not using telephone lines, you're just getting through the ether. 0500 909 693 Izzy.
And keeping up that international theme, I'm struggling to keep on top of these emails coming in from South Korea, Canada, Norway, lots from Poland, sporting Jerzy Dudek, from Nepal, from Malaysia, and loads more from Canada, the USA, all over Europe. It's absolutely incredible tonight. Just a taste from Poland. Michael says, just can't believe it. Switched off the box before the break, switched it back on after the break, and someone has said proud to be English. We are proud to be Polish too. Mike Allen says, I thought the Baggies had the ownership of Boing Boing and The Great Escape, but Liverpool have eclipsed everything. Well done, a lifelong Baggies fan. On the subject of maybe what Rafa might have said at half-time, Neil says he just said, walk on. Alex the Hammer in London says at half-time Rafa said, OK lads, we've got them just where we want them. Ken says some of the players may not be British, some of the managers may not be British, but a British club tonight did something Churchillian. Matt in his car in Cheltenham, Matt, I hope you don't regret sending this in, has just split up with his wife, but he says, we won the cup, I'm sleeping in the car, yet I'm so happy. Come on, you mighty Reds. The text number is 85058.
Thank you very much. And Anita Anand is in that Liverpool party.
Yes, absolutely. You know, you might be wondering, what is it like to be an Italian? Actually, be a Milanese in Liverpool right now. Not what you'd expect, actually, because I'm joined right now by Nunzia Bertali, who's the Italian consul for Merseyside. You spent most of your formative years in Milan, but then 23 years working here in Merseyside. Is it fair to say you were quite happy tonight?
I'm delighted, you know, it's unbelievable. Liverpool deserve to win, and they've done it. And I expected them to do it. And I think they fulfill everybody's expectation here in Liverpool.
Nunzia, that's lovely to say it here. Your friends, your family, everyone you know in Italy, are they going to speak to you again for having these feelings?
I think they will, because besides everything else, I'm a Juventus supporter, you know, so I would never support
You don't mind?
AC Milan, no way.
Well, actually, watching this game as well, your son, Luca, and
Yes.
Luca, you're not even ashamed to say this. You are through and through, cut you in half, you are a Liverpool fan.
I am a Liverpool fan, but I'm also a Juventus supporter, so I've suffered. I've already suffered through the big game, like 3 months ago.
So there was no heartstring pull on you
Not
that, okay,
at
Milan
all.
is from
AC
Italy.
Milan
no?
are #1 enemies.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you
definitely.
believe it would be like this?
I didn't. I thought once the first goal went in, I thought we were in serious trouble.
Yeah.
And they managed to fight back, and it's an extraordinary night.
One of the interesting things I've just learnt about you is that you're also an interpreter for the Italian football team.
I did do some interpreting. Yeah,
right.
that's right.
So just tell me the shockwaves.
96.
Tell me the shockwaves this is going to send through Italian football.
It's going to be phenomenal what's going to happen in Italy. I don't think definitely not Milan. We're expecting this to happen.
Right.
It's for the rest of Italy, Juventus supporters, Inter Milan supporters, they will be very happy. I mean, the hatred there is quite strong.
Right, Vassos Alexander is here with us.
An Italian side. You pride yourself, well, I say you, I mean you're a Liverpool fan, but you know what I mean. You pride themselves on defence.
Yeah.
3-0 up at half-time, it's all over.
That's right.
You said that Juventus fans will be happy because you can laugh at AC Milan, but actually, won't Juventus fans be thinking, hang on a minute, this isn't meant to happen to an Italian side?
Oh, totally. But Juventus won the championship. They've managed to nip it right at the end, and they'll be ecstatic.
Well,
funny how you got that in.
Yeah. Let's just get the diplomatic voice here.
Yes.
Nunzia, your homeland right now. What's going to be going on there in Italy?
I think they will be devastated, especially in Milan, and then because really, I don't think they expected to lose. Because really, in Milan AC, they think they are very good, a very good side.
Are you suggesting
they've been proven
there's like arrogance there? Is that what you're saying? Diplomatically, of course.
No, maybe not arrogance, but again, they think they are very good. They always look at Juventus, thinking the Juventus is still in their cups and their league and whatever, and because they are very good. And tonight, they didn't show they were so good. Yeah.
Right, there you go, Alan. So Italian voices here in Liverpool, albeit Juventus voices a little bit, but yes, it's really not what you'd expect, I think.
Thanks, Anita. We're obviously sort of shoving the schedule aside on 5 Live tonight because of this remarkably dramatic evening. 606 was meant to start at 10 o'clock. I don't know what time I got on air, but I'm running through until midnight, and then Anita will take over comprehensively. But it has been a fantastic night of drama and history, and here's
is being absolutely submerged by his teammates. The goal has been timed, well, a minute maybe only of the game, just over.
Milan on the break here. Here's Shevchenko crosses. It's 2-0. Kaka on towards Crespo. Crespo's through. This could be 3-0, and it is 3-0.
Another opportunity from Risa. Header. Oh, yes, a goal from Steven Gerrard of Liverpool. A man 25 yards out, doesn't shoot, but Smith's a mine. Mission impossible after all. Milan 3, Liverpool 2. Alonso can complete the most remarkable turnaround here up against the enormous Dida, the Brazilian, in the goal. Alonso misses, but Alonso puts in the rebound. Dida made the first save, but Alonso was the first to react, and this scoreline is absolutely staggering. AC Milan 3, Liverpool 3. The greatest striker in Europe at the moment, Andrei Shevchenko, the European Footballer of the Year. He wants to get on with it, but of course if he misses here, Liverpool, against all the odds, have won the Champions League. Shevchenko, Burak saves for Liverpool! Liverpool have won the Champions League. Walk on, walk on.
Hiya.
How you doing?
I'm fine. I just wanted to say that I'm not a Scouser, but I've been a Liverpool fan for about
5 or 6 years since I've known my boyfriend, who is out in Istanbul at the moment, and he's out there at the moment. I'm all on my lonesome at home. I just needed someone to talk to.
That's all right. What, do you want to talk about football, or should we talk about something else?
No, I want to talk about football. The fans have just been amazing. I listened to 606 at the half-time, and even though we were 3-0 down, the fans lifted everyone. They were amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Well, I mean, how did he get out here? I mean, did he travel today, or has he been out for a couple of days?
He's a season ticket holder with his dad, and he flew out yesterday, and he's just had the most amazing time. I spoke to him just after the match, and he just said, I was in tears at half-time, and he said everybody was. So it's just been amazing.
I mean, Claire, the airport will be mayhem, but I don't think your boyfriend he won't need a plane.
Well,
just flap his arms.
He's got to go home.
I know, but if he flaps his arms on this adrenaline, he'll be home on under his own steam.
He's got to get back to work tomorrow. he's coming straight back to work in London tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and what did you think of the match, Claire?
It was just amazing. I was so over the moon. As I said, I was in tears at half-time, and I was in tears at the end of the match. It was just amazing. As I said, I'm not a Scouser, but I'm a Liverpool convert. I've been up to Anfield a couple of times now, and the fans are just the best. They are amazing.
Thank you, Claire. Safe home to your boyfriend. Thanks for ringing.
All right, bye.
I obviously could talk to Claire all night, but, you know, I'm sure she'll go to bed eventually. Steve in the M6.
Hiya, Al, the god of radio. How are you?
I'm well. What about you?
How are you, Alan, all right?
Yes, you're on there. I can, Steve, don't worry.
I seem to have some lady coming across with a walkie-talkie from 5 Live, so I mean, if I get a bit of delay talking to you, you know why.
Okay, Steve, go ahead. What are your thoughts tonight?
Well, I'm absolutely bouncing, absolutely chuffed. I'm on adrenaline. I've been on adrenaline. Oh, you know what I mean. I've been on adrenaline all night. It's one of those things. I don't know. I'm too excited, Al. You know what I mean? I was coming up the M6 and I was a bit depressed. Earlier on, I was on my way to rugby, and then I got to, funny enough, one of the sponsors of the Champions, I think they still are, Continental. I went there, and I managed to put the workforce on stop for about 20 minutes, because they're all crowded on my radio. And when Liverpool scored I was coming down the M6, I banged my head twice on the cab roof, because I was so chuffed when the second and third goals went in. I was absolutely chuffed. I was over the moon, and then when you just said Steven Gerrard staying, it made my night.
It's been a great night for Gerrard, for Liverpool, and for English football. Steve, thanks very much. Have a great remainder of the evening. Goodness, there's not much left. It'll be morning in about 8 minutes' time. Connor in Belfast.
Good evening, how are you?
Hello, Connor.
I'm absolutely over the moon. You can't just believe it. Spent the whole day praying and thinking and hoping, and all I could do was think about the match. 3-0 down, it's got to be all over. Went to a different pub, sat with Milan fans, Manchester United fans, and said it was all over. My cousin, he's an ABU, said it's not all over. Liverpool's going to come back into it, and they did. Oh, how they did.
But I can't believe they did it. You know, I really can't, Connor. It was just an astonishing 15 minutes after half-time.
You got to look at it, 11 players or 12 or 13 players are involved. They all worked. They worked and they worked and they worked, and they never stopped. Rafa Benitez needs a big pat on the back, and Stevie Gerrard staying. This has got to be the start of something new. This has got to be the start of this big Liverpool team. Surely going to have to win this league in the next couple of years.
Connor, thanks very much for your call. Let's join Derek Ivins in the radio car.
Yeah, hi Alan, it's all going on here in Liverpool. There's absolutely thousands of people milling about. They're approaching me. They all want to sing. Oh dear, there's some rather body parts coming out as well. Did everybody enjoy the game? Did you enjoy the game?
Absolutely superb game. I've waited years for this moment.
From Istanbul now.
Yeah, by half time I thought we were as and berries. But I thought just come out and make some pride of yourself, get some pride back. I'd never expected 3-3.
So it would be Sir Rafa or Saint Rafa or what?
Saint Rafa.
Oh, Saint Rafa, I'll tell you what.
We just wanted to see a man on the field.
God bless Stevie Gerrard.
And the biggest thing is, this a new start for Liverpool, as they've been a sleeping giant for so many years. You're back in the big time now. Can you build on it?
I don't know. How many new starts have we had? I know. Let's be honest. How many new starts where we won the UEFA Cup? It was like a new start for us, but this is it now. We can pull the players in, we can do it, and we've got to build on it.
You can hear the confidence of the fans there, Alan. People are going to be partying all night here. It will go on the next few days, I think, as well. And when the team arrive back tomorrow, we can expect the whole of Liverpool to turn out for them.
Thanks very much indeed, Derek. Anita must be nearby with her party.
Absolutely. Right here, right now. Still in Liverpool. Do you know what? No one's going home, Alan. It's really strange. It's chucking out time, but does anyone care? No, because I think, actually, Vassos, the party's going to go on pretty much all night, don't you think?
I know. I just feel sorry for everyone who's working tomorrow morning. I mean, there's going to be some excuses, isn't there? Oh, the dog ate my homework.
Actually, that's a really good point, because there are a lot of people who are not in Liverpool who are going to stay up quite a lot of the night. What is the excuse you're going to give your boss tomorrow morning? We're going to be taking over in a little while time. So, 85058 is our text number. Anita at bbc.co.uk. What is the excuse you're going to give to your boss tomorrow morning? And Vassos, I'm still worrying about this half-time talk. What was it?
Could he have done better than your half-time team talk, which was, let me remind you, let's keep everything crossed. It's not over yet. I thought you were a loony.
Yes, you did. Actually, you even said that, Vassos. You said you're deranged, you're delusional, and you're a loony, and then you walked away from me.
Yeah.
And I still said, actually, we're going to bring it back. To tell you the truth, Alan, I wasn't sure, but my mouth did the talking and my brain did the thinking, and my heart is now beating very, very fast.
You keep control of yourself, Anita. You don't lose control on Merseyside a night like this.
I'll do my best.
I was just thinking, you see, if I said to my wife, I stayed up all night, I didn't go to bed, she would clap me around the face. But, do you know something? She knows tonight, because it's already almost 2 o'clock here, and as I say, I'm leaving the hotel at 5 o'clock. I might never get back to the hotel.
You know what? Don't bother with the hotel. Just come over here. Really, this is where it's happening. Just take, whatever you need to do, and
helicopter,
just get over here.
yeah. Okay, Anita, look forward to joining you, so to speak. Izzy.
Matt Booth says, at 5:45 a.m, all alone in my room in Hong Kong, watching the game with Cantonese commentary, when Dudek saved that penalty, I shouted my lungs hoarse and heard shouts from the upstairs flat, the downstairs flat and the building across the road. Just goes to show that there are Reds all over the world, and you truly never walk alone, even in the wee small hours. Alex in Fulham says, tonight, for reasons beyond human comprehension, God is wearing a shell suit, a moustache and a nasty perm. Nice to see that the stereotypes remain intact. Mark from Fife in Scotland says, fantastic. Emlyn Hughes, John Peel, Bob Paisley and Shanks will all be celebrating in heaven tonight.
Thanks, Izzy. Steve in North Wales.
Oh, Alan. What a night. I don't know how long it's going to take you to get back from Istanbul, mate, but it's going to take me the rest of my life getting back from Saturn, because I'm in the stars tonight, pal. I'm in the stars. What a night. I could not believe it. The girlfriend's gone to bed now. I've had to wait till 10:30 for it to go to bed, saying, yeah, no, it's been a good night, and I've gone outside, taken the dog out for a wee, and I'm crying, Alan. I cannot stop crying. And I'm not a Liverpool fan. I'm just an English, I'm a Colchester United supporter. My mum and dad are from Manchester. I've been bred to hate Scousers, Alan.
Well, Steve, you're doing yourself proud tonight. I tell you what, take a tablet, though.
I've cried 4 times in my life. I've got 3 daughters, Alan. I'm not a Scouser. I hate them. And tonight, God bless all of them. God bless them. And
Steve,
God bless you, Alan. That commentary tonight was unreal. With
Steve,
my heart's pounding.
So was mine, and so was Mike's, I can assure you. Steve, thanks very much for your call. Jan in Liverpool.
Hiya. Alan, I had to ring in because there's been no actual Liverpudlians ringing in.
I know, well, they're on the bar or whatever, I don't blame them.
What is so good is that people from all over the country, all over the world are ringing in and saying, how good Liverpool are doing and how well they've done. My sister's on holiday in Italy and left the bar half-time and wrote them off. And we were still here. And what a result. We came back, we won, we've got them all.
Jan,
we're on the way.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for being the last caller on 606 this very late Wednesday night. Izzy's got a final email.
This is from Ian in St Albans. Boring Liverpool. Played for the draw and penalties from the start. Not.
Our next and last 606 of the season will be on Bank Holiday Monday. Mark Chapman takes your calls on a whole weekend of action from the playoff finals. Make sure you join him on the phones. That's between 6 and 8 o'clock on Bank Holiday Monday. That's all from me in Istanbul tonight. Liverpool, fantastic. Next on 5 Live, more from Anita Anand's Liverpool Party. Good night.